stream at least. Thanks for watching, and we hope to see you all in part 2, which will be starting in just 1 minute.
Echo on what he says. Thank you guys for tuning in for the start of the race, and we'll be taking you guys over into the middle part of the race with Mr. Vincent, who is going to carry on with the stream for us, and we'll be sitting with him for a good little while. So we should be live on the new stream now. Welcome to everybody who has jumped over at the moment. So talking about that incident we were talking about earlier between the number 94 Stage 1 Racing Black and the number 17 RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver car has now had an incident with causing a collision. So they have been given a drive-through penalty for the RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver team, number 17 car, who are running currently in 4th position. So they were up at this top end, but after a little bit of an incident has caused that. So from Martin there, who is one of the drivers for Sapphire, they have had, the car didn't fix itself on optionals, so it had to be towed again. So they really are having a bit of an issue right now with everything. So we're now going to have an interview with Jost Bulmeister, who is going to come up in the chat with us. Hello there. Are you ready to have a conversation with us, Jost?
Yes, sir.
So tell us, how's everything going in the car at the moment?
Surprisingly well, actually. We started off in P13, being Cabot K1. We're now set in P9. Had a little off in lap 9. Bit of dirty air from an LMP1, which just taken us. And my teammate kind of lost control of the car and slid into a soft barrier, and because it was lap 9, he was like, well, let's jump into the pits and see what's the damage.
Okay.
And
so
surprisingly, it only took us 0.4 seconds of optional repairs, so
it's obviously just a bit of dirt in the intake then, I'm assuming. But the car, is it running okay at the moment for you?
yeah, it's running fine. I personally haven't driven the car yet, but my teammate says it's in perfect condition, so.
Perfect. Are you looking forward to jumping in the car? That's the next question.
Yeah, I actually am. I'm actually looking for a first proper 24-hour race, which I'm expecting to get, because the special events of iRacing itself usually has a little bit of a lower driving standard than like the organized leagues. So yeah, I'm quite confident we can get a good result in.
So in talking about the Cabot K1 car, you've got a couple of really good drivers in there. I mean, Adam J. Pierce as well. We've seen him in the Equiver League, driving in the GT car. Are you looking for him to do really well today as well?
Yeah, he's taken a bit more of a relaxed approach to endurance racing, which actually served him well. So yeah, he's not quicker per se, but more consistent, less incidents.
Yeah.
Oh, I just see a car in the wall at Indianapolis. Sorry for that.
It's alright.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward for him to drive. I think he probably is one of the quicker guys within our team, next to Tim, who's currently in the car.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. It's awesome to hear like some point of view from yourself, Jost, because the car, it looks striking. I mean, with that green, did you have an intention for that green to like stand out?
Yeah, like several months ago within the team we had a small conversation of people not paying enough attention to other upcoming cars in multi-class and such, especially in special events. So we were like, we want a car which really stands out, so everybody will see us coming. So for this league, we've got like the highlighter green color-ish car, and yeah, that's everybody within the team really likes it.
We can actually see it on the stream right now as FDR Esports are chasing them down at the moment. So obviously, Cabort K1, the number 67 car. Do you reckon that you could pull out a podium with the car?
If I need to stay realistic, no. Our goal has been to just get a decent top 10 finish. We just got into P8, so that's a nice thing. Currently, we are just like keep the car on the road, and if we can get fast in the process, that's just nice. But we really do not think we can get a podium in here. The guys up front are really fast.
Yeah, just quickly, just as an announcement, Stage 1 Racing Senior, the number 83 car, and the number 54 Verve Racing Team Black. The Verve Racing Team Black car has been given a warning for excessive blocking on the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, which are both LMP2s. So that could be quite a serious incident if that carries on, if it's persistent. But yes, just one last thing. Do you know roughly when you're going to be in the car today, so people can watch out for you?
I actually do. GMT-wise, I'm going to be in the car roughly around 5:45 p.m.
So I'll be probably watching from my Twitch stream at that point. But from anything like that, we'll be definitely watching out for you on track. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us for an interview, Mr. Bulmeister, and we will see you later on.
Radio.
So that was Jost Bulmeister, who is one of the drivers of Cabort K1. And he was joining us there, and obviously we'll watch out for him. He'll be in the car GMT-wise, as he said, at 5:45. So that's when we'll probably start seeing a few driver changes then as well. So that's actually helped us out a little bit when we were going to know. So Tim Perry, obviously, in the Cabort car, is under pressure at the moment from FDR Esports. As we come towards Indy, I do believe, from the rear of the car, it does look like he is making a little bit of headway. Obviously, you can see the sponsor on the back, cabortmotorsport.com. Feel free to go and check them out anytime. Tim Perry, he is pulling quite a heavy load at the moment. Obviously, as he said, light damage on the car, but they managed to repair it, as we assumed it could have just been some easy stuff that was in the way of the car's intakes. Still holding them back. I mean, Tim Perry's, as we said, he is a very fast guy. Even Jost said he is probably one of the fastest guys in the team at that moment. Just looking at the FDR Esports guys, so they are reasonably fast guys too. So it would be safe to say that FDR Esports, obviously, looking at a couple of the drivers in here, there's not any drivers that actually stand out to be as being them, because they are a one-off entry, I do believe, FDR in this league. If somebody can correct me, that'd be awesome. But yeah, Team DRC Red and obviously Cabort, obviously as well, both Chicane Racing and Stage 1, they were mostly part of the championship this year. Matthew notably is driving reasonably safe for the Kairos GT team, which is the ARM category. Kairos Competition Poseidon. I love that name of Poseidon on their tag. So Patrick Pelchat is in. Pelchat is in the Fuga Simsport LMP1, the number 33 car. They're in the pits. again, Matthew Notley, number 236 car. He is putting pressure on the BMW M8 that got past him last lap. He's going to be pushing just a little bit more. As we're having a little bit of a quick issue with our connection again, we're just watching from the commentary box. I'll be jumping on to Vincent's view of everything. Obviously, Kairos Competition Poseidon, we're still on board with them. Gotta say, I'm a big fan of the C8 as it is. I mean, you're gonna, if you guys tune into the Twitch later on, you'll see that. We've got another Stewards announcement just popped up, and that is between the NSS Racing Red again. They've had another incident on Chicane Online Racing LMP2, but this time NSS Racing Red is on the receiving end, as Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red is the car that's at the fault on that side. But yeah, Petrovic Gomez at the moment in the BMW. See how minimalistic these cars really are, just to minimalize all weight. And there we go, Stewards announcement. That is Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red being given a warning for causing a collision with NSS Racing Red, the number 211 car. But in talking about any of that, I would like to just point out to anybody that, again, who would like an interview with one of us, just to clarify how their race is going, please do feel free to join in the chat and just drop us a message in the contact commentators tab in the Discord, and we can have a chat with you about how to how your race is going and where it's at. Fuga Sim Sports putting a time in a 3:12.0. which in real life terms, that's 2 seconds faster than the real record round here, which was set by Kamui Kobayashi back in 2018. If I'm still correct on that one, unless it's been broken again. But Kamui Kobayashi setting a 2:14 around here in quali for that year. In the Porsche. Or sorry, it wasn't the Porsche, it was the Toyota. Toyota, if you get what I mean.
Hello there, Andrew. I'm here as well.
Hey, and here we have Vincent in the chat. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I'm here to help you guys.
Perfect.
Some problems there. I'm gonna show you some two crashes real quick. I've got Louis from the Sapphire Sim Sport car.
Was that the one that we saw earlier, was it? Or has he had another crash?
He has had another crash.
That's not going too well for him, as we know that the car. Oh my!
That doesn't look good.
I don't know if was that another car that he hit, or was that something else?
It seems like it.
That's a big damage. Yeah, they're towing to pits.
Quickly get a better shot of that for you guys while we go back to the live view for now.
I've just got another incident that's come in, as I think Isaac's literally typing it out. It's 217 Aeropigs Racing Team, so that bright yellow car, Porsche, was in an incident with the Valhalla Simsport Royale number 49 car, which again has been really driving quite well on a recovery drive since the start. And that seems to be that the Valhalla Simsport Royale team has just pushed a little too hard, as they are now under review for an incident that was caused on track.
Okay, let's go back to that incident. That should be we should be able to see a bit more now. So that was a weird incident. It's very odd.
So he actually loses it. The car snaps on him and he can't hit the brakes, and then hits across the track, and then
that's ugly. That's very ugly.
In all fairness, the Core Motorsports car would have got damage from that, and he has been doing really well this race. As we see, he was about third in class, as we were saying. But like, unfortunately, just been hit with everything today. I mean, he was so good the last time out around Twin Motegi, and then it's just all hitting him now. I mean, there was nothing he could do there. He was a sitting duck. But that Core Motorsports car, I think, could have easily avoided that. So that could be.
Yeah. As we've
that
seen other
could be
crash
down.
here from Egidus Custodus, who would just
You don't want to
Nice
go off
sprint.
there, otherwise you're going back to the pit.
yes, that's good keeping it out of the barrier right there. That's not a place you want to be.
And he's
Very
dragged a
good
lot
catch.
of dirt onto that part of the track as well. So the next time the cars come back round on that, it might be a little bit more slippy. So we might actually see another incident there yet. As Loic is still in the pits. I mean, that's them had 2 repairs now, and the car is just falling apart for them, and it's just very unfortunate. As James A. Pierce is pushing again, he's managed to get that car back and working after their on-track incident earlier on in the race at the last turn through the Porsche curves. As we said, James Pierce is probably one of the more consistent drivers for the Twisted LMP1 team. And
As
that's
we have a
why
bit
they
of a
are
tangle
using
here.
him.
It's a long track, but still somehow people get tangled with each other, and it's busy sometimes, as we can see here.
I mean,
Several
52
different-
cars in the grid. It's definitely a busy field. This, Simon Amuzier comes out. He's just getting chased. You can see he's making time behind him. Is the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black team? It's pushing.
Yeah, leading. Being second. With actually the third place right behind him. Then Jan Korps, he's right behind him there, behind Simon on the straight. Let's see what he can do here. On the roll bar, he stays
Is
behind him.
Corbs gonna? Yeah, Corbs is just taking it a bit safer there. He might be able to get a better exit. He might actually manage to get past as well. Coming out here.
It's all dependent on that boost in these cars.
Yeah, and I think both cars, they are Porsches, if I'm right. So,
No, one is
This
now-
one's
no,
an Audi.
this one's an Audi, yeah. So the one in front's a Porsche. So that's got the longer boost, and he just had a better exit out of the second chicane there. But it does seem like this Audi has got that boost when it comes to just off the line speed. He's going to try and take a move down the outside. He pulls out wide, but defensive move there to get to the inside by the RLR Racing
And he's
Abruzzi
in front.
Esports Black, and he's managed to just go nice and smooth on the brakes through there, riding them for as much as he can, as they're both having to avoid a BMW M8 car. I do believe that M8's actually in a decent position at the moment as well. It's the blue M8. I'm going to get the team name. Yeah, 27 Motorsports, the hashtag white. They were pushing for some decent positions in the pro category. I'm not too sure where they are on the grid at the moment. But Jan Korbs is now firmly in front to take in second position for the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black team. As Fuga Sim Sports have decided to dive into the pits, the LMP1 team, they've decided they need their pit stop now. Could be a bit dangerous, as RLR are going to stay out to see if they can gain a bit of time on Fuga, as they have actually just crossed the start-finish straight, and it could be that RLR are going to take them to the line here. Yep, and there they are. RLR just out ahead of the Fuga Sim Sports team, and so are SRA and IES Swiss Union. Fuga Sim Sports still in the pits for quite a considerable amount of time. It would be maybe safe to say that they are doing a driver change.
Let's see what they're doing here.
Well, Patrick's still in the car at the moment, so nothing's changed. He might be doing a bit of a tire change as well.
Yeah, he was up as much jack. He's just let down. He was on He was changing tires there.
So that could be quite, you know, intense for everybody.
Comes out P4 out of the pits behind the RL Ability Esports Silver. 5 seconds behind.
I was actually just talking there as the Aero Pigs racing team were trying to appeal their racing incident or whatever could have happened. I don't think it. No, they were involved in the Valhalla SimSport incident. But Stage 1 Racing and the R&E Team Red, the two of these cars, their incident is under the review as well. But there is no incident, there's no further action between Valhalla SimSport Royale and Aero Pigs Racing Team at hour 129. We've got 127 is the time from Stage 1 Racing Senior and the SNE Team Red, so it could be down to it, as I do believe one of the stewards is in the chat right now speaking, so we'll see what we have now. As one of the driving stewards that's in here. We'll go back to the race as Tak Keniko is in the car for PPR Esports B. They are one of our one-off entries into the league, and they also are driving the Ferrari, which is pretty cool to see, and they're running 4th at the moment in their class.
What's happening?
Lithium Motorsports is in 2nd position. They're going to be looking to try and chase down Fuga, but Fuga has managed to get a considerable lead in the GT class overall, and the Pro League. But RSR Esports AM is running 1st at the moment, the 205 car. Just a little bit of background, we try and run the same numbering system for amateur drivers and for pro drivers in the leagues, is being the numbers of 1 to 50 being the LMP1s, and then 50 to 99 is to be all drivers in the LMP2 category. Drivers 100 to 200 is GT, and 200 to 299 is going to be all drivers from the GT AM category, for all teams in GT AM category. So you can see them on the list. You can also see them by color coding, green being pro and yellow being amateur. Obviously red being LMP1 and blue being LMP2 as well. We've got another stewards announcement that I'm going to quickly jump to. One of the stewards has actually had to jump into the chat and just told everybody to please calm down a little bit, because there's been quite a lot of incidents going on at the moment, as Tak decides to dive into the pit in the PPR Esports BT. Slipped across the pit lane. He completely makes a mess of that, and yeah, he's lost a few positions in the pit lane already. He's lost a position to the 27 Motorsport car, which we were talking about earlier, as being the blue BMW Mate. Antonio Piexi, which is one of the core Motorsport drivers, they are looking to score some points today. They're running currently 3rd in the league, I do believe, but they are running 2nd in the category at the moment. So this could be some good point haul for them if they can keep the next 22 hours and 10 minutes exactly the same way they've got it. Antonio Piezzi just still having a bit of a problem right now, as a few of the drivers are pushing. I do believe that's Team DRC Blue that's causing a bit of pressure now. He's got so much straight line speed. He's going to take the inside line coming into the first chicane. Can he keep it though? Oh, that's not the first chicane. I do apologise. I was looking at it the wrong way around in my head. So we are coming down. That was the Mulsanne corner Ferrari's actually got damage. Are you seeing on the front left there, Louis? The car's actually got a bit of damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is that the same Ferrari that came into contact with the Sapphire car?
It could be. Louis, have you got your stream up and running again so I can see on Discord?
Sure.
As obviously Vincent had to disappear quickly to go and grab a bite to eat as he's just got home from his work. But there we go, perfect stream quality finally. But yeah, the Team DRC Blue getting in front of the Core Motorsports Ferrari with Antonio Piezzi in the car, and he's probably one of the faster drivers. They are an Iberian team. Team DRC Blue, they actually are gaining time now. That M8 just seems to be insane. It's the same car that Fuga Simsport are driving as well, and yeah, it's just great. It's great work. I don't know if that Core Motorsports car has got that. I didn't see that damage on the car before, so I wonder if.
Well, he's going to box, so I imagine
that must be that last lap there. He had a bit of contact, I'm assuming, but I can't see it being serious because nothing's been put in the chat yet. Normally, if the drivers are that intense, like right now they are, we would be at a position where quite a few of the guys would be complaining. Having a look at commentators admin just quickly. Nothing's happened serious at the moment, so. It's Chaos Latin Gamers. These guys started at the back of the grid today, and they've just pulled out more and more positions. So Anthony Souza, they're a one-off entry into the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and they've actually done really well through there as they're using that to try and get away from the XRL Esports car. So that LMP2 car seems really slow at the moment, don't you think?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. He's got some kind of damage, that's for sure.
He's been overtaken by both GT cars at the moment in the lead.
He must have.
In that position. Oh, and that Ferrari late on the brakes there, and he's lost out a bit of time. He maybe tried. He saw a gap, but the Chaos car of Anthony Souza has cut him off. Back on board with Riley.
It's actually an LMP1, so he's got some serious damage if he's not even.
We did actually talk about him earlier. He had an incident on track, so I'm going to go back to that incident. We'll have a look at the steward's announcement. So Valhalla Simsports, they had just a bit of incident on the track with the Aeropigs racing team. So I wonder if they've got aero damage and it's just that insane.
It must be some serious aero damage there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure. They might have had something else, but the stewards are still discussing a couple of things. So it would be safe to assume that they're trying to calm down all the drivers at the moment and have them all just to chill out.
Coming into this race, I thought it would have been
and
a lot.
I've just seen a picture of the chicane racing car, the online racing car. The whole front is gone off of the car, and the camber is broken on the front. So no wonder they are falling down the order, unfortunately for them. But that is Sapphire Simsport Bravo. I mean, they're the only Sapphire Simsport car currently in the push at the moment. The junior team, as such, is actually second in class at the moment, behind the Equiver Motorsports, who have just been leading this whole first stint with Marcus Soholm in the car. Fantastic work from him. Consistency from the Sapphire team has just gotten so good in the Bravo side. Jost Falkus really getting used to the car. He dropped a few positions and then he's just pulled the car into what could be considered a podium position already. With 2 hours left.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got a contact commentators thing here. So driver forgot to pit, so we're posting back to the pits for Valhalla. So Valhalla forgot to pits, and they're literally running on low fuel at the moment. So that's why they're running. They were really pushing to get up there. So quite a lot of time already lost to them, but they are going to refuel the car and be ready to go again, it seems.
Yeah, it's just good that they can. They've obviously noticed in time, so they've managed to get that car back to the pit lane, get some fuel in it, and then go back out. So
I'm
very
hoping
fortunate that they didn't run out completely.
I'm hoping that we can maybe get one of the other commentators in here within the next little while, probably within the next half an hour, so I can hop off for a little bit. I need to do a bit of I've got stream and stuff that I need to do, and then I'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. until 3 a.m. taking a night stint with everybody, and then I'll be up again and hopefully on by 10 o'clock tomorrow if I can stay alive. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. So
yeah, absolutely.
hopefully.
I actually I spoke to Martin just before I got everything back working again, and about 5 minutes ago they had 10 minutes left on their repairs for the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, so
that car's
serious
through the
damage
wars today. It's been through the wars. Well, as long as you can get in the car and it's drivable. Oh wow, really wide line from that Corvette through there. I think that was that other car we were talking about earlier. I need to find the name. I'm really bad with names right now, and that was the Team PCS racing car, I'm assuming, with the white, the yellow and white, with, I do believe, Leonis Momolidis is in the car at the moment, who kind of pushed it back a little bit. So Team PCS Racing, as it Kevin Simon's now in the car, they've decided to do a driver swap to let the other drivers rest. But Loic Marchand is now out on the track in the Fuga SimSport, not Fuga, the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, which had some serious damage that's really put them out of the running. It would be safe to say that the 10 or so minutes that they had in that pit box repairing, plus some as well, because they were in and then out and then in again because of incidents.
Yeah, they got iRacing. It didn't repair the car for them, so they had to go back to the pits. I think they had to do that twice actually.
So we've actually got an incident here between the R&E Team Red and Stage 1 Racing Senior, and we've got the outcome is no further action for that. But we've got another incident that's come in of Sapphire SimSport Bravo and Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red. So Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red, the car that is potentially at fault here, that could be quite rough on them as they did have damage. So if they have a penalty now, that could really put them out of the running now.
Yeah, absolutely, as we currently see in the Bravo car come down. That Chicane Online Race is actually in the pits, and they are very many laps down.
Yeah, they've done a lot of repairs. They got borked, I do believe, at some point, and they went off the track.
Borderline. I'm interested to know if they're still in the race, because I think they're nearly 10 laps down.
So actually, talking about it, Nils was saying that the car is Chicane Online Racing Red is toast. The suspension is completely ruined, and the car is undrivable after repairs. So I'm assuming that they're going to maybe try and get the car back out after some setup change, but I doubt it.
They won't be allowed to do anything now.
No.
So I think that might be the end, which is sad to see.
You always get one or two at the first 2 hours of the race anyway. So Josh Falkus coming across the line again. I mean, 37 laps gone now for the top guys. I mean, these guys maybe only 30, 35, 34 laps now on the grid, if that. So yeah, these guys are going to be starting to feel the fatigue. Josh Falkus just finding his feet in the car. He's probably going to try and keep the car for a little bit longer now.
on the last laps, Josh Falkus and Daniel Thompson of the Aquiva car actually setting very close lap times. Josh only 1/10 down on the last lap. They're actually both very close on their very best laps as well. Josh Falkus, his best lap so far this race has been 3 minutes 30.26, whereas the Aquiva Motorsport Huto Capot. I'm still gonna get Marcus.
Yeah. Marcus will tell us later.
Yeah, 3 minutes 30.20 for them. So very close in terms of last laps and fastest laps for them both.
Yeah, I think we have to just turn our attention to the cars that are not in the ring at the moment, and that is probably the GT cars, just because we need to have a look at them. They've been definitely racing quite hard in the background. So yeah, Kevin Duarte there in the hashtag racing BMW. They had a couple of incidents that they had to serve, and they've managed to kind of regain position. They're now behind the Core Motorsports car that has still got damage. They even pitted. Pitted and they didn't repair their damage to the car, so they're really losing time now.
As we see the Sapphire Sport Alpha car there, again, also had very bad damage, so they're coming in as we see hashtag racing team coming in for a pit stop. Believe this might be to schedule. Very possibly. I kind of lost track a little bit with the schedule because of the technical difficulties we were having. So it'll be interesting to see if we actually have as we see there, the BMW of.
Yeah, it's changed now. It's now Joel Brites that's in the car now.
So they've done a driver swap. They might want to stick some fresh rubber on as well, and
JD Sim Racing up in second position at the moment in their class, running actually currently 6th in the all-round category. With Nils Lepers on board, he's one of the newer guys in the car for the German Sim Racing. German Sim Racing Friends ISRC squad, that's what we're going to call them.
We ride on board with Manitou Racing ISRC GTE that's chasing down the German Sim Friends. Or German Sim Racing, hashtag friends.
It's quite an interesting name. Is it Gaillard? Is it Gaillard? That's another interesting name. So I'm just going to say Frank Gaillard for just now, as he's really pushing down to get that. He's actually got more speed coming through there, and he's not even got the full slipstream. I know that Maniti ISRC squad are, they're in the championship, so we have a look at the Maniti car, see who's all in the car, because I know that they've got a big squad in this race. Am I being blind, or I can't see it in the Sports Guide?
Do we see him?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do see it. So we've got, like their full squad is completely, Marcus Janke was in the last race. Stefan Kurzman, and I think it was Janen Zanders as well. He's I think he was in the last race as well. I can't be too sure. It was quite a while ago.
Wow, and just looking at the stewards announcements, the incident involving the Sapphire Sport Bravo car and the Chicane Line Racing LMP2 Red team, the Chicane Line Racing team has actually been disqualified, the entire team, for intentional wrecking. That's not what you want to see, but unfortunately it's happened. But
I do believe that one of the drivers, or the driver captain, had went straight into the waiting room to discuss it. So I can imagine that's going to be very heated. That's, in some fairness, that's very much a shame from all drivers, and I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit more about that as time goes on. I want to maybe have one of the stewards come and speak to me when I come off comms, just so I get a little bit caught up on all the action, so that when I come back on air again, I can inform everybody, or even just inform quickly Louis or Vincent what's going on. Hopefully another commentator will hop in soon. Nobody's replied to me. Martin Karasek here in the JD Sim Racing car is really trying to defend from Core Motorsports. Core Motorsports is all over the back, but I don't know. I do believe Antonio PX is still in the car, if I'm right in saying, or did they actually do a driver swap the last time they were out?
Antonio.
No, it's
Which car was
PXC. The Core Motorsports car, the Ferrari. Yeah, so they've changed it. It's now Joe Alfonso that's in the car now, and they are really pushing. It does look like he's going to get past. Side by side. Really nicely done. Keeping nice and wide, giving a nice gap. He actually just should have stayed a little bit wider for longer, but he did want to hit the braking point, so that was very well done from him. And that's now Joe Afonso up into 7th position in category. Core Motorsports car running still with serious damage on the left front there. I wonder how that's doing for tyre life, and I actually wonder how that's doing for their overall pace.
I wonder whether it's just iRacing showing us that he's got damage and he might not, because it doesn't look like he's getting any kind of problems, and he has been in the pits.
Yeah,
so
he does.
I think iRacing might just be showing us a lie.
iRacing is a lie. What you on about, boys? We've got a steward's announcement to do with the Valhalla SimSport car and the Twisted LMP1 car. So 2 LMP1 cars, the Twisted LMP1 car, trying to get back out into the action again, and he's just caused another incident. That's 3 times now that I count on my hand that Twisted LMP1 has been involved in an incident on track today already. And that's really bad for them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because we didn't unfortunately get to see what might have happened, so it'll be interesting to see what the steward's verdict is on the incident.
Yeah, so Twisted gets 1 there. Twisted gets 2.
They've had quite a few. I know that they've had a warning.
Yeah, they've had a warning. So that's it. Nils Carr is going into the waiting room now to have a discussion with the stewards. I think Nils, obviously team manager for the Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red, he's going to be very angry. I can just imagine.
The Twisted LMP1 Blue car has actually been given a drive-through penalty for. Unfortunately, we haven't had a reason. I wonder if they might edit that later on, but it is a drive-through penalty for a competitor incident, and I don't know whether we mentioned
before. I'm guessing it's the same in not intentional wrecking, but it might be
unsafe rejoin and track surface was.
Yeah, that was
unsafe rejoin to track surface was the last one that they had. And it was actually with the Valhalla Esports Royal.
Oh, this
Valhalla
could be
Sport Royal. I don't know if we touched on it. I don't know if we touched on it at the start of the race, as we've just had an incident under review for the Core Motorsports car and Sapphire SimSport Alpha car.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what happened there, as we've got quite a few people in the waiting room for the stewards. I imagine they're having a bit of a busy time up there.
So Benjamin McConnell, both R&E Team Red, they're going to be appealing something, it seems, but Core Motorsports and Sapphire SimSport, yeah, as you're saying, literally straight in to discuss something with the head guys. The stewards are really busy today. I think can't wait for the nighttime stints, where there's going to probably be even more incidents that they can be enjoying. But Fuga SimSports LMP2 running down in 6th at the moment with Luke Pennington in the car. quite interesting to see all these guys actually driving around the track again. It's been quite a while since seeing Fuga and all that on the track with us here at ISRC. We haven't had a chance to fully see them. We were hoping that we would see Fuga in the Quiver Esports Championship on a Monday, but they unfortunately don't have many drivers available for a Monday. But again, Luke Pennington pushing that car, trying to get it into the Team DRC Red's rear view mirrors just a little bit to scare them off.
I just looking through the stewards chat, stewards announcements. At the start of the race in the drivers' briefing, the stewards, the organisers, implemented a new rule for Le Mans. The rule, in brief, was that if any car gets three drive-through penalties for a competitor incident, that's anything to do involving another team, so crashing, ramming off the road, etc. Anything that involves another car on the track. If they get 3 drive-throughs related to that, they will get a 10-minute stop hold as a massive slap on the wrist. Because if you're getting 3 of them,
that's horrible.
You shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be on the track.
Exactly. And the new addition to this was that if they then go and get a 4th one after they've had this 10-minute hold, if they then go and get another drive-through involving a competitor, they will get automatically DQ'd from the race. The entire team will get DQ'd. So the Twisted Lampley Blue 1 car has had 2 so far, and we're only 2 hours 15 into this race.
We're going to have quite a lot of incidents, I can imagine, then, as the race goes down. But you've got to imagine that Twisted LMP1 car just had a really bad start to the race, but maybe when they get a new driver in the car, with that, I guess, well, change of attitude, it might be a little bit better. Maybe just that little bit of pressure to not cause incidents might maybe not make them the fastest, but actually make them finish the race, which is, I'm sure, what they want to do.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think they've just had a bit of an unlucky start. Maybe with the incidents they had towards the start of the race, maybe the emotions have got to them a little bit, and they've been trying to go for overtakes that maybe aren't quite needed at this stage of the race.
Potentially, yes. One thing I will say though is I know how.
Just
an incident there.
That was the Ferrari of PPR Esports B there.
Matthias Verster. But in all fairness, there was no damage or anything done. I don't think there'll be any incident. If there is an incident there, I will be a little bit confused, as you know, that was just a late braking thing. There was nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think he just locked the rears up and spun the car around.
Nothing that anybody could do there. If I see that reported in the chat, in the Stewards announcement thing, I'll be just a little bit annoyed as to why someone decided that they were going to report that. Which I've seen some really silly incidents that shouldn't have even been reported today be reported in the chat, so yeah. Yeah,
we've had quite a few no further actions. I'm not sure if that's genuine, it was kind of a racing incident, or
could have been, yeah.
But usually they tell you if it's a racing incident. So
normally they do. I'm going to just at all the commentators because I'm hungry, and also I need to. Not that I don't want to leave you all by yourself, and I know that Vincent is in. Vincent is getting his food at the moment, so anyone free.
As we see a massive gaggle of cars there coming, as we actually had a crash with an LMP2 there in the background. Doesn't look like there was any serious damage. But
I do believe that we've literally just lost the man himself. Louis just died.
Because Discord restarts itself, obviously.
That's
What was
exactly how
saying?
it works. Can I get the stream back up again? Just so I can see it. Alexander King is typing, so hopefully he'll be in the next little while to join us. I can in a bit getting that fixed on my Focus RS for the second time in a week. Should be around in about 2 hours to get on. Oh god. Okay. Hopefully. Oh, here's Martin. Hi Martin.
Doing?
How are you doing?
I'm alright, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing great. Head's a little bit sore, so I'm looking to maybe take a quick break. Before though,
Yeah.
I want to have an interview with you about the car. What's happened?
So it all started how Loic was trying to go around the outside of a Porsche that had gotten off track, an RSR, a GTE car, at the second chicane. And it turned out there was a massive bump there, so he hit the bump, didn't hit the Porsche thankfully, and then that fired him into one barrier. He tried to hold it, and then he went across into the other barrier. He managed to bring it back to the pits, but yeah, unfortunately not all of the damage was fixed. I went out on it to test if the damage was fixed or not, and yeah, it wasn't. So I towed, yeah, and then Loic went out. I think it must have fixed a bit more. Loic went out, but then he lost it at the first corner, and then got hit by the Core Motorsports car, unfortunately. So yeah, then we towed again, and now we're out on track it's only a few kilometers down on the straight, so doing a lot better than. Yeah, no,
what it was.
Could have been
than what it was when it was about 3 wheels on the wagon sort of thing. So
I was gonna say, I mean, at least it's got aerodynamics now. You lost all of that when you were towing the car back the first time. So, I mean, at least Loic managed to get the car back. I mean, so many cars were passing as well, and he was just losing control of the car everywhere. So,
yeah, no, he
well
did an
done there.
incredibly good job to stay out the way of everybody else and yeah, make it back safely. So no, I mean, I'm only on very basic equipment, and he's on slightly better than me, and I couldn't hold it. So no, he's done a very good job.
I was gonna say as well, what's happening in the stewarding office right now? It seems to be getting flooded with everything. Is there, is it just really people getting frustrated, or? There's
been a few interesting or weird ones going on, really. Everyone's just excited to be racing at Le Mans, I think. So yeah. I don't know what else to say, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, I don't know if you know much about what was going on earlier with the Chicane Online racing car being disqualified for an intentional wrecking.
Yeah, so I was in the stewards box for that. I think they're are they in discussion now? No, they're not quite. So yeah, the rules state that an intentional wreck is a team disqualification.
Okay.
And the intention of that rule was to do with taking out other cars.
Okay.
But even still, we can't encourage people to crash their car because iRacing isn't fixing it for them, sort of thing. So we can't encourage that because it might take out somebody else as an innocent bystander, even though the intention's not there. So yeah, it was a difficult one. We had I think 3 of our head stewards in the room at the time, so lots of big ISRC stewarding brains, if you like.
Yeah.
And we debated that one heavily because it's a big decision to disqualify any team, or whether you have to or whether whether you decide not to. But those are the rules as they're written, and I think there'll be a further investigation into that after the race as well, because whilst you can argue it is clear in the rules, you can also argue it isn't clear in the rules.
Yeah, I think that's the same with most rules, isn't it? You can definitely find a way around them somewhere if you've got your wordplay right.
Yeah, agreed. And it's all down to us as a stewarding team to make sure that we are consistent, but also in this situation we came across a situation that we haven't come across before and one that we hadn't anticipated. So therefore it was like, oh, hang on a minute, we do have a rule there that covers it, and technically the rule actually states we need to ban that driver from all future ISRC events. However, that rule was written with the intention of intentional wrecks, or like with the around the scenario, which wasn't that case.
He didn't actually hit any cars though, did he? He actually
no,
took it off
agreed.
track and smashed
But the
it.
danger became where he could bounce back onto the circuit. So we don't want to risk that. You know, as we've said in the drivers' briefing at the start of the day, we've got 3 championships that are on the line.
Yeah.
LMP2's already wrapped up at the top, and then we had 2 cars which were on 83 points, I think. Let me just get up a second.
Yeah, you've got your LMP1, which is really close, and then obviously the GT field's even closer. So for both the AM and the Pro field, and also, and you've actually saying that, and you've actually got 4, because you've also got the overall trophy as well for the GT series, that is up for grabs too. So it's
so we have to fundamentally safeguard the other drivers that are on track competing with us, and that was the reason why that team was disqualified. It's not an easy decision, not a nice one to make, but unfortunately some stuff happens. There have to be consequences for it, and as I say, we'll learn as a stewarding team, and the rules will get that little bit clearer or a little bit tighter sort of thing over and over again.
Yeah. Anyway, that was awesome having a quick interview. I know you're coming in to help us with comms now. I'm probably gonna have to hop out now and go make some dinner, chill out, and then I'll be back on with you guys at 11 o'clock tonight to take you into the nighttime stint here on the ISREC 24 hours of Le Mans. Thank you very much for having me for just now, Martin and Louis, and I'm sure Vincent will be back to join you guys in a little bit.
Alright, cheers, Andrew.
Yeah. Nice. Cheers.
Right, yeah, well, the incidents that we've had, we have to say that it's mine and your car, isn't it, Louis? So I don't quite know what our stint plan is anymore. But yeah, we'll get there.
We'll work it out. What we're doing is Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo. Because they
What's
don't have a
that?
stint plan at all.
Well, yes, true. The Bravo car does not have a stint plan, from what we've heard. So very interesting, indeed. That looks like a battle on track on screen. That does. Kairos Competition Apollo car 63 and the 90 Ferguson Sport. So Ferguson Sport, yes, Ferguson Sport LMP2 car.
Surprisingly,
Very good.
the LMPs have been very close. GTs have had a good few battles. LMPs, for the most part, have been keeping it quite close together. Like we've got on track now, we've got Mark Trant.
Trying to go around the outside. Oh no, sorry, that would be whoever's in the Fuga car. Who's in the Fuga car? Luke Pennington trying to go around down the inside of the Indianapolis. That's fantastic maneuver, but yeah, good job they managed to avoid each other. And at the front of shot, just going out at the bottom of screen there, would be the LMP2 4th place R3T racing car.
Yeah, just a quick update on the Core Motorsports Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha investigation. Stewards have deemed it no further action. So, whoever was possibly in the firing line there will be what's the word? I can't think of the word now.
You're right. Let off. Or the Core Motorsport car. Yeah,
Relieved.
Yes, indeed. Anytime you have as Luke Pennington slides off and Mark Trant gets that position back into the pit lane.
I've seen a few of them.
I did see a Ferrari earlier, like an almost army coloured Ferrari. I can't quite remember what colour that. What team that one is.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Right, whilst these pit stops are going on, I'm going to go solo very quickly. Ah, that was the one, the PPI Sports B, yeah, so one-off entry. Sitting fourth overall, fourth in Amplets. Very good. Sorry, I've been trying to sort out streams and everything, so I haven't really caught up on what's actually going on. I'm going to quickly pop in with our teammate and ask him what the stint plan is. How many laps he wants to do. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah, no worries. Right then, as we have a large field of LMP2s coming in for their pit stops, looks like a lot of them are on similar strategies. The only thing separating them is the speed on track. Some of them building bigger gaps than the others. We still have the Aquiva Motorsport car in the lead with Daniel Thompson leading that car, with Josh Falkus in the Sapphire Racing Sport Bravo car slowly not far behind, trailing. Sorry. At the moment, it looks like there's about a 30-second gap between them, but it looks like that isn't. It's not increasing, so I imagine Josh will be happy at the least that he's not losing time, as we have a steward's announcement. There was an investigation into Twisted LMP1 Blue and the car number 278 Manatee Racing ISRC GTE. The result of that is that the Manatee Racing car has got a stop hold for a competitor incident. Reason is that it did an unsafe rejoin to the track surface. So they're going to have to come into the pits and serve that stop hold. As we see Josh getting lapped there by a couple of Porsche LMP1s. These are the Abruzzi Sports Black and Silver cars. Very close together. I imagine they'll be helping each other out. At least I think it was the black and silver. No. Maybe my eyes are painted on. Not quite sure who that was. I do believe the Twisted LMP1 Blue car had damage. They did actually serve a 9-minute and 15-second pit stop. So I think they might have had some serious damage. Contend with. As we look further up the field in the LMP2 class, all of these cars have just come out of the pits, very close together, battling for P4 overall. As we see the NSR Bronze SimPerformance.com LMP2 with Simon Mertens in the car. Mertens, sorry, in the car. Looks like he might possibly be taking tyres. As he leaves, as we see the Stage 1 Racing green car of Eric Essers coming in. We'll take a ride on board with Jackson Lowry in the FTR Esports LMP2. Coming into the Porsche curves. Not quite got the downforce of the LMP1 cars, so looking at the difference between the LMP1 cars and the LMP2 is quite astonishing. LMP1 cars are, if they had any more downforce, I won't be surprised in quality trim if the borderline went flat out through most of that. In fact, they kind of do. So, we see a few more cars coming into the pit. We've got the Manatee. This might be to serve the stop and hold penalty that they received. The Manatee Racing Esport, Manatee Racing ISRC GTE. Be interesting to see if they make this a pit stop as well, as I believe iRacing does let you do that. It lets you serve your penalty and then adds the time on extra for your pit stop. We ride here following the Twisted LMP1 blue car. He's with the nearly 10 minutes pit stop that he had. He's going to be finding himself digging through the LMP field, trying to gain all those positions back, try and catch back up with the rest of the LMP1 field. It's not like they've had a great race so far. They've been going for 2.5 hours now, and not a great place to be in the middle of the LMP field, but they've got plenty of time to recover this and get back up there. We follow Perry Heineken in the Team DRC orange car. He's actually 6th in the Pro Class at the minute. He's been doing very well, keeping the car on the track. Plenty of time for him to make up those 6 positions. Quite a hefty gap to the leader of the Pro Class, but there's plenty of time. He's on the pace with them, so in fact, I think he might have actually gone. I think he pitted last lap, so I'm not exactly sure how close to the pace he is. So we see Anthony Pisano in the ISRE Sports AM car. Lovely Corvette livery on that. They're currently leading, actually, in the AM category. They have about 30.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that.
What we're doing.
So at the moment it is 5:45 in the UK. Loic is going to drive till about 8 o'clock. I'm going to drive till about 10 o'clock. And then Harry Harvey's going to get in, our fourth teammate. And then we'll be pretty much back on track. So Harry is going to struggle otherwise to get his a lot of his reasonably fair share of driving in, if you like. So
Yeah.
So so then you and Harry will do the night, and I'll pick up again in the morning. If that sounds right to you.
Yeah, fine by me. Oh, as we see the Corvette there of RSR just getting on the gravel.
Out of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So what do we got? A That's Casper Johansson. He's had a bit of trouble. Did you have a bit of a trouble going into the pits at the end of the first stint?
At the first stint, I'm not 100% sure. James had a crash. Just at the pit entry, kind of just going through 4 chicanes, which forced him to box for repairs.
Yeah.
Not sure if iRacing gave him an unsafe pit entry because obviously he was meant to go through the 4 chicanes and not into the pits.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100%, but I think he got a
drive through. Did he
drive
for that,
through?
or
Yeah, I think like the
something
lap
old?
later he got a drive through. He then, I'm not sure what happened, but their last stop was 9 minutes and 15.
Oh right, okay, that's quite a long one.
Yeah, that's why they're like down in.
Well, they're down in 18th overall on my screen, so yeah, that's not going to ideal. But then again, they're still ahead of where we are, so we're in 45th. Yeah, it's not the best day out for us, but we'll get the places back. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we're how many laps down? They're on 40. We're 2 laps down on the lead GTE, and we gained best part of 40 seconds a lap.
Yeah, we're a bit down on top end. Mind you, still not doing too badly, but Loic's also struggling to do 11 laps. He's doing a little bit of fuel saving for that 11th lap at the moment, so he's still got some damage, unfortunately, with these highly aero-dependent cars. Yeah, a bit more drag, and therefore, but unfortunately, we're struggling a little in a straight line. But the livery still looks good. Thank you very much, Louis.
Can't
Bits
say
that aren't broken. You organised it, so that's good.
I organised it.
Fair enough.
Paid for it.
Yeah, I'll probably owe you a bit for that.
Although no, P1 was a contribution from everyone.
Fair enough. Right, shall we do a bit of a rundown? Does that make sense? Is that what people want to see? See what...
We haven't done it yet, so...
Well, yeah, we're only 2.5 hours in, so we'll do the 2.5 hourly update, yeah?
Pretty sure this will be an hour, but sure.
No. We're starting a new
Not
trend.
here.
No. We don't do things conventionally at ISRC TV. That'll be far too sensible. Right, so we've got...
We'll do the next one at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's
5 hours in.
Yeah, that's the one. And then we'll have 1 hour and a half before the end or something stupid like that. Right, so what have we got? We have the RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver car with Lennart Huet at the wheel. Interesting to see a Porsche at the head of the field. That's not something I thought I was going to see, but they put it on pole. And have stayed there, it seems. Forgive me if I've missed out something in between, but yeah, they're still there. Next up, we have chasing them down is the Patrick Pelchat is still in the Fugger LMP1 car. So he did qualifying for them at least, didn't he? And is still going strong.
I think he qualified. Why did he qualify second or third?
Yeah. So all of our top, on my screen at least, our top 5 LMP1 cars are still in the same order. So we've had, we'll get there. So what we have is, Patrick Pelchat is currently, is it 20 seconds down? Let me just read my thing correctly.
Mine says 7. There's a second.
Sorry, that's the way to read it. You are correct. So he's 7 seconds down off the overall lead after 2 hours and 40 seconds, which is not bad, to be fair. It's good to see a good fight from our championship leader is Patrick in the Fugger SimSport LMP1 car. and the RLR Abruzzi Esports silver cars and the black car won't get any championship points. So the Fuga car is actually racing the backmarker blue racing car, which is in 5th. But before we get to him, we have Lewis Woods and the RLR Abruzzi Esports black car. I like how the RLR Abruzzi Esports car team have got a buck each way sort of thing. So they got one Porsche, one Audi.
Yeah.
Quite strategic, potentially. Yes, absolutely. Early showing is that the Porsche's in the lead. So we've got a 7-second lead at the start at the head of the field, and then Lewis Woods is 26 seconds behind Patrick Pelchat. Kai-Uwe Bassener in the SRA and IES Swiss Union team. Now that team is actually joined forces, so that is two halves of two different teams, and hence the Swiss Union part. So that's really cool to see.
Delivery. They've got delivery on the car is half and half.
Yes, absolutely, it is. If you go onto our Twitter page, you'll be able to see a little graphic that they put together, and we shared. So they're half red on the left-hand side, and then the other half is blue on the right. Fantastic camera work there, Louis. Thank you. As Lewis Woods, actually, in the RLR Abruzzi Esports black car, has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 3:11.5. So his tyres are obviously doing well. I think he took tyres at his last pit stop. So he was stopped for 39 seconds, whereas the two cars ahead of him were only stopped for 25 and 23 seconds. So be interesting to see how Lewis Woods can close up that 26 second deficit to the cars ahead of him. So Kai-Uwe Bassener is another 26 seconds behind Lewis Woods. He's in the Swiss Union car we were just looking at, and now we moved on to Peter Elson, backmarker racing blue. So they are best part of a lap behind the Swiss Union Porsche. They're 2 minutes 45 off 4th place at the moment.
Fairly hefty gap.
Yes, it is, but anything can happen at Le Mans, and anything can happen in iRacing's version of Le Mans as well, I think. Yeah, I don't know what else to say after the events that our car has had today already.
Well, I think the Bravo car was in 6th, maybe 7th in LMP2. I go back and look a couple of laps later, and they're in 2nd. So yeah, anything can happen, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there's still, if anything can happen in the first 2.5 hours for our 2.5 hour hourly update, then definitely anything can happen in the remaining 21. Right, so we've seen Peter Elson in the backmarker racing blue car. We now move on to Oliver Kemp in the Valhalla Simsport Royale Porsche. Lovely livery, I do like that. The wings on the side of it and everything, very, very nice. They're 2 minutes 10 behind Peter Elson in the backmarker racing blue car. Currently completed 48 laps on their 49th. Then 7th car in LMP1 is Twisted LMP1 Blue. Kasper Johansson is in that red and black car, just hassling the back of Core Motorsports as they go through the Ford chicane there. That car has just completed 45 laps on its 46th, so that is 3 laps down on the Valhalla Simsport Royale car. And then unfortunately, Louis, I think we're going to have to go look at our own car now. So our own car is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car, driven superbly despite hitting the bump of Loic Marchand. He is on his 41st lap, so he is 5 laps down on Kasper Johansson in the Twisted LMP1 blue car, and buried deep in 43rd overall.
Could be worse.
It could be worse. We're still running. I think that is definitely a positive. As Patrick Pelchat's just set the fastest lap of the race, just a 100th quicker than Lewis Wood had in his previous lap. So there's still plenty of pace out there, which is good, and it should get quicker as the track cools.
the silver car has boxed. That
Silver car
was
has
just
boxed. Very good.
Um,
And I'm assuming that's going to take tyres as well. And should be coming out of the pit box anytime soon. Yep, here it comes.
They did take tyres, yeah.
Yeah, they took tyres, perfect. There, so let's drop them back down to 4th place. And that's really nice, because that shows how quick, or how close, should I say, our LMP1 battle is. If in the time lost in doing one pit stop, you can go from 1st to 4th, then that's fantastic. And clearly their fuel mileage isn't quite as good in that Porsche as it is the two Audis that are chasing, and even the Swiss Union Porsche.
Definitely, I mean... It's nice to see... The fact that we've got 8 LMP1s in the first place is really nice to see. But then to have them quite close together, there might not be nose to tail, but there's still a big strategy game to be played here, so it's quite entertaining, and it'll be really interesting to see how it pans out later on.
Yes, absolutely. We've got to kind of like make a bit of a note as to who's doing 11 laps, who's doing 10 laps, and or even 11 and 12 perhaps, as it might be, and therefore who's going to end up on top by doing one less stop or 2 less stops over the whole race. Should we have a look at Daniel J. Thomas in the Quiver Motorsports Huda Cup car? So they are up 2 positions from qualifying, says my screen. I'm gonna have to believe no, sorry, that's 2 positions overall due to the LMP1 cars that have fallen behind it. They started on pole, they're still at the top spot.
Yeah.
So their best lap is a 3:29.99, and they're the only LMP2 car to break into the 29s. So still plenty of talent behind the wheel there, and doing a good job showing it. They have a 30-second lead over our sister car, Josh Falkus in the Sapphire Cinesport Bravo, Delara P217. They are coming down towards, that's the first chicane at the moment. Another good livery. Really not much to say there, I don't think. It looks like everyone is on the same pit strategy, and just purely a bit of pace at the moment is pulling the Quiver car ahead of the Sapphire Cinesport Bravo car. Josh Falkus has been in from the start, I believe.
Yeah, they haven't actually changed driver yet, but I believe Josh has things to do tomorrow, so he actually has to get all his share of his driving done before midnight tonight.
Fair enough.
I imagine we'll be seeing a lot of him today.
Fair enough, and he is a quick driver. As you say, he's moved from 6th to 2nd quite recently, so that's good to see. Qualified 3rd in LMP2, currently sitting in 2nd, so very good. Gio van der Erve of Team DRC Red, our champions, if I'm not mistaken, are currently sitting in 3rd on LMP2 and currently on target for another LMP2 class win. So trying to get a bit of... Is that car going past the Porsche? It is. Something's happened to that Porsche.
That's twice that Porsche. I believe not long ago they forgot to box. Okay, the Porsche's just boosted past it.
Clearly not going to be outdone by... Clearly not going to be outdone by a poxy little naturally aspirated V8. As he goes past with his 2-litre V4, but lots and lots of hybrid power.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he just slipped off the boost button for a bit.
Well, he's gone now.
Yeah, because he's pissed off into the distance, as it were. Right, so then we move on to Mark Tranter, Kairos Apollo, Competition Apollo, sorry. He is 25 seconds behind Gio van der Erve. He had a good battle earlier with the Luke Pennington in the Fuga SimSport LMP2 car and is still only 8 seconds behind that. Sorry, still only 8 seconds ahead of that car. You see that car in the back of shot occasionally. Doing a decent job. Camaraderos Competition Apollo and Poseidon as their other car, the GTEM car, relatively recent additions to the ISREC Championship. And yeah, I love their liveries, seem to be nice people and do some good racing, so more than happy to have them along. As we say, Luke Pennington is still in the Fuga SimSport LMP2 car, is only 3 seconds behind, so that battle is still raging on. Will be interesting to see how the lap times get quicker into the as the end of the day cools off. It is currently 6:10 in the evening at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Eric Vizzy R3T Racing Team is then 8 seconds back from the Fuga car. So how many cars do we have actually on the lead lap in LMP2? We must have a fair few.
All of them?
Looks like one has fallen off at the back, but the rest of them, and that's a fantastic feat because, well, yeah, it is always a competitive class.
3 of them have been lapped by the lead Equiva car.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so let's run down the rest of them relatively quickly then. Teo Schroeder, Equiva Motorsports AA, Real Sortioni. I butchered that anyway.
I need to get Marcus to come tell us how to pronounce all the sponsor names.
Yes, I think so, and they are their sponsors, so sorry to their sponsors for butchering them. They're only 4 seconds back from the R3T Racing Team. 34 seconds behind them is FTR Esports, currently driven by Jackson Lowry. They have a 13-second lead over Frederick Nellerman in the Tronso Racing car. Under 3 seconds behind them, however, is Bart Parrott of Stage 1 Racing Junior 72. Now, if I remember rightly, they're actually second in the championship at the moment for LMP2, if I get up the correct screen. So yeah, there's a battle between... So Team DRC Racing Red have won LMP2. They can't be beaten.
Yeah.
Stage 1 Racing Junior number 72, driven by Bart Parrott at the moment, is sitting in second, 14 points ahead of FTR Esports, currently driven by Jackson Lowry. So there's only 2 positions between those at the moment. So that will definitely be an interesting battle to watch throughout the race. Verve Racing Team Black, Nicholas Reeves is 7 seconds behind Bart Parrott of the Stage 1 Racing Junior 72 car. Yuri Urbink of Polder Racing in the 55 is 50 seconds behind the Verve Racing Team Black car. Manuel Winans of Stage 1 Racing Senior 83 as 20 seconds behind the Verve Racing Team Black car. Adam J. Pierce of Cabot K1 is only 7 seconds behind. He's another 50 seconds behind Stage 1 Racing Senior number 83. Then we have Simon Mertens of NSR Bronze SimPerformance.com, 7 seconds behind the Cabot car. And Arnold Agema, Stage 1 Racing Green, brings up the rear full of laps down.
Can I just quickly interrupt with
Absolutely.
Stewards announcement update?
Yep.
We've had a lot of no further actions. We have had 3. Yeah, we've had 3 penalties be applied. There was an incident involving Team PCS Racing and Core Motorsports number 2, resulting in Core Motorsports getting a drive-through penalty for causing an incident. We've also had an incident involving 27 Motorsport White and NSS Racing Red, resulting in NSS Racing Red getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. And also Backmarker Racing Orange and SRA and IES Swiss Union, that's the LMP1 who's currently sat in P3, He has been given a stop and hold for causing a collision as well. Okay.
Cool. No, very good. Always good to get stewards updates. Right, as oh no, the GTE cars have started making their pit stops. This is going to royally screw up our 2.5 hourly update. If we go what's on the screen, my screen at the moment, so we've got Taj Edwards. Sorry, let's finish off the LMP2. So we've got two LMP2s sitting at the bottom of the pile, I'm afraid, at the moment. So we've got Fabio Suarez of RNE Team Red. They've had some issues and are currently sitting 11 laps off their next in class, and then unfortunately the Chicane Online Racing LMP2 red car was disqualified for intentionally wrecking at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. Taj Edwards of Ferguson Sport GT as the 191 car is currently in the lead, and not in the lead by very far. As you can see, Perry Pineken right tucked behind him of Team DRC Orange. So that's as you can see, it's a half-second gap. And then a little bit further behind them, you've got Mikhail Matusek, 5 seconds back in the Lithium Motorsports car. So as they exit the first chicane, he enters it. So that is a fantastic battle going on there. And then if we scoot a little bit further back, we've got Ruben de Vries of Team DRC Blue is another 20 seconds behind, as he now enters the first chicane of the Mulsanne. So our top four in GTE are all going for the championship, I'm going to say, if I haven't got that incorrect. Team DRC Orange, Hashtag Racing, oh, they're not there, sorry, they're a bit further down. Fuga Simsport GT are, so you got Team DRC Orange, Hashtag Racing, and Fuga Simsport GT. So the battle at the head of the field, as Perry Pineken has got past Taj Edwards, and takes a big slide at the exit of Mulsanne, trying to get the power down side by side. All the way down to Indianapolis they'll be, as that LMP2 car in the background is, I think, another Fuga car, so that'll be threading the eye of the needle, perhaps. Hopefully not taking out either of them. Safely done. As Perry holds on to the lead despite that slide. That is an absolutely amazing battle over nearly 3 hours in, and yeah, brilliant. So Frosty St. Clair on screen at the moment in the 137 Orion Racing team. That is a one-off entry. Only 20 seconds off Team DRC Blue, which is good. And I was going to do the GTs as one, Louis, because they are all effectively the same class, well, in one championship at least. So you've got Anthony Pisano of ISR Esport AM doing a really good job there, leading the GTE AM Championship and sitting in 6th place of GTE overall. The RSR Esport AM car is going to need to win. It's currently sitting on 88 points, and the 27 Motorsport car, the 218, which is way down the order, I'm afraid. Excuse me, is on 107. So I can't do any mental arithmetic off the top of my head at the moment, but that might swing the way of the RSR Esport AM car at the moment. That will be one to watch for the race, for the rest of the race, because the 27 Motorsport car needs to finish third and it is guaranteed the championship, as long as they adhere to all post-race checks in terms of driver time and all that sort of jazz. Excuse me. Louis Barbosa in the 27 Motorsport white car, believe it or not, that is the white car, the 118, is 14 seconds behind Anthony Pisano, and 28 seconds behind Frosty St. Clair in the Orion race team. João Afonso in the Core Motorsports 113 Ferrari is another 20 seconds behind the 27 Motorsport white car. And then we move back to our first Porsche in GTE, which is the JD Sim Racing car of Martin Karasek. He is currently... I can't figure out on my timing screen how far he is behind Anthony Pisano in the RSR Esport AM car, but they're on the same lap, or just about to be on the same lap, and doing a decent job. Probably about a minute behind, I feel. Rickard Lindqvist in the XRL Esports car is that must be more than 7 seconds, I feel.
Yeah.
Okay, my
7
time screen is
seconds to the JD Sim Racing car.
Yeah, okay. And then Matthias Verster of the PPR Esports B Ferrari is 40 seconds further back, just behind those two. Excuse me. The JD Sim Racing, the XRL, has the XRL Esports a one-off entry or not? I can't quite remember. Sorry, I'm just going to try and find the right tab on my Google and have a look.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so actually, the first Anthony Pisano in the RSR Esport AM car is first and taking full championship points at the moment, but the next 3 cars aren't taking any points at all from GTE AM. So the JD Sim Racing, XRL Esports, and the PPR Esports B will not take any points from this round. Zhao Brights of Hashtag Racing will, however, take points, and they are our current GTE leaders, GTE Championship leaders. No, sorry, they're second. So they're only 3 points behind the Team DRC orange car in their BMW. BMW's proving strong in the GTE Championship throughout the course of the season. Niels Lepers is currently sitting 5th in GTE AM, but for the German Sim Racing Friends ISRC car, but they're actually in second. They will score second place points at the moment. And Mariano Streubel of Chaos Latin Gamers has just come into the pits in 6th place in AM, and they won't score any points, I don't believe. 277, no, they're a one-off entry as well, as Matthew Notley is coming to the pits as well for Kairos Competition Poisson, which will be currently sitting 3rd in the point scoring positions for the AM category. He's just handed over to Dylan Cole. And in the process of the pit stops, Hendrik Lichtenhagen for Equiva Motorsports GT has overtaken the 2 of those cars to take on 6th place until he makes his 4th stop of the race. Jens Roker of Mounds Racing is in he's in 17th overall for GT. 15 seconds behind Kairos Competition Poisson. Kevin Simon of Team PCS is in 9th in AM and 19th in GTE overall. And then we move down to Simon Zerker of NSS Racing Red. In there, I really do like that livery. I was looking at it earlier and it looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is quite nice.
Those hexagons all over it just look absolutely amazing, and I think credit goes up to all of our livery designers for this week, or for this round.
There's been some astonishing ones that have been made.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Or even, the Chicane Online Racing guys they did a bit of a special livery for the end of the season. With a few memes and things on the side of the car as well. So, no, it's brilliant. The whole event is what it's come to and what it means to everybody to try and finish off the season 1 of ISR EC with a bigger bang. Right, let's finish off the rest of GTE then. So Frank Gaia and Manatee Racing ISRC GTE, the 278 car, that sitting a little lower than we usually see it. if I look across, that is currently sitting third in GTE AM. But with the 27 Motorsports car having a bad race, but then the RSR Esport AM car leading the race at the moment, I don't think they're going to be on for a championship win at the moment, but you never know, all could change in the next, oh goodness, just under 21 hours.
Yeah.
Pablo Antequera of Aeropigs Racing Team is a lap down on the Manatee Racing car. They must have hit some early trouble, unfortunately, as well as Fabio Macheles of 27 Motorsport. So yeah, they're not doing as well as they would have hoped to as current championship leaders, but never know, plenty can happen just yet. Nuno Macedo of Core Motorsports number 2 is currently sitting on 41 laps, and just behind him is Backmarker Racing Orange, which it's always painful to see these guys down at this end of the field for myself, because they have two of their they're not in the car at the moment. That would be why they're falling further and further back. They had two. Ed is one of our head stewards and ambuns, and Keith Eiserman did the magnificent spotters guide. I shall remember to post another link of that soon.
Yeah.
And then Lawrence Kostvinder, DC Sim Racing Black, they showed fantastic pace early on in the race, but unfortunately have only completed 4 laps. And Marcel Rapalk did unfortunately only 1.5 laps in the Prism Sim Racing Team car. That car looked absolutely amazing, but they were caught out by the Aeropigs car, if I remember rightly, rejoining unsafely at the second chicane. So that put them in the wall early on, and they've decided to retire the car, unfortunately. Right, so should we go back to the head of GTE Pro, because those guys are still only 0.4 of a second apart.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, because Vincent is back, so Vincent is gonna take over on cams.
Cool, no worries. Well, I think we can watch this this battle for a little bit longer. Allow you guys to switch. As we see Taj Edwards of Ferguson Sport GT come into the second chicane, followed closely behind by Perry Pineken of Team DRC Orange. Oh, I think we might have had a couple of crashes in LP2. Or maybe they've just dropped out from my thing at the moment, because often when it comes up on my event screen there's a few crashes. It's just people having a bit of trouble with their internet.
Yeah, and hello Martin, I'm here too now.
Hello Vincent, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. Yes, we've had an eventful start of the race, but we're going again, and that's good.
Yeah, it seems like a fun race right now. Place is being made. I saw your team had a little dip there as well.
Yeah, we're definitely on the back foot, but we'll climb up, and we'll see what we can do the rest of the way. There's a long way to go yet.
Yeah, that's basically the mod anyway. It's keeping up with everyone and not letting minor mistakes take you down. You can easily get back in place.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason. Well, I was about to say there's no reason why the same shouldn't or couldn't befall anybody else, which I'm not wishing ill on anybody else, but no, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then that's fine. And at the end of the day, endurance racing, and sometimes the dice come up trumps and other times not. But yeah, this battle on screen is absolutely fantastic. The Fuga SimSport GT car and the Team DRC Orange car have put an awful lot of practice into this and take our league, our championship, very seriously, and it's fantastic to see cars and teams be so enthusiastic about it, and again be just so competitive for the overall win and championship.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how every driver as well has their strengths and their weaknesses on racing, but at the same time they're doing the same lap times, and you just see them battling through the corners. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely chucking those mammoths around. I call them mammoths for being an LMP1 driver, but yeah, no, it's they're still quite nimble. Especially, I do enjoy driving the GTE cars a lot more than any GT3. Pretty much, the extra bit of downforce that you get from the GTE category just is so much more pleasant in my eyes than a GT3 car. But anyway, both are still popular, which is good.
Yeah, I haven't driven GT that much, but yeah, they're fun cars. I like them a lot, and they're fun to drive. Quite competitive, have their own weaknesses and strengths per car, and it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just looking at my timing screen, and it seems that we've had a change again for the lead. So Patrick Pelchat in the Ferguson Sport LMP1 car is now in the overall lead. He, I'm going to say, is yet to... So our top 3 drivers are all on 5 pit stops. Patrick last pitted on lap 54. Ryan Littlemore in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver car pitted on lap 50. And Lewis Woods of RLR Abruzzi Esports Black pitted on lap 57. And we are now on lap 59. So I'm going to say the RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver, that Porsche, is actually in the best position at the moment because it has a 7-lap fuel stint advantage over its sister Audi, the Esports Black, RLR Abruzzi Esports Black car, and it has a 4-lap advantage over Patrick Pelchat in the Ferguson Sport LMP1 Audi. Yeah, very good. Well done, guys. I don't know what more to say at this point.
Yeah. How long do LMP1s drive on a tank anyway?
Well, I'd usually say 11 laps.
11 laps.
But considering we are now on lap 59 and our top 2 overall leader haven't pitted for their 6th stop, then it's going to be more than 11. My guess is that they did 11 at the start, and they can now do 12 as it's got cooler, and maybe they can extend the fuel a bit longer. Maybe they're able to sit behind an LMP2 car for longer as the LMP2 field is spread out a bit more. Maybe they get a bit more of a slipstream behind other cars. So yeah, that's very interesting to see. Can you see the little stint button? There should be a stint button on your screen, Loic. Sorry, Loic. Vincent.
Yes. You mean pit strategy?
Yes, that's the one, pit strategy. So that should actually show us what the pit strategy has been for these vehicles.
Of course, not up to date with all the pit stops in this race because I joined the game later on, but close enough for the last couple of stints.
Yeah, I can't quite see them on my screen, however. Don't know if that's something that Louis was looking into. Anyway, either way, will these guys pit this lap? As that LMP2 Fuga car was just brought to the RLR Esports Abruzzi Esports car, and has allowed the sister car to pull back up. Ah, there we go. Okay, so ignore the front yellow bit because that's when Vincent wasn't actually on. Yeah, and you can see the differences even at the blue band as to where their pits were. And then they're running on 11 lap stints, it looks like there, doesn't it? For that second yellow band. So
It's a bit of an odd one because you got an Audi doing an 11, an Audi doing a 12, Porsche doing a 12, and a Porsche doing an 11.
Yeah, very interesting. Unless some of them have had longer or shorter pit stops, or yeah, I'm not too sure.
Might be because of some fuel saving behind other cars, having more traffic.
Yeah, well, they were.
Very possible.
Yeah, they were very close to each other at the start of the race, weren't they? So maybe a bit more fuel saving it was possible. Righty ho. So that is the battle that I was going to ask you to look at. So we have Ryan Chevalier of FTR Esports, currently right tucked up right behind the Tronso racing car with Frederick Nellerman at the wheel. Pulls out of the slipstream going down to the second chicane. As my driver is in the pit, so I'm just going to quickly leave you guys and I'll come back 2 seconds.
Yes, as he stays behind Ryan Chevalier, behind Frederick Nellerman, and we'll try it again next corner, next straight.
Yeah.
It's a bit far behind though.
Don't think he'll get it done into the next one, but he'll be wanting to keep in the slipstream to stay on the back of Frederick Nellerman. That's for sure. Otherwise, it's Sapphire Bravo car is Josh, Ewan, and Tom. They're the Sapphire Bravo car.
There they go side by side on the straight towards India. Is it in? Is this India, right?
Yes, this is coming up to Indy. You've got the Twisted LMP1 car behind them trying to get through, but unsuccessful.
Successful as Ryan has successfully made the pass, while the LMP Indy was struggling to get past there. They were side by side on the straight, no one could get past. Very nice overtake, I'll say. And he's instantly made a gap of 1.3 seconds, which is very good, and put a GTE between them during the Porsche curves. That'll make the gap even more close.
It's ridiculous how close people get to the the wall on the outside there. It's millimeters between having the perfect line and ending your entire race.
Yeah, it's insane. You need to have some big brains, big confidence in your car to take that corner. If you just lose it 1 second, you're in the wall and you're done for.
Exactly.
As we see Eric Fitzy from the R3T racing team coming close to Mark Trenter from Kairos competition Apollo. Yeah, he'll certainly be looking for an overtake on the straight, or maybe the next one, as he pulls alongside him. And I think quite comfortably already in front of him. Yeah, there he goes.
Great move. Managing to get it done.
Looked easy enough. Of course, the slipstream on these extremely long straights do help a lot with these cars. Build on downforce. And that's also the setup work you need to do. And on this track, you can opt for a more setup based on the corners, so you go for the straights. And that's
Yeah, you want to find a good balance really here. I'd say you might want to swing it a bit more towards straight line speed. Otherwise, 'cause you've got some really long straights here, so you'll want to be quick down them. And if you put in all your setup towards cornering, it's a little bit pointless around Le Mans, I'd say. You want it so that you can do Porsche curves as fast as you can, whilst having as much straight line speed as you can possibly have. Otherwise, you will be lacking for a large proportion of the track, and people will be passing you.
It's all the balancing game. If you're leading and have no car to slipstream from as well, you'll want a more straight line based car. If you're behind and you opt on having to trail behind cars for the slipstream, you could alter it a bit, go more for the corners, and that's the sacrifice you make.
Yeah, exactly. And we currently have the Stage 1 Racing Senior car and the Team DRC Red car. So there's currently an incident being reviewed by the stewards there. Hello, Martin. Oh, no. He did join. I imagine he'll be back in a minute.
Trouble
So it'll
with
be
this
interesting
team,
to...
Go on, sorry.
I was just going to say it's going to be interesting to see what comes of the steward with the two LMP cars that are currently under investigation. Because I believe... quite a big gap between them, I think. There's about a 1 lap difference between them, so... what else have we got going on?
I do have a crash we can look at.
Pardon?
I do have a crash we can look at. It's been a bit ago, but we'll have a look at it.
Yeah?
I believe it's Matthias Worster. That's interestingness. Yeah, Matthias Worster from PPR Esports B having a bit of an off somewhere. At least that's what my iRacing is telling me. Beliefs.
I'm gonna guess he's broke.
But it seems like it isn't working. Let me try this again. There we go. Tom Foss in the DRC red car. Already pretty back from where they want to be, I guess. Having a bit of a spin there.
Ooh, hitting it on that front wheel is not going to be doing the suspension any good. I think, yeah, look.
He towed back out to the pits after this, yes. Which is not what you want to see. Easy corner to make a mistake in as well.
Oh yeah, the speed you're taking into that, especially with the right-hand turn on entry.
Yes, one mistake. Saw their brake, locking a brake, you get spun so easily. It's a combination of high speed and cornering all in one mistake can cost you a lot. And there's one gap there that if you hit it, you get towed back to the pits without much damage, which ideally you would aim for when you do crash there. As I do have another replay from Arnold Arnold Agema from the Stage 1 Racing Green team. He also had a bit of an off track and a bit of a crash himself. Looks to be in Indianapolis as well. He's a bit inside there, and yes, you can see how easy it is to make a mistake there. You go a bit wide, you run on the inside of the left-hander, and you have to stop the car then. Luckily, no damage for him there.
As we see the Fuga Simsport GT car on the tail of the Team DRC Orange BMW. It's spent a couple of laps now, nose to tail with each other, so I imagine the Fuga Simsport will want to be getting around the Team DRC car anytime soon. Or he might just be using it to his advantage and saving fuel. Being able, hopefully, to go a bit longer than the Team DRC car, hopefully playing that into their strategy.
Yes, as you said, these two have been on each other's tail for the last couple of laps, and they just seem to be doing it. They seem to be keeping that gap the same, about half a second, fluctuating here and there, and it's beautiful. It's racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what you said,
As
yeah,
we-
Taj might do the big strategy as
Yeah.
Perry pulls into the pits.
And starting to see Loic in the Sapphire Sport Alpha car slowly making his way through the GT field that he got lapped by when he had his few incidents. So it's nice to see that car slowly gaining all its positions back.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in a position where he can make a place as he's out of the pits. He has had some damage, of course, in the early racing, and he's
Yeah.
hoping for some points here.
Yeah. Yes. I don't think we're in much of a battle in terms of where we come in the championship. But yeah, any points that we manage to get will be taken, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Loic, has he been in the car since the start of a race? Because I have not seen another driver
Yes.
in the car. That's
Loic has been in the car the entire time.
That's impressive, though. Driving 3.5 hours already. So he'll be going for at least what I can see a couple of laps more. He is only just had a pit stop, so he'll be doing 6 laps at least more. 10 laps, of course, on a fuel and tank fuel about. Or is it 7 in LMP? I forgot. Oh wait, no, it's 10 in LMP1. Yes, of course. So he'll be going for at least some time, and maybe even reach the 4-hour mark, which I think is brilliant. Driving 4 hours straight, it's difficult.
Yeah. See, he last pitted on lap 50, but I don't know how long he was there, so I won't be surprised.
I can see in my time stream it's been there for 23 seconds. So seems like a splash.
Yeah. Unless he's no. I would suspect then if he came out in at lap 50, he'd be boxing this lap. If he's managed to make it go 12 lap.
He's currently on lap 54 for him, so he's only done 4 laps. Yes.
Yes.
Little confusion there. That's
It is.
right.
Yeah. So I was looking at how many the leader's done and then completely ignoring the fact that he's, I think, 10 laps down. Nearly. So, yeah.
About 10 laps down.
So, yeah, actually, he's got about 8 laps. I think 7 or 8 laps he's got complete before he'll be back in. I believe Martin might be taking over from him at the next stop. Otherwise, that'll be taking him up to maybe 4.5, nearly 5 hours of racing at once.
This is 27 Motorsport White is closing in on Lucas de Vries, DRC Orange. The gap's about half a second now going into Indianapolis. So we might be on for a treat here. these beautiful cars here, of course, as you talked about earlier with Martin. It's a very beautiful grid, let's just call it that. Colorful and beautiful. And yeah,
Yes, we-
oh, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, seeing the Porsche of SRA and IES Swiss Union there going around the outside, it's absolutely astonishing the downforce the LMP cars have just to be able to go around the outside like they do at the Porsche curves. Always a risky place to overtake at the Porsche curves, but it can be a manoeuvre that gains you a lot of time, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed, those cars, insane. It's you gotta have some balls to do that overtake there. But yeah, the car does help a lot there for you. It keeps it planned, let's just call it that. Some GTs won't be happy, but as an LP driver, you sometimes don't care about that. So
It'll be interesting when we get to the night, because that's where I think from this moment forward, maybe a little bit later, people will start settling down. People will start settling down, kind of just getting into the groove of the race, and we actually have the number 55
yes, Polar Racing.
of Polder Racing, who's going to come join us in the commentary booth. Quinton, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. You are currently P11 in class.
Yes, that's right.
How's it been going?
It's going well. With the quali, we didn't really get a good lap in, so we started last of the people who got a time in. But after that, I made up a couple of positions on the start, but then had 3 spins. But now recovering well.
Yeah. What's it like overtaking? Because obviously we've seen quite a few hairy moments with the traffic. How's it been for you with being, because obviously LMP2 is a little bit harder, I'd say, compared to LMP1 to overtake the traffic. How's it been?
It's been quite. The opponents of us, they were quite nice to us. We left the space for each other, so it was not that bad. But we had one moment that we almost hit the wall going side by side, but we thought it's a 24-hour race and we backed out.
Right.
Yeah, that's the mentality of 24 hours. That's good of you guys.
Realistically, where do you, with your current pace and strategy, where do you hope that you want to be finishing?
We hope somewhere in the top 10, but our goal is just to ride out the whole 24 hours, because it's our first experience in such a long endurance race. So we just want to reach the end.
Brilliant. Well, we wish you all the best of luck, especially if it's your first one, and hopefully later, maybe tomorrow or later today, we will speak to you again and hopefully get another catch up. So,
Okay, that's great.
cheers.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
Hey, bye.
So that was Quinton from the Polder Racing team in the LMP2, car number 55. I think if his goal is top 10, he's in a very good position to do it.
Yeah, his only last lap was only 10 slower than the P10 car of Verve Racing Team Black. So Yuri Ubink in the car right now should be able to maybe fight towards them, but they have another driver, I think, because one driver of them, it's my team, so I know a little bit about them. One driver of them, I think the fastest of the three, I'm not sure about that, is still yet to come in the car, so they might have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking through the field, we've got looks like Josh Falkus of Sapphire Sims, but Bravo was boxed. Hi Max, how are you?
I'm back. I'm good, thank you. And you?
Not too bad. How's the race going?
We've retired the car currently. We had a little incident. Team DHC Red had an incident with a back marker breaking
Alright.
200. In the end, yeah, shit happens. We've got the penalty, but that resulted in us getting braking damage. The end of the Muslim straight, we had our car just snapped off, and we got hit in the back by Cabot by a diffuser.
Alright.
So we ended up retiring because of floor damage and diffuser damage not being fixable in iRacing, apparently.
iRacing things.
That's too bad. Too bad.
I was just mentioning, it looks like Josh Falkus in the Sapphire Sims Sport Bravo car just boxed, but it doesn't look like they've actually changed driver.
No, just
So
focus was
he's
in.
going out for another stint. That's going to push him to the best part of maybe 4 hours and 20 minutes of solid driving from here.
Most likely he will go to the end of 4 hours and 10 minutes. We will make him go 4 hours. Because if he just spit it, that means he probably has only 35 minutes left in the car.
Yeah, I can't think he would go much longer than that. I think at that point, even he'll be wanting to refill the drinks bottle and get some food.
I see.
Lamar
LMP2
is a tracker.
Pulls into this as well. Daniel J. Thomas from Quiver Motorsport. Quiver. That's a different lane. Kaput. Let's call that Cowpat. Max, give it a go.
Utu Kapout.
Yes.
German.
German, very German sound. It sounds.
I would guess it's German. But now, what European? Normal name. But yeah, Daniel Thomas now exiting the pit lane. But yeah, 4 hours in the car on this track is definitely. It's one of the only tracks it's very much possible with the long straights. You can really take your time and relax on those long straights and take a breather from all the corners. Wouldn't think of any other circuit that's allowing that.
Yes, it's of course a very physical task to drive that long. And as you said, this is one of the tracks that is possible. Imagine Daytona might be possible as well with the
Daytona and Le Mans are probably the only two endurance tracks I could think of that would allow for such long stints after one another.
Yeah, exactly. As we see the P2 through 4 of the LMP2 field all pitting at the same time, so they're conveniently on the same pit strategy right there. You see them going through each other.
I'm gonna drag. I finally messaged Marcus, who is the owner of Quiver Motorsports, and he's gonna come tell us how to pronounce the sponsors, as well as give an interview, hopefully. So I'll drag him up. Hi, Marcus.
Hello.
How's the race going? We've been, I think, from the start you've been leading?
Yeah, we're just chilling in the front now. We have our car, of course, which is leading, and then we have the other car, which only did a double in the start, so I fell a little bit down, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, main reason I've added you, as you know, how do we pronounce the sponsors?
Well, yeah, so two sponsors are Finnish. Our one is pronounced Huuto Kaupät, basically.
Huuto Kaupät.
Yeah, Huuto Kaupät, basically.
Hoot. Okay.
The W is basically just pronounced as a single U, that's it. And then the other one's pronounced AA really sointy, basically. It's not. It's just pretty straightforward. If you just read it as is, then beautiful.
Yeah.
What was the
straightforward.
second one?
A really Sointy.
Really Santi. Okay, I can deal with
Yeah,
that.
like that.
And apart from chilling at the front for the entire race, for the UR,
Yeah.
some would call the master in the LMP2 on Le Mans with putting amazing lap times in your first stint. If you, apart from riding in the front, you got any amazing strategies coming up that you could throw out there, or are you gonna be classifying those?
I actually don't know. We'll have to see. We triple stint in the start, which was actually not that bad at the end. The tires were fine after that. So now Daniel's on a quad stint, and then I think we'll be quad stinting throughout the night, and then yeah, that's really about it. And then we might go back to triples whenever it gets hot again, because it gets a little bit frisky at the end. So.
Well, best of luck to you for the rest of the race, and hope you're. I think your second car is on a 2-stop the first round, so
Yeah.
hoping you guys can get snatched at the P1 and P2 at the end of the race.
Yeah, we'll definitely go for that. I think we were there in the first hour or something. Oh yeah, they only doubled in the start, so they fell down a bit.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for that. And thank you for helping us with the sponsor names.
And thank you for bringing me into here.
No worries. Hopefully we'll speak to you again later on in the race.
Sure. Feel free to get one of us in here, and we'll happily say a couple of words.
Yeah, brilliant. Cheers.
All right, beautiful. Bye.
See you.
See ya.
Bye.
As we got word that Cabort K1 also has retired a car after the contact they had with my car. After we've gone off in after the Mulsanne strike. So that's 2 cars retiring after one incident.
The Cable K1 car.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Just
too bad.
fortunate.
I don't know if you can pull up the replay on that. Let me see when that was.
Yes, I could give it a go, and it's gonna be far up there.
Lap 52,
52. Oh yeah.
the end of Mulsanne.
I have it on my screen. I'll go back to it. Hopefully iRacing doesn't screw that up.
Or crash.
Yeah, well, don't say that now. There we go. On board with Dion Neufeld. That's a different
Cool.
match we'll watch first. Or, well, that's an interesting crash.
It's kind of laggy for me. For some
Can't
reason.
really see that with you at this very moment, but
Yeah, we saw. Let me see that again. I don't know what it is. We'll have another look at that.
oh yeah, this was the DRC car hitting the 53 car at the end. 83 car. They were being lapped at that very moment.
Yes, that's an interesting-
Unfortunate.
That's weird. And then we'll have a look at your incident with Tom Voss in the car at the moment, I think. That's the same incident, yeah, okay.
I think Gio is currently in the car, and your stream on Discord has stopped, so I can't see what you're seeing at this very moment.
Yeah, no, we're looking at the same incident. We'll go back to the live. It's an, yeah, that's an unfortunate incident. It's not what you want to see, of course. As the Stage 1 Racing Senior Team, 83 is still still running after hitting your car, but
Yeah. Stewards already gotten their word on it. Not really the place here to discuss that, but yeah, it happened.
Yeah,
And they're still continuing on, so. And still putting in great lap times at this very moment. As I think they're the only. Car on this track that has seniors in it. Given the name senior, of course.
well, we don't know that, of course, but nice way to think about it.
Think there's somewhere. There's a little thing where teams have put in their backstory. So I'm gonna quickly look if I can find that.
Yes. As right now, on-track battles are not really much going on. Some tight gaps like here with the Fuga Motorsports and the Quiver Motorsports really had shown me relation. I forgot again. I'm sorry, Marcus. But yeah, Fuga Motorsports trying to get past that opponent car, Alex and Fuga. And Life Weichel in the Equivalent one. It's very close as Alex pulls side by side with him. And, ooh, a little scrappy there. Was just a near miss there. Alex had to twist a little bit to avoid that car of Life.
Just looking at the stewards announcements, we had an incident between the Twisted LMP1 Blue and the Backmarker Racing Blue. The Backmarker Racing Blue has been warned for excessive blocking. There was,
and that's
yeah.
for the 95. And we also got G. Solomon for the 95 car. Currently waiting for the little interview. I'm gonna drag him in.
Yeah, cool.
Good day, Mr. Solomon. How's your race been going so far?
Actually, it's actually been going quite well. We qualified decently, but we worked our way through the field throughout the race.
Yeah, currently P9 I can see. Lovely livery you guys have there. You guys have had any big incidents in the race so far, or has it been clean sailing?
Well, it was quite clean. I personally had one incident with a guy right before the straight. Maybe quite a stupid overtaking attempt, but yeah, it was a little. I had a tiny incident there.
Yeah, starting P13 I can see here, and all the way going up to P9 at this very moment. It seems like you guys are enjoying the race so far.
Yeah, it's been really fun, even though that we definitely can't keep up with Quiver Racing. Like, holy hell.
I think you're not the only one in that. Most teams seem to be struggling keeping up with them.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge, but it's fun. It really is.
Yeah, it's fun to see on track and trying at least. I mean, different skill levels throughout the whole league, and it's nice to have you here. And at some point we get there.
Yeah, hopefully at some point.
What will you guys be aiming for?
What?
What will you guys be aiming for in the end of this race? Trying to get a podium or a win?
Well, pretty much like we already knew that a podium was maybe off the table, but we just try to do our best. It's for fun, at least. Of course, we try to win if we have a chance to do so, but yeah. Honestly, just keep it on the track and get as good of a position as possible.
Well, I'm gonna wish you guys the best of luck, and hope you guys get that victory, because there's still 20 hours still to go, so maybe something weird will happen and you guys end up in P1.
Yeah, hopefully.
Maybe a Quiver will crash.
Yeah, hopefully.
Commentator's curse, I can feel it's coming on.
Don't say it. But yeah, good luck with your race, and see you about, and good luck with the evening at least.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
And you.
Bye.
See.
That was G. Solomon for the 95 car coming in P9. Starting P13 already made up 4 positions until now. And I'm gonna quickly go for 1 second.
Yeah, no.
As we see Rowick actually coming up he's passed all the GTs now, and he's going for the LMP2 felt now, and he's about three minutes behind the next LMP2 car, which is John Neufeld in the Stage 1 Racing Senior car. I think Martin is actually coming in soon as well, our lead organizer, of course. So it'll be interesting to see what times he can put in. Maybe pass some LMPs, not kill them, of course. That's not what you want to see from a league organizer.
Looks like we've got a incident under review between the Backmarker Racing team and the Twisted LMP1 team. Backmarker, these two were just involved in a report, resulting in the Backmarker getting a warning for excessive blocking, so it'll be interesting to see what this one is for now.
I think they're gonna re-review that and without warning.
Yeah, but the timing is different.
Oh no, negative. There's a new incident, so this is a different incident. They've already gotten a warning, and
It's no further action.
no further action.
I'm quite surprised the shoes have been definitely kept on the toes this race, which honestly didn't expect.
Yeah, lovely racing still, even though we're only 4 hours into the race. Most races you'd see the racing calm down at this very moment, but
Yeah,
cars on track, cars still fighting, pit lane strategies are being applied during the entire race so far. Hoping it can continue through the night, and hoping we get some more action.
Yeah, so we had a slow car on track, Kevin Simon. We'll have a replay of that. Let's see what happened to him. There he is, the GTE of Team PCS Racing, going behind the 98 LMP2 there. Let's see what happened to him here. Oh, he just
he just entered way too quickly behind that LMP2 and the dirty air in the end, causing him to lose his back end going over the curb. Lovely recovery though, not spinning it and going into a wall there. And at least he can continue without getting any damage, although his tires won't be liking him that very much.
Yes, of course, tires one of the key things to manage on this track. Keep it out of the wall, and keep your tires alive, and you'll be good to go.
As I'm now searching for this Stage 1 senior team, if they put in a little team info, but they don't seem to have any little background on them put into our team info.
Seems like Andre Geiger had a spin or something into the pit lane. Some off tracks there, and as well unflagged crash entering the pit lane. It'll be interesting to see what happened here behind the Sapphire Motorsport pit, of course, going into the pits and then just overcooking it a bit there and going off track.
And that's going to result in a 40-second stop and go, because you didn't enter the pit safely in iRacing. Tough pit lane to enter this, because you really want to have the high speed, but could really damage your entry like it did with Andre here. Hoping he can recover from this, but he seems to have a great race so far, and he seems to be up to speed, so I think he will be fine. German team, of course, all over Germany.
Yes, we have a lot of Germans, a lot of Dutch people in here, so that's one of the things you'll notice quickly.
Also a lot of UK people as well, and some Northerners from Scandinavia.
Yeah, the Quiver team bringing those Scandinavian people in, of course. At least that's my expectation. I don't know if you can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Sorry, what?
The Quiver Motorsport team bringing in a lot of Scandinavians, I think.
I think Quiver is also based in based in Scandinavian and some German guys.
Yeah, the owner, of course, Marcus Soholm, based in, I think, Denmark it is. So,
Probably. I couldn't say yes or no.
well, somewhere in Scandinavia, let's just call it that.
As we're still in a replay currently, so if you could go back to live, that would help. There we are. Currently on board with Pieter Jan van den Berg in the PPR car, currently in P6, fighting for P5 with Kairos in front of them. One of the few Ferraris, I think only this car and the competition cars are the only ones. Core Motorsports are the only other cars that are running the Ferrari at this track at the moment.
Yeah, I think Axelar Esports and Orion Race Team are also running them, actually. But
mainly the ones that have picked the Ferrari, which is the superior car at this track, but they don't seem to be able to put it into action due to there still being, I believe, a BMW at this moment, as Kairos has gotten their exit completely wrong. Dylan outbraking himself, going into the gravel pit, and needing to resort to an off track instead of the wall, and then losing the position to PPR Esports B. He needs to now speed up again and try and overtake him once again.
yeah, that's not what you want to see, of course. Drivers making mistakes there. Luckily not that bad of a mistake, not spinning or anything, just going a bit wide, but Indianapolis is a scary corner to do that still, so luckily kept it out of the wall there.
Definitely Indianapolis being a corner where you, in GTE cars, and I believe also in the LP2 cars, you need to brake while turning hard corner. Of course, because when you brake and turn the door at the same time, your car will lose it. Just braking a tiny inch later will result in you going into the wall, so it's a very scary corner on this track. And I think we'll see many teams resorting to that gravel pit during the race, because we still got 20 hours to go.
There's still about 7 hours now. Oh,
7
what time
hours?
is it? What time is it? It is
6 GMT.
okay. 4 hours till I'm in the car.
That's
So-
wow.
It's currently on board. We were on board with the ISRC, now we're back on Lithium Motorsport, currently in P2. Not fighting for a championship, still fighting for the P1, because Fugas Himstworts seem to be really sending it and resorting to riding away from the entire field. But Team DRC Orange also having a great recovery with the beginning of the race being on the back of the field, now being in P3 after pit stops. But I think most of the cars in GT still need to do a pit stop.
Yeah, the leaders at least have done a pit stop in the last couple of laps, so they'll be fine for now. But the P3 is pitted in lap 53, and it is currently lap 53, and is currently lap 61, so he'll be in soon as well. That's the DRC orange car.
Yeah, currently only one car in the pit lane that will be Twisted LMP Motorsport. Twisted LMP1, sorry for that. Blue. P7 currently finding the way up to the back to the field after the nasty incident they had at the beginning of the race. Going, touching the curb a bit too hard, coming into the fourth chicane, touching the wall there in the end, resulting in a big amount of damage. And also having 2 penalties they needed to serve afterwards due to a bad pit entry and a bad track rejoinment.
They've actually been in the pits for a minute and 20 seconds already, so, well, So I'm wondering if they got a penalty or... No, they don't have any penalties, so I wonder if they might be repairing some damage on their car, because that's quite a long stop
Yeah, he's been
that
in
they're
there
currently taking.
He's been in there for about 1.5 minutes already. Still going.
Yeah.
As the Sapphire Simple Alpha LMP1 car has finally changed driver for 4 hours, Martin Pearson is in the car. Our league organizer, of course. Or we'll enjoy a little time with him on board. You can see what it's like to drive this incredibly fast car around the circuit of this
Going onto the most on the straight, touching the inside curb, they're not lifting, actually touching the brake for a bit, going full speed here, reaching speeds around 340, maybe even faster if you have a good boost deployment. Some cars reaching up to 345 kilometers an hour, as we maybe be able to go onto a TV cam. Going into the first chicane here, going speeds of around 150 kilometers an hour, still in third gear, boosting out, trying to avoid those GTE traffics that are going to be hitting you around this entire 24-hour race. Again, hitting speeds around 330 kilometers an hour. Amazing speeds, and then the second chicane, braking hard as late as you can, trying to hit those apexes as good as you can, while also building up that boost as is necessary that you need to also be quick around this lap, because you can also brake really lately, as he seems to be flashing for the cameras there. But yeah, you really want to be braking as late as you can while also building up that boost, because if you don't have that boost, you can't have any speed on a racetrack. At the end of Mulsanne here, going to second gear and braking from 330 kilometers an hour back to 150, even lower, I believe 120 kilometers an hour, all within 100 meters, which is amazing braking capabilities.
Beautiful corner that. You look like you're going sideways, you're actually going straight. It's a beautiful corner. Easy to make mistakes as well. Luckily, it not, as we're going into the corner.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, sorry about that. My mind's letting me down a bit.
Yeah, and then the last straight until you get to the Porsche curves, the fastest corner section on this track in the LMP1 cars, actually most of the time even flat, which is just mind-blowing, the amount of downforce and mechanical downforce this car can produce. A small brake into fifth gear, fill it down this entire section. Don't stop. Keep your foot down, and even in here, full speed. Then a small brake into fourth, some guys keep it in fifth, and then this corner also flat out. Just go and send it, little boost extra, and going onto the fourth chicane. Small little brake until you need to be braking. Now you need to be braking pretty hard, left, right, brake even harder, left, right, and boost to finish your lap off, and hopefully that was a quick one. That was a 3:16.4, I believe.
Seeing Martin flashing the sister car of Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo there, I think he wants to get past.
That should be quite easy.
But yeah, you can see you guys doing lap times of around 3:10 in these LMP1 cars. 20 seconds quicker than an LMP2 car, was just mind-boggling.
As I have some more off-track spins and crashes for you, let's watch.
Go for it.
Tyler Cuneo. And here's the RSR Esports AM car. It was a bit wide there already. That's not a good sign. Oh, and he gets it wrong into the
He's done well not to put it in the wall though.
Great recovery there indeed. He's gone too quick into the corner, just snatching the brakes too hard. Backhand stepping out and resulting into him spinning, hitting the brakes hard to avoid that wall and then continuing on his way. Luckily without picking up any damage, but his tires will not be liking him with those flat spots or even the tires being way too hot at this very moment.
Yes,
yeah, he's going to have to nurse them for a lap, really, and to get them cooled down.
Mikhail Matishek of the Lithium Motorsports seems to be in the same corner, actually, making maybe a similar mistake. Oh,
Once again, well, just not getting the corner correct this time. The GE, the Lithium, does hit the wall there. Not what you like to see, probably just messing up the corner. It's been 4 hours, so this guy's probably been in the car for at least 2. At this point, probably fatigue starts to kick in, and not what you like to see.
yeah, it does seem to not have that much damage from it, luckily, and because that could alter his race completely, of course, if he has too much of that and needs a bit of because of it.
Yeah, for what you've seen, the Safari Motorsport car, or is I believe the Safari Motorsport car, or the Twisted LMP1 car. Sorry, correct. Sorry there. Messing up that corner there in the Forge chicane and just going on to a wall there, and having to do big repairs on the car.
As we have one more replay of Yuri Ubing from the Porter Racing team. Yeah. Be interesting to see what he did. Oh.
Backhand just steps out. Hard corner there. I think we'll see a lot more cars going wide, spinning their asses around in that corner. Tough corner. Yeah, easy to lock up your front end, and the back end steps out easily in that LMP2 car.
Luckily, need to not go straight ahead there into the gravel. That's a mean gravel trap right there.
With that incident with Lithium Motorsport that we just showed, it's been enabled Team DRC Orange to go up to 2nd place in the GTE Pro class and GTE overall class. So currently on board with Lucas de Vries. Quick driver, I think he still needs to do his pit stop actually for the 4th time. But yeah, he's been quick all day. He's got an hour break just now with Barry Pijnaker in the car for an hour. Lucas now trying to catch up the Fuga Motorsport car after overtaking the Lithium Motorsport Chevrolet.
Yes, as it seems like he'll be maybe pitting up in the end of this lap. I don't know how many laps and GT can do. 10?
No, GTE can actually extend their, if they fuel save for a bit, they can actually extend it to 16 laps with their fuel. Being nearing 100 liters in that car when you refuel it. And you can also see
LMPs, it's impressive if you can do 12.
But yeah, you're gonna start to see the difference now with that LMP2 car coming up on Lithium Motorsports. It's probably gonna be overtaking him before the Porsche cars. But what you will see is the speed difference that the LMP2 will have over these GTE cars in the Porsche cars, who probably go around him even on some places where the GTE cars still need to be braking due to the amount of downforce that they don't have. You can see the LMP2 car doesn't even seem to be phased by these corners. It seems like another straight to them, and you'll just see it goes around them. The amount of downforce difference that this car has over the GTE is just amazing. As I think the Twisted Motorsport car has retired, actually. Yeah, Twisted Racing LMP1 car actually retiring here on lap 76 in the race. 4 hours into the race, they retired their car, probably with some damage on their car somewhere, and being stopped in the pit for a very, 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 very long time.
Hate to see it, but it's too bad. The already thin LMP1 field getting thinner and thinner by the second. Okay, this is actually only the first LMP1 outage that we have, so it's good to know that those cars can keep going, as we are being confirmed by Martin Persson, of course, from the Safari Import Alpha.
Tough track to go, 24 hours on this one, as we now see Patrick Pelkat, P1 currently in the LMP1 class, bidding for his, well, this is going to be 6th time probably, with
Be back in 1 minute.
both RLR cars trying to catch up back up to it.
I will be back in 1 moment.
Currently on board with our quiver car, trying to go around the outside, not a corner, but where you want to go side by side. But he seems to have already stick to move up to P3. Currently, they are trying to catch the Sapphire car, who's currently gone into the pit lane. Probably see this quiver car also going into pit lane this very moment.
Yeah, he made that look easy on the straight. Of course, down the slipstream helping a lot there. As Eric might try to get back at him in Porsche curbs.
Yeah, might be, but I think he's a bit too far. Also, being the R3T team, be also having to deal with that GT traffic there, holding him up a bit, not liking him. As you can see, the speed that this car takes into this corner is just high, and they're always trying to speed up. And I think in the next couple of years, once the LMP1 car also fits in with the LMP2 car, and we see the LMP coming in, the LMP hybrid car, with lap times confirmed of, I believe, 3:08s. It's just going to be amazing to see those cars running around these tracks in real life next year and this year even.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Of course, the amount of speed those will have. As the Sapphire Simsport Bravo team, the LMP2 Sapphire Jost Fox comes in the middle of these two battling, and he just leaves the pit right there. That must not be nice for Eric. Of course, he's trying to catch life again.
Yeah, Eric not liking him and not being able to go. Oh, he senses on the inside of this BMW. BMW doesn't like that. That's a Fuga car, actually, P1 currently. But Eric really needs to use the slipstream to catch up back to that Sapphire Simsport Bravo car. Oh no, wait, Sapphire, this is battle for P3 actually we're seeing here. Going around the outside here, slipstream really helps. But he needs to watch out, because you don't want to be in in front of a car and don't have slipstream yourself. So he really needs to speed up and try and catch back, but he gets a corner all sorts of wrong, going way too hard in the corner, and Sapphire Simsports takes the position back. So R3T needs to slip back into the slipstream, but it seems like they still have the speed advantage on the straight, with less wing most likely. Going side by side into the next corner, as the 52 car now slits in behind the 88 car.
Yeah,
They need to work together to get that a quiver car once again.
Too bad he couldn't get any slips from on that straight, side by side through it. As this seems too far away to make any move into the corner. Again, from this straight, so he just back off.
Slipstreaming, of course, being a very viable option that we need to have here, due to just braking that big of an air in front of you, and these cars being Air Force dependent really helps. Being behind another car, the speed difference that you have is massive, and overtaking opportunities really open themselves up. As the number one quiver car, P1 at this very moment, has also gone into pit lane for his normal pit stop, and I think we'll be seeing a driver swap for the second time this race.
Yes, Jesse Kramer getting into the car. That'll be an interesting one, seeing what pace he can put up and keep that car in P1, of course. They have a big lead, of course.
Getting into a car in an endurance race, for the first time, is definitely hard, because you've done your practice laps, but in an endurance race, everything changes. Although you might get new tires, as it seems like he's getting, you'll still have the car being different, the track being all sorts of different due to the amount of laps that have been driven on it, the marbles that are laying around, but also the traffic that you're going to be hitting. And we're going to have to see what time he can put out, but he seems to be a fast driver, at the very least.
Yeah, and as we now have Isaac Barclay joining us in the commentary booth, the head steward for today.
I'm here.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you all doing?
You've been going very well so far. Great racing so far. How's the stewarding been going today?
Yeah, it's been a bit hectic, although it's been great fun as always. You get to watch a load of cars racing around Le Mans, so obviously it's not something to complain about. And yeah, just been tuning into the stream every chance I get, and loving what I'm seeing at the moment. And we've had some great battles so far the entire way through the race, which seems fun.
Yeah, the racing has been sublime, as I think we've just gotten a lead change to the other equivalent, the 88 car, taking the lead. Or am I saying this completely wrong? No, I'm saying this completely wrong. We've gotten another equivalent car going into pit lane, and Griffin Motorsport, who took kaput. I'm butchering that completely. I'm sorry. Going out in P1 once again with a new driver, Jesse Kramer. Trying to show what he can put out here.
Yeah, as Josh Falkus, the Sapphire Simsport Bravo, isn't far behind, only 7 seconds. And they both just pitted. Sapphire Sport, Josh, 1 lap earlier than Jesse, but that's going to be a cool battle. It'll be exciting to see what that brings.
I think what's really awesome to see is that Josh has been in this car since the absolute start of the race. He's on lap, if I'm not mistaken, he's on lap 71 at the moment. That's 71 laps of Le Mans consistently, lap after lap, not getting out of the car. That's ridiculous. He's done over 4 hours and 20 minutes at this point, which is rather insane. And not only has he just been driving for 4 hours and 17 minutes, he's in second place and really not that far off the lead. And in a race like Le Mans, where survival is everything, being able to do 4 hours by yourself is really impressive, and it's great to see them doing so well and so far up the standings.
Does he still need to pit, or has he just pitted?
I think he's just come out last lap.
Yeah, he
probably is going to go for another run for another 2 hours, because tires, we've just spoken to Marcus Solon, a Griver Motorsport who could put 86 car, driving for the first 2 hours of this race, have an amazing pace, 2 seconds quicker than the entire field almost, going triple stinting his tires. So it'll be amazing to see what these guys go for strategy. Will they be triple stinting? Will they be quadruple stinting even on some tires? Or will they go for the safe route and go second, doubling their tires, going to fuel stints?
Well, I was speaking to Ewan Bishop, this one of 3 drivers in the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car, and he's saying at the start of the race, all of their competitors triple stinted at the start, whereas they double stinted, and they actually gained time. So they, after taking that pit stop and coming out, I think they were in about 10th place, and through having fresh tyres on the car, they're able to make their way up into second. So the strategy is actually different between all the teams now, and I imagine, like you said, all the teams will be triple, maybe even quadruple stinting at this point. But it's interesting to see that we've got a bit of different strategy going on, and a bit of strategy that we can see here in the JD Sim Racing car is that he's actually fuel saving behind our GTM leader of RSR Esports AM. So this is your leading pair for RSR AM, and the latter of the two, Mikhail Sabera, is at the car at the moment. He's fuel saving, so yeah, he's going to be trying to go a lap longer than all of his other competitors and maybe get that little bit of an advantage when it comes down to the end. Yeah, exactly. The end is going to be the place where it all comes down. You need to be surviving this first 24 hours, and the real race starts in the last hour. Not only due to fuel saving, going that extra lap, maybe avoiding that last pit stop, but if you are extending if you, for instance, like a Quiver, one of the Quiver car, that 85 car, going only twice, as Flavio got that corner all sorts of wrong, locking up his tires there. But going that double stint there could actually hurt them in the end, or give them a huge advantage. We'll have to see what happens in the end of the race. Yeah, we're going to have to wait another 19 hours and 40 minutes till we see what pays off, which strategy pays where. But it's I'm pretty amazed. 4 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and we just saw the leading battle in AM, RSR Esports AM and JD Sim Racing were practically bump drafting one another down the straights, and this is third and fourth place that we're just looking at there with Hashtag Racing and XLR Esports. Hashtag Racing being a pro car, sorry, my bad, and XLR Esports being an AM, making their way through, and the leader was just in the back of shot, just there. But this is our AM leader at the moment. Tyler Caneo's at the wheel at the moment. RSR Esports AM. They've been competitive all season. They joined in on round 2 of the championship, and since then have been competing very strongly. If I'm not mistaken, still yet to get a win. I'm sure someone in chat will let me know if I'm incorrect about that, but I believe although they've been competing very strongly throughout the championship, and currently are actually sat second at the moment behind 27 Motorsports, who aren't having a brilliant race. They're yet to get a win, so this might be the place to do it at the 24-hour Le Mans.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to. This once again shows that you don't have to get all the wins, but being consistent over the entire season will get you very far. Also, in an endurance race, having those consistent lap times, having those consistent pace, will not only grant you over pace, grant you over an entire stint the fuel and also the tires that you will be saving, but going for that one quick lap will not pay off in the end.
No, ultimate lap times doesn't really matter here. It's how long, like you were saying, you last over the course of a race. As we look here, this is super tight up here. This is our first and second overall in the GT field. Fuga Simsport, and that looks like DRC Orange trying up the inside into the chicane of the XLR Ferrari. You don't want to lose any time here. This is very hard battling just 4 hours and 20 minutes in.
He needs to follow that Fuga Sports car, because if he loses that slipstream, that's going to pay him off. That's going to cost him a lot in the end. You can see the Fuga having lots of strategy, giving the slipstream to the Ferrari instead of the DRC car, to make sure the DRC car doesn't have any slipstream, but the DRC car seems to have a lot more overspeed and actually pulling into P1 here. DRC Orange taking the lead in the GTE Pro class. After a very rough start with them falling down to the back of the grid due to an incident they had at the beginning, and now being back up the grid shows their raw pace, and let's see if Fuga Motorsport can do anything against them.
Yeah, well, we've seen Fuga throughout the championship so far. They're currently sat. This is our first place and third place cars in the championship, as they are on track at the moment. And they've been competitive all season. DRC having won the LMP2 championship. That's the DRC Red car have won the LMP2 championship. And not only have they done that, they're also contesting the win in GT overall championship. It just shows the DRC have really acclimatized well to the competitors out on track and how to deal with them all. And it's paying off here as they're now leading the overall GTE race after 4 hours. But then again, you've got another 20 hours to go, and anything can and will happen at Le Mans.
Definitely, it's still, the night is going to be where the most incidents happen. You have to survive the night. That's why I think most cars and most teams have the most consistent and most safe drivers in the night stints. The night being, of course, the place where everyone gets fatigued. Everyone really wants to sleep and just wants to get out of the car and just stop for a moment. But the race still continues on. That's why it's a 24-hour race. The most consistent and most safe and strategic team will win in the end.
Yeah, very well said. As we see the 66 car going around the outside there, that's one of our new entries into the championship. The name escapes me at the moment, so you haven't put it up on screen, but we've got a lot of new entries. 19 new entries will be out on track, cars that are first time running in the championship.
Yes, there's also been a lead change in the GTAM class, with the 299 GT Sim Racing also overtaking the RSR Esports AM car. Not been able to show that on stream, but yeah, they seem to have a lot of pace. That Porsche with the amazing sound that comes out of it that deafens you every time you get overtaken or are overtaking that car. Let's see if the 205 now can come back and try and make a move on the come back at them.
Yeah, I have a replay of the overtake. If you want to see it, we might have an idea what happened there.
Yeah, of course. So get a view of that. That'll be very good.
As I think one of the equipment car had some issues. Marcus Solom informing me that that one of their drivers had a braking issue 3 laps into their stint, so not enjoying themselves. This is very close side by side through the corner next to Indianapolis. 205 actually slowing down a bit and taking the safe route.
Yeah, it
It's
seemed
very-
like the 205 was actually quite slow on the straight coming into Indianapolis, and the JD Sim Racing was flashing his lights at him, but made it stick.
That once again shows you how great the slipstream can be on this track. Amount of overspeed that you get once you're behind the car is just amazing. Really opens up big opportunities for overtaking. That's why we've been seeing so many great overtakes in this race so far.
I'm sure we've got many more to come. Racing's obviously being very close at the moment. As people now get into this 4-hour mark, the gaps will start to open up a little bit, and strategy will start coming into play a bit more. People can put any of the woes they had at the start of the race in the back of their head and just power on through the night, because as you were saying earlier, the nights where everything happens and where we'll see most of the changes for position that will determine the end of the race will be happening over the next 18 hours or so. As things get tough, as still on board with this, as we now change over to someone who's had a very good race so far, the Stage 1 Racing Junior car number 72. They started off at the back of the grid. All of the Stage 1 Racing cars deciding not to set a lap time, didn't want to get involved in any trouble in the grid at the start, so they didn't set a qualifying time, started at the back and now are up into 8th place. The junior car is the highest of the 3 Stage 1 Racing cars, and they're still pushing forward with very competitive pace.
Yeah, definitely a risky strategy, yet also very much paying off here, looks to be, because you won't have that, you will be needing to overtake lots and lots of cars to get back up the field. But yeah, paying off for them in the end, currently set in P8, coming back from the back of the field, actually indeed not qualifying, none of the Stage 1 qualifying.
So all of the as we go through onto Frosty St. Clair for Orion Racing in that lovely orange, white, blue and black Ferrari, another one of our new entries into the season just for this race only. Any of the new entries that are racing here, one-off entries, we treat them as invitationals, and they won't be scoring points that, towards the championship. So only the cars that have competed in all the other rounds will be scoring points. Going forward, similar to how they do in the same system they use in Real Le Mans for the WEC championship. Obviously, that race being postponed back through till the end of August. It was supposed to take place in mid-June, but it's been moved back just 2 months. I'm sure we're all glad to see it in the middle of the summer. Go on.
Yes, I've got the current P1 of Marcus Solom waiting for us in the commentary box. I will drag him up right now. Hello, Marcus. You seem to have had a little issue with one of your drivers. I've seen come by that one of them outbraked himself, brake pedal disconnected.
Yeah. He's still trying to figure out what the problem actually was, but he's talking something about his potentiometer was wrongly connected, because from one corner to another, I don't remember if it's back to down, so he only had 50% brake pressure. So, oh no, that was another incident. But like with 3 laps or so to go, whenever he pressed the brake fully in, it would only go to 50% in game. So something wrong happened, and then I think it was on the lap after, he put a slight tire on the grass and went to the wall. Luckily, no damage for us, but oh.
Yeah, your race seems to be going very good, as we've seen the incident with GT cars of yours also outbraking themselves into Indianapolis just now. But apart from that incident and the brake pedal disconnecting, it seems like your team still going very strong in this race, and seems to be going on for a great result so far.
It's only 4.5 hours into a 24 race, so you can't really say a lot at this point.
Definitely.
Like, we just focus on our own race and trying to stay out of trouble and all that stuff, and yeah, that's our main focus for the last 19.5 hours, basically. So.
Yeah, the night being, of course, the most scary part, where most drivers will be, being a bit sleepy and most mistakes will be made.
Yeah, definitely. It's dark and you get tired and all that jazz.
Yeah, with now Jessica in the car, hopefully you can give up some great results. You comfortable in the space? You think he will be able to put on some great lap times?
Sorry, what? What did you ask?
You think Jessica will be able to put in the same great lap times that you and your co-driver so far has been putting in?
I mean, yeah, the goal for us really is just to try and save the tires as well, because we are pushing the tires quite a bit. So currently at the end of the stint, they start to feel quite wet out. But so our goal is just to try and save tires, run our own race. If the guys in P2 catch up to us, it is what it is, because I think we're running longer than them on the tires. So, but, yeah, basically just focusing on our own race for now.
Yeah, because you guys have been critical stints in last time out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the tires have been going. How have the tires been feeling so far after these? Because the track is still, I believe, pretty hot on the hot side. Currently 26 degrees out.
Yeah, track is actually. I've heard from my drivers, at least co-drivers, that they're starting really like the track at this point. It's like a golden hour. They say there's quite a lot of grip in the track, and yeah, I believe.
Well, best of luck to you guys, and
thank you.
Once more lightens up on that brake pedal, I would love to hear about what happened actually there.
Where on the?
With the brake pedal, if your driver disconnecting, and you said he was trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out. Basically, I don't know if we'll have an answer later, but we'll see.
Okay.
He's trying to figure out for his next stint, which will be in a couple of hours' time. So.
Yeah, hopefully he gets it fixed, and you guys can just go smooth sailing until the end.
Yeah, hoping.
Best of luck to you, and good luck in the night.
Yeah, and good luck in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll see you. Hey.
Yeah, so weather is on the screen right now. It'll be interesting to see what it would do in the night, of course, and we'll get cooler. Might make the track faster. Of course, also slow.
Yeah, definitely more marbles being on track. The track being worn in right now. You can see the black line starting to form on track right now, with the 4.5 hours of racing that has been put in it. But also the track cooling down, sun going down a bit. Track cooling down is of course France halfway through of April, not being the hottest place in the world. Although 40 degrees I would find pretty hot for a track, but outside currently it's a lovely 24 degrees. If these temperatures were out right now, I would definitely be going to the racing track and watching if COVID would allow it.
Yes, of course, camping in a little tent on the hill somewhere, on the track, maybe in a camp or something like that. Would be awesome.
Yeah, some teams, at least my team, also opt in for a little excursion to the 24 Hours of Le Mans as a team excursion, which is a lovely idea, but hard with COVID right now, and hoping next year. I don't know if this year is going to be allowed for any guests to watch or any spectators, but hoping next year some will clear up and we'll have more racing spectacles we can watch ourselves in real life. Hearing those amazing hybrid cars on P2, and also those Porsche and just all the other cars on track blasting out and waking up to amazing noise in the morning.
Yeah, as this, the Orion race team and the Team DRC Blue have been fighting well and close for a couple of laps already, and it's gonna be interesting to see what we'll do, really. Because the Frosty Sinclair and the Orion race team has been behind Ryan Belian, sorry for that pronunciation, for a couple of laps, and will be wanting to maybe pass and, or of course stay in the slipstream if that's necessary.
I think the slipstream is currently the best option. if he's going to be overtaking him, the slipstream of the Team DRC blue cars are going to be allowing him to do overtake him once again, and he's not going to be able to get a gap to any other car. So slipstream and staying behind him, saving those tires and saving that fuel, going that extra lap if it's possible, is going to help him in the end run.
It's always interesting seeing all the different body shapes of all these GTs out on track. At the moment, we've got Orion Racing Team in the middle of a DRC BMW sandwich at the moment. A very small, sleek, mid-engined Ferrari behind what is just absolute Goliath boat of a BMW, which somehow goes around a track at the same speed which a Ferrari does, and it's good to see that our racing and obviously real-life organisations like the FIA, ACO, and the SCO can create GT racing where you have these different body shapes and different styles racing on the same track in the same speeds. I think it's creates a real spectacle, and it's a very unique thing to watch. If you ever get the chance to go out and see some GT racing at a track by yourselves, there's a lot of national championships or championships such as the GT World Challenge Europe. I'd recommend going to see them, and you won't regret it for a second.
But also, yeah, of course, these cars being very wide, the BMW shows once again the engineering that was put in it by the BMW team. And I believe they recently put out a new GT4 car, which you can also find in the iRacing right now. But yeah, that's also wide and big, but still manages to have the same amount of speed and cornering capabilities as all the other cars. And not on a track like Le Mans where top speed is very useful. BMW might have a little backfall, but on a track as, let's say, what is a big track? I would say, let's say the Bathurst GT3 cars also drive there. BMW could actually have a very big advantage due to their big nature, planted on the ground, easy to steer, over a Ferrari which is a bit lighter, a bit more playful on the steering wheel.
As we have had another crash, which we'll just quickly replay too. Ryan Littlemore having 2 reported crashes in my SDK, so that will be interesting to see what happened there.
Number 17 car leading the first hours of the race, not enjoying themselves right now. Lovely little replay here going through Indianapolis. Porsche 919 hitting the curb. Yeah, he just hits that curb. The left corners, left wheels don't have the planted on the ground as much as they should, and due to the gravel he spins it. And now he needs to hope that there are no other cars continuing. He quickly gets out of the way of the LMP2 car coming through. He turns it around and continues on his way to try and regain some time. There.
That's unfortunate to see, of course, that curb is not what you want. And good job getting out of the way there.
Yeah, that curb being very deadly if you hit a curb incorrectly. Some car drivers often not to use it, but using it can. There's a very high risk, high reward, because you still have that tiny amount of extra speed that you get once you're on it. Like this Ferrari is using it right now, that's the way you want to use it. Left tires left of it, right tires barely touching it. And then you have greater turn in and great braking capabilities. He's currently on board with this Orlan race car, currently in P4. They seem to have lost the Team DRC blue car, and it seems that the Team DRC orange car is also opted to pit just now, and they've come back in 5th position, meaning Fuga has a bit of an advantage currently over the DRC car, but we'll have to see what happens once again at the end of the race.
Yeah, of course. Very interesting race right now. With 19 hours and 20 minutes to go on the Circuit de la Sarthe in France. I think the sun is starting to get real low now, and we're not gonna be far away from running out of sunlight, I think.
Yeah, currently being 8 a.m., 8 p.m. in game time. Sun, I will check because I have that enabled on my driver sheet. Sun will go down 45 minutes from now. So 5 hours and 30 minutes into the race, we will not have any sunlight on track, and you will see those beautiful lights that the cars will emit. Although it's kind of sad that we don't have any Ford GT cars on track, because that car looks amazing with their lights and their bodywork shining in the nighttime.
Yeah, creating some beautiful shots right now already.
But yeah, it's pretty tough driving that Ford currently on track, with it being very, very twitchy in the back end, and apart from that, you really hope that I personally really hope that they're going to be saving that Ford pretty soon. SP5, the number 137 car, it's now come around that let Maniti, I believe that is a Maniti BMW, to try and chase after the Team DRC blue car. With currently, I believe that's Ryan Balian still in the car.
That was a Maniti indeed, with John Ike Sanders.
Yeah, Maniti not having the best of races here. Normally, Maniti being a quick team with great drivers, but not having the best of races this time out. And I think they're going to try and forget this race really quickly and move on to the next one.
As the Maniti team also retreated from the LMP1 field, they were a competitor in there for a couple of races, but now nowhere to be seen on this race. So that's
they've opted to not continue there. As currently, I'm gonna look real quick. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people opting out of this race. So we have 6 retirements so far. With one, it's going to be one LMP1 entry, 3 LMP2 entries, and 2 GTE entries.
Yes, of course, on a grade of 52 cars, as I can see right now, that's for 4 hours, almost 5. That's quite a lot already. I hope that number doesn't go up much further anyway, and then this should be fine.
Yeah, it's going to be tough during the nighttime as well, because you'll have those. Once again, you have those drivers being very tired after this long stints that are put in. As we're currently aboard with a 54 car, Liam our Herne. That's a tough one, tough cookie to bite on. Showing you this beautiful livery of the Verve Racing team. Going on the Mulsanne straight currently in P9. As it seems, some team has fallen out, or they've pitted. I don't know. But yeah, currently P9, the 54 car, trying to get back out that Stage 1 Junior car. Trying to get back to them and hoping for some good results.
Yeah, as you said, very beautiful car, very colorful. Something you don't often see in real life racing, which I think would be nice. A nice good add-on is having some colors on there. Hey, I like seeing these. This makes me happy. Childish in a way.
Yeah, most cars opt in for that black color, which you can also see in this car. But most cars consisting of a black, either blue or red composition on their car. And seeing some lightful coloring on a car is very pleasant surprise, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a pleasant surprise, as you told. That's a good way to tell it. Yes. There's one of those other colorful cars in Kairos competition, Apollo. The purple, green, blue on there is beautiful placed. And great team job by the livery makers of that team. It looks amazing.
Currently in P7. Great race by them so far, as they seem to be following the FDR car pretty closely, so I think we're gonna have to see a fight here sooner or later. Or, no, negative, that is a back marker actually, that are gonna try it and
94.
overtake, as that back marker got that corner all sorts of wrong, touching the curb pretty hard, which could result in some floor damage, which you don't want. That's the last thing you want currently in this long race. 19 hours still to go in this one.
Yeah, that was the stage 1 green team, the 94 car with Eric Essers in it. It's also colorful, green with black. It's a nice combo. Stage 1, of course, a big part of this race, big part of the season as well. With I think RT Bouchard, one of the league admins owning the team, he's put in some great cars in this race.
Lots of drivers currently. There's 3 entries in the LMP2 field at this race. One team, the 72, still fighting for that P2 currently in the LMP2 championship. That has been won by the LMP2 Team DRC red car that has unfortunately retired in this race. But apart from that, the championship and the other teams, other classes is still lively. With an LMP1, well, let me quickly find it. In LMP1, Fuga Motorsports is currently still in battle with Backmarker Sim Racing Blue, but Backmarker is not having the best of races. Currently they have a 7-point difference. They're 7 points behind that Fuga car. But yeah, those 7 points are currently, as they stand, not being able to be grabbed, because Fuga is currently in 3rd, and ahead of Backmarker in 5th. And the battle in GTE is still very lively. GTE Pro now being led by Team DRC Orange, the 171 car. With 130 points, 3 points gap to that hashtag racing car, and also Fuga still in contention of the GTE Pro Championship, with 112.5 points, and the GTE Amateur class is currently being led by the 27 motorsport cars, and that RSR Esports Amateur car still having points up to grab.
As we see Ian Bishop from the Sapphire Sport Bravo team getting very close with Eric Fizzy from the R3T Racing team. Ewan just came out of the pits after taking over from the other driver,
Josh.
Yes, Josh Falcon. So he's finally out of the car after almost 5 hours of racing, and Ewan is in. And I think some intel led me to believe that actually they don't have a stint plan as well. As we see
R3T getting it all wrong indeed, allowing Sapphire Simsport to get back into that 3rd position, but I think that's also Fuga Motorsports also in the back there, still going side by side, barely side by side, as Sapphire gives them some places to fight with. They're going side by side into the 2nd chicane, but there's also a GTE in front of them that could really spice things up. With R3T now needing to resort to slipstream battling their way back up to that back of that beautiful Sapphire Simsport car.
Yeah.
The Josh was in the car for 4 hours and 50 minutes. he also did qualifying for them. So, and he did the full 45 minutes qualifying. So it probably works out he's probably been driving for nearer 5.5 hours straight.
Yeah, most drivers definitely being tired after this long race so far.
Yeah.
We now have Quiver Motorsports also going into the pits for their normal pit stop. As we got R3T going around the outside once again, going to Indianapolis, not a corner where you want to go side by side. But Sapphire Simsport sees that they're not going to be able to fight in that corner, goes behind them. But this allows Sapphire, after the bad exit of R3T, to go back to the inside. As we got a beautiful camera here of the wheel, which we don't want to see, going onto the straight of the, going into the straight to
The Porsche curves.
the Porsche curves, yeah. But not seeming like he can't be able to go side by side there. Can't really see that if he's going side by side with the car. But I think he's still behind it.
All very close to the wall there. As yeah, the car behind is also very close to him. So they're having a little three-way scrap here.
Three-way scrap. We're 4 hours into the race, and we've got 3 cars, 3 LMP2 cars, all fighting for P3, all within 1 second of each other. As the Team DRC orange car needs to quickly get out of the way there, and they don't want to be in that position right there.
And the R32 and the Fuga Synsport team both go into the pits, and that means the Sapphire Synsport Bravo team is leading them by 1 lap in a pit stop race, and back in P2 where they began, or well, where they began before this little scrap, of course, and before Josh went into the pits for Sapphire Synsport Bravo.
Yeah, and also a Quiver also going into pits for their pit stop. Currently pit stops are being done by most of the LMP2s. And I think the LMP1s are going to be following up pretty soon. As well as the GTEs are going to be pitting pretty soon. So we're going to be seeing every single class into the pit lane for new tires, new fuel, and most likely a new driver after for the GTEs, probably a 3 hour stint for most drivers. And for the LMP2s, 2 hour stints for most drivers. LMP1s as well, 2 hour stints for most drivers.
It's fun to see the LMP2 field. They're all basically P1 through P10 are all basically pitting in the same lap, except for the P2 car Sapphire Simsport, which you're watching right now. They pit 1 lap earlier, but it seems to be working out for them. They're paying for the little mistakes on there. They're doing great. Hopefully even can continue what Josh did and fight with the equivalent car, because that would be a nice little scrap.
Of course, it's been very hard to extend in these LMP2 cars, with them taking about 7.5 liters per lap, and the fuel being only 75 liters, allowing you to only go 10 laps, and extending that to 11 laps is hard. You need to at least have around 6.7 liters average per lap for an entire stint, which basically means you need to be fuel saving throughout the entire stint.
Yeah, I was on board with the Fuga Simsport GT, the GT Pro. Just got overtaken by the DRC orange car for the P1 in the class, and it's a great little overtake down the straight. And Taj Edwards in the Fuga Simsport wants to get that position back, of course. Although he might just hang out in the slipstream here, of course. That's the strategy.
New driver down from the van being in the car. He's gonna try and defend from this Fuga car, which is steaming down the straight currently, trying to catch up back with the other BMW going into Indianapolis. But it seems like the DRC car is a bit more top speed than the Fuga car, but that may allow the Fuga car to come closer into the braking zone, and also maybe get closer into the next section, which is of course the Porsche course.
Yes, as we see the Fuga Simsport have a little bit of a scrap there, a little switch. Nice save though, and will be interesting to see what the Fuga Simsport can do in the Porsche course. If their setup is a bit more aimed towards them, and might see a little battle here, but he's quite far away already, so he won't be able to do anything here.
most cars also opting for the zero downforce on that car, because you really want to have that high speed, and overtaking in this Portuguese section is nearing the impossible. You really have to have big balls on yourself to send it too wide into that fast section. But yeah, most cars opting for that optimal top speed, overtaking on the straights with the slipstream, and I'm hoping that the other car makes a mistake in the next corner so they can go away and get out of that slipstream area to complete that overtake, which seems like David de Ven has done here. And we also have a little steward announcement. There is an incident under review between the Fuga Simsport GT car and the R&E Team Red car. R&E Team Red also not enjoying the race so far, having an incident at the beginning of the race where they got into contact with another car, hitting the wall hard and often needing to do a big repair. Currently 14 laps down, if I'm correct. Yeah. No, actually. They're only 13 laps down, so they seem to gain another lap to the current car of P1. Hoping they can maybe get some good results here, trying to get back to that top 10 position. Currently on board with that team R&E team, with the LTP Korsman in it, with a big lockup there from most likely that lovely yellow car of the Corvette there. But yeah, lovely livery this R&E team has. Starting out as a big F1 league. Most of the drivers found themselves, and Benjamin McConnell, who's also in this car, going to be driving during the nighttime, because he still has, during this race, he still has a F1 race that he's hosting, and then he's going to be commentating on. He can't drive during those times, but he's also in this car and he's going to be driving. Jelte also being a quick driver, and Fabio also being a quick driver, and fourth driver I'm currently Vladimir also being a quick driver. All of them having high speed, but yeah, big incident at the beginning of the race, causing them to go to the end of the field and needed to fight their way back up again.
Yeah, if they keep this gap, they at least get some points for, of course, finishing. So, double points here at Le Mans, or added a point at least. Everyone gets 1 point instead of half a point to finish within the percentile. I think it's a 90th percentile
correct, 90%. Correct, you need to finish within 90% of the laps of the leading car in your class. But yeah, the race has probably been a bit boring for this R&E car, now being a lap down on the next car ahead of them, which is unfortunately a GTE. But the next LMP2 car ahead of them, unfortunately 10 laps that they need to find. But I think they have the pace, so they might be able to do something, and there's still, once again, 19 hours to go in this race.
Yeah, and that car in front of him is the Stage 1 Racing Senior 83 car with Roy Maas right now. He's doing a lovely job in the senior car. Of course, seniors, gotta be chilling. Just driving behind the Stage 1 Racing green car, just P13. And that team is also doing lovely, of course.
Yeah, of course, this once again shows that age doesn't really matter. Once you get in a car, you can get yourself a sim rig at any time. They're pretty cheap. Just get iRacing and have some fun with your friends, driving for a whole 24 hours, having a bit of banter, and enjoying the feel once you drive really fast around this beautiful track located in south of France.
Yeah, and if you're interested in racing in one of these races with us, this is going to be the last race of this season, but we have a next season upcoming, starting the 29th of May with 8 hours of Road America. So join the Discord and you'll see the schedule, and you can even enter if you want. It's a low entry barrier, and we'd love to see you.
yeah, the Discord, of course, being on the top of the description down there.
We also have the Porsche Cup, the ISR ISRPC Porsche Cup Challenge. That's run every other Thursday. Yeah, every other Thursday that's run.
Every other Thursday, indeed.
Yeah, I can't remember. Is it this Thursday is the next one? I can't remember off the top of my head.
This Thursday, yes, the 16th, if I'm not mistaken.
So,
every,
Porsche Cup.
Every week, indeed, being a Porsche Cup race with really competitive drivers. Last race being at Monza, close fighting. That car, of course, being very, very hard to drive, very unpredictable, but quick and fun to drive. It's really important. With Jesse Kramer here, with the 86 car. And I think there's only one car now that isn't on the complete lap, and that's Sapphire SimSport Bravo car, who still needs to pit. So I think the River is gonna put the entire field on a lap.
No, the Bravo car doesn't need to. The
negative
Equipment car pitted one lap after the Sapphire car.
And I think they're not gonna lap the entire field. But yes, Jesse Kramer having an amazing pace so far. And also keeping the car secure as that LMP1 car gets that corner all sorts of wrong. He goes straight instead of taking the corner, actually. Probably got a slowdown for that. But he needs to be happy that he didn't screw up his car somewhere. As I also found out that the 85 car has gotten a stop and hold for an unsafe overtake on the 114 car there. So that's going to be heard in the sister team of this 86 car that we're currently watching quite a bit.
So apparently, according to Josh Falkus in the YouTube chat, there is a swan in the Bravo car now. I'm no expert, but swans can't drive, but somehow this one can.
I mean, it must be his fast one then. He's definitely putting in the lap times he needs to be doing.
Yes, last time he was faster than Jesse Kramer in the equivalent one. It's 31:21 versus Jesse Kramer putting in a 31:97. So he's definitely showing some pace here, as they're about 3 seconds a lap faster than some of the guys behind.
Yeah, he's closing in that 41-second gap that Quiver currently has built up.
That livery was white.
Yes, of course, lots of cars getting dirty and getting all kinds of bits and bobs on them from all the dirt and rubber and gravel and bugs that fly around in here. And that's beautiful about the race. If your car's clean at the end of a race, you've done something wrong. That's my belief of it, and that's I think racing in a way. You ruin the paint job.
So I'm gonna be gone for just 1 second, because I'm also human and I need to go to the toilet.
I'm gonna show the delta times from these two guys. As you can see, they were very close before, but they're keeping it quite consistent right now, as it seems like. But it'll be interesting to see what this will do in the next couple of laps, of course. Hoping to see some great laps by Ewan, getting us a fight for that win. But of course, it's still a 24-hour race, and we're only 5 hours in. So you never know, maybe they're saving right now and they're pushing till the end. As right now on-track action is to a minimum for track position, but of course it being Le Mans and having almost 50 cars on track, there's always somewhere a car having an interaction with another car. So
I've got the inside word that Josh Falkus in the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car after driving for 4 hours and 50 minutes straight, as well as qualifying on top of that. He's getting a 1 hour and a half ish break, and then he's back in the car for another 3 stints.
They're killing
that's
him.
That's his race done, I think, at that point.
I would hope so. I would give him a good, nice little rest after that. Give him a good sleep, get him 12 hours. His muscles must be sore after that.
I believe he has a kart race on Sunday, and he has to be up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I think he said, and he finishes at about midnight. So he's gonna have a long day tomorrow, I think.
He's gonna be toast after this weekend. That's the dedication. That's really good. That's insane.
Oh, as we see a Porsche get very close to the back of that LMP2 there, the R3T racing team. That was really close.
That was pretty scary, yes. As right now, of course, as I just said before as well, it's quite common, but as you see right here, it's not calm for the drivers. The drivers gotta be alert at all times. They might just end up with an LMP2 ride in their gearbox, and they gotta be careful with that. Or hitting someone else's gearbox. Well, not hitting, of course. Let's see if we can avoid that.
Yeah. Stewards might have a few words to say. I think they'll be wanting a break soon, the stewards.
Oh, as I just got a notification of the number 2 in GTE going off wide there after the Porsche curbs. After I think that's the Corvette corner.
He might.
We'll get a replay of that. He was close to the DRC car.
I'm gonna guess he's took too much speed on the exit and just ran out wide. Doesn't look like he's got any damage, so should be all good.
Let's see what happened there. We'll go to the replay. Here we are on board with him, of course. iRacing giving me the lovely physics simulation of shaky. So we'll switch back to a different camera real quick. And slow-mo here. Let's see what happens to LMPs, or one LMP2, one LMP1. Oh, Mark Pearson in that car having to. Oh, well avoid
very
there.
well to avoid that. I think that might have been, what was the first car?
Fuga Simsport, I think, the LMP2.
So that was a bit. He moved over quite far to the right there, squeezing the BMW.
Let's have
I imagine the stewards will have a word about that.
We'll have another look at it. There it is, the Fuga Sim Sports and
Yeah.
the Sapphire Sim Sport LMP1 right behind that. There the Fuga goes.
So the Sapphire is following him through. That's fair enough.
Yeah, the Fuga might have. Oh, they actually made contact there.
I think the BMW was a bit of a passenger in a bit of that, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's a bit of a weird one. I think the Fuga car squeezed him a little bit from the angles that we saw.
Yeah,
But
that'll be interesting to see if we're getting an investigation of that. That's interesting. Of course, it's racing, but gotta be careful with those GTs. They're not toys. To keep it that way.
exactly.
Let's see.
So I've returned to see a sight that you don't want to see a car going into the wall, and this will be affecting the Fuga car, who's been leading the entire race and fighting with the Team DRC orange car a lot actually here.
One thing I have just
Championship
realised,
as well.
it was a
Nice to
Fuga
see.
car, possibly squeezing a Fuga car.
Yes, that's interesting. Yeah, you would say with your teammates you're gonna be careful as you can be, because
You wouldn't pull that kind of move, I don't think.
no, you hit your teammate off and out of the team you go. I would say. That's a bit harsh though, but that's how it is. That's
It is
fine.
what it is.
So if there's gonna be a steward report, they might have a penalty, but they're also gonna have a good discussion in their team about racing etiquette.
Yes.
The question being, are they going to report themselves? That's, of course,
That's a very good point.
they wouldn't report themselves, but other drivers can report that as well, and Martin Pearson being involved in that as well. He might report it, and his team might, and then they still end up having a penalty.
Definitely. But yeah, Fuga now also being 20 seconds down, 25 seconds down actually from that Team DRC Orange. Not really what you want to have in a race like this.
Yeah, he was quite close, 5 seconds or something.
Exactly, but and also Team DRC Orange still needing to do, or having a different pit strategy than this Fuga car, and this Fuga car also being in a still being in a championship fight. Don't forget, they could still snatch that championship if they win. I believe if they win, Team DRC Orange need to finish 6th or below, and that will result in the championship for Fuga. But if they're now 25 seconds down from the Team DRC Orange car, something really big needs to happen if they want to get back up the field.
Yeah, as we just also saw it in LMP doing it the other way and waiting for him at the Porsche curbs till after he's through and then overtaking him. That might be a relief for the Tasha Edwards, of course, after her previous lap having an incident there. As I have
Also,
a replay of Bruno Alcaraz had a bit of an interesting little journey here.
well, let's see that then. We're on board here with the Chaos Latin Gamers car. Some lovely camera action there. The front end doesn't look too good on that car. We can see 2 LMP cars coming up. And the netcode there, but that LMP1 car is going into the pits and not giving any shits about the GTE car that was driving there, and just drove into the back of them. Although there might been some netcode, you still need to. You're an LMP1 driver. You know the speed difference is there.
That's nasty, yeah.
And
definitely did not look out there for what's happening on track, and yeah, of course, Bruno here cutting across the grass to rejoin the track, having to watch out for all the other cars as well. That has lost him a lot of time.
Yeah, and the back end of the car is going to be hurting a lot. The day is gone from bad to worse with this incident, and I'm going to be hoping for them that they can recover something from this.
Yes, as we have another replay, Peter Jan van den Berg has had a bit of an off as well from the PPR Esports Bravo team.
One of the few Ferrari sleek Italian design. Gonna have 2 LMP2s behind him, but I don't think that's gonna be affecting him. Let's hope not so. I think I already know what's gonna happen here. He's gonna touch the gravel layer on the outside.
Oh,
No, he isn't. He's gonna spin on himself, yeah.
Oh.
That's what happens after you take... The tires are gonna be gone after those 3 hours that he's probably been on them. Trying to extend them as long as you can and hitting the wall for a second time. Not really what you want to do. But yeah, just losing it on himself.
Yeah, luckily on himself, but that nose that's gonna need some repairs, and he'll be sitting in the pits for that for a little while, not long, hopefully. But that's super sad. Of course, P4 in class right now, as we have another one, Jonathan Lilly.
Also, it being very, very, very tiring after, I don't know how long he's been in the car, but he's been in the car for a while. As we are now on board with the XHL Extreme car, behind the Team DRC Orange car, and they just touched the grass on the outside there. Lucky to avoid that 72 car there, that stage 1 junior car. Just touching the grass there on the outside, causing the right side tires to lock up and causing him to spin out there.
Yeah, the grass there is very, very dangerous, of course. As we seem to have an error there. Let's see if it gets back to me. Yeah, there it is. Let's see what's happening here. My SDK is failing me a bit.
Well, once again, we're on board with Peter van den Berg and the slow-mo into the same corner he just spent a lap ago. Now taking it normally, luckily, and don't spinning. But he seems to be just continuing his race as it is. His front end not looking as clean as it was when he started this race. But we're going to hope that he can recover. He's been in the car for, I believe, 2 hours now.
As my... okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna reload the overlay. It keeps reverting me to the... There we go, we're finally back to the live. That's an interesting
Some
one.
technical difficulties. They can happen in those 5 hours that we've been racing already.
Yes, of course. We excuse that. That's we don't like to see that, of course. Hope to avoid those. Sometimes they happen, and
As I've also gotten word that in the Bravo car, not only there being a swan, but apparently the swan also very much stinks. Coming from Jost Falkos here. Ewan Bishop currently in P2. Having some great pace, trying to catch up to the Quiver car. But it seems to be that he isn't getting closer, because I think he was at 41 seconds just now. So he lost about 5 seconds during the race just now. And he wants to get that P1. He wants to get closer to them. As Sapphire Simsport Alpha just entered the pit lane. Them being very much far down the grid after a big incident that they had earlier on in the race.
yeah, the Sapphire Simple Bravo, Ewan had a bit of a bad lap last lap. He had a 33.31, while the Quiver car, Jessica Kramer, did a 30.0. So he was definitely either having some very bad traffic or just some nasty snitches or matches and stuff.
Quite possibly a big slowdown.
That, of course, being a big part of this track as well, the slowdowns. There's a lot of places on this track where you can get one of those, while not many off tracks. The slowdowns are nasty to get.
Definitely. So now looking at the P1 in the GTEAM class from J-Day Sim Racing and Michael Sambraro being in that car, overtaking the RSR esports car at the beginning of this hour. And he's already managed to get a almost 15 second gap to the RSR esports amateur car. Their race has been going very well, so far at least, but sadly enough they're a one-off entry, so they won't be getting any championship points. But that won't discredit if they win this race, because a win will always count, even though you're a one-off.
I am going to go make myself some food, so I will leave you with it.
Yeah, have a good meal.
I just think if you show a replay, my overlay on my screen won't update when you go back live.
Okay.
So if you show a replay and it doesn't change on my screen when you go back to live, don't worry about it. It's not a problem. It's just how SDK works.
Then we shall not show any replays until you're back.
I'll only
Unfortunately.
be half an hour tops.
Okay, well then. Every driver that's listening to this, don't crash in the coming half an hour. We can't see it, so we'll have no screen time. Anyways,
Or you could very much crash and it won't be shown for embarrassment.
That's a fair point, but of course we wouldn't like to see so many crashes in this race.
Definitely not, definitely not.
Only joking here, yeah.
But yeah, Michael Sambraro putting in some amazing lap times already. gaining about half a second on the car behind only in this 2 straights.
Yeah, he seems to be about a second faster last lap than most of his competitors all the way through the field, so he seems to be nailing those laps, although the car behind him, the RSR eSport AM car that had, I think, some difficulties early in this race, has put in those fastest lap by almost over 2 seconds. But yeah, Tyler Caneo not being able to keep up with them right now and doing a 15, almost 16-second gap, sorry.
Yeah, you definitely don't know how quick those other drivers could be. Maybe Michael Zambera is the quickest driver of them all, putting in those amazing lap times, and the next driver is going to be a second slower. You never know. We'll have to see in about an hour or so. But putting in these amazing lap times will of course help your team if they make any mistakes, if they get any damage, if they get a drive-through or anything like that. These small amounts of tenths will help you in the end. Not only will it make you more secure, but it will also allow for your teammates to make mistakes, although you don't want them to make mistakes, obviously.
As Michael Zambera here is also just catching up to Flavio in the GT Pro field. Let's see that yeah, that also looks like that some of I'm sorry for that. Some of the GT AM drivers are almost as quick as the GT Pro drivers, of course. While having a defined field, of course, split them up, they still are pretty close, and that's awesome.
Yeah, the cars of course being the same, only difference between a GT Pro and a GTAM being the drivers themselves, with GTAM only allowing up to 1 driver above 2.4k in that team. But apart from that, they only have drivers under 2.4k and above, and all the GT Pro only have any driver they want in that team. Most of them opt in for big names, such as, for instance, Team DRC having Lucas de Vries, a 6K driver in that car, and also in LMP2 they have that Alex Gal being in there, 6.7K driver. Big names, big I rating, lovely field we have here today.
Yeah, big field of course as well. As Polder seems to be in danger of being overtaken by Equivalent Motorsports AA Relation T.
They seem to have a big issue earlier on. I think that's the team that had that brake issue. Currently with Sapphire trying to overtake them, a little nudge I think there. The LMP1 car definitely wanted to go by there, but the Acriva car didn't allow them to. But yeah, the Acriva car, the car used to be on second place, but now it seems to have fallen back very hard. And this isn't due to any, this is also due to probably some pit stops, but not just pit stops.
As I'm currently looking at the steward announcements, it is because of an unsafe overtake that is stopping hold. And all these drivers being so close together, the LMP2 field basically consisting of 1 lap from P3 till P10 somewhere, P11 even. So we're all really close here, and I think Theo Schroeder in the car is now looking to gain back some places, starting with Yuri Ubing in the Porter Racing car.
But if he's shown the pace, I think Polder Racing is concede the position, seeing how quick that Acriva car has been all race long. Just gonna try and stick behind him and follow them into the slipstream and gain some speed, because he know the fight isn't gonna be worth taking. The Acriva car having an amazing setup, but also really quick drivers showing their paces the entire race. Of course, the Acriva 86 car currently being on P1 for the last 5.5 hours. Them being amazingly quick and not showing any signs of stopping, going quick anytime soon.
Yeah, and as you said, of course, Yuri opting to not battle with the Aquiver car TO because of their goal that Quinton, who came in earlier, told us just finishing P10 if they can and keeping it out of the wall. So he prefers to just keep it there exactly at P10 and having a bad one, possibly an off track and everything that comes with that. So he's probably enjoying that.
Yeah, definitely.
He can even suck up some slipstream right now, maybe keep up with them, but
You can also see that speeds these cars are getting, almost hitting they're going above 330 on the first straight, currently hitting, I believe, 320 kilometers an hour. It's amazing speeds these cars are getting, almost as quick as those LMP1 cars, but those LMP1 cars, of course, having the boost, just that tiny bit more advantage that they got over these LMP2s. The race is kind of calmed down now, being 5.5 hours into the race.
yeah, as we see the lights of the cars appearing on track, meaning it gets darker and darker by the minute. And some drivers need to watch out, and flashing makes a real difference, and we'll be able to see exactly who's flashing, who's not.
Definitely, but also it's gonna be dark in a second. Some big breaking points you can only see in the daylight. So the track is also going to be cooling down. You'll see some faster lap times. You'll see some people making bigger mistakes due to them being more tiring, as they're already 5 hours into this race. Currently on board with Peter Elson in the backmarker racing car. He's going to try and gain some time back on that Fuga, still being in that championship fight with them. As you can see,
Are they fast in that sector, sort of cutting off they're amazing. I just watching them through the Porsche curbs. Yeah, that car is so much faster, so light. It seems like they're so light but yet so heavy. They're planted.
Yeah, the speed difference that these cars currently have against those GT, you won't even get a car left or car right if you overtake them. Even in the corner section of the Porsche curves, hitting speeds of above 250 kilometers an hour. The downforce and the mechanical grip that especially the Audi has and the Porsche has a lot of aero downforce. It's just amazing, these tires, giving them all the room they can play with, and also the traction control, of course, helping them a lot, but it's necessary if you're going at that speed. As we've got a driver change to Sebastian Bushell-Williams getting into that 22 car. And Peter Elson taking his deserved break, as we now also hit lap 100 of the 300 plus that we're going to be driving.
Yeah, of course, an insane amount of laps around this track, and we're keeping it online for the environment as well, aren't we?
Definitely, as also Roger Smooky is also coming around the last couple of corners to probably overtake backmarker for the P4 position. As backmarkers also come out of the pit lane right there, they're going to be pretty close, so we might have a good fight on our hands here.
Yeah.
Backmarker now having the newest tires on track. I think they also changed tires right there. That's probably going to help them into that fast section coming up.
Although Roger probably has to pit real soon, or was it that an LMP1 could do like 10, 11 laps?
I think LMP1 is able to do 11 laps, LMP2 is only able to do 12. But yeah, those fuel saving in the LMP1 car is very difficult because you really need to have your brake on, because the only place of course the Porsche still gains boost on the straights, but the Audi only gains it under braking, which really gives a new aspect, because if you don't have enough braking, if you don't be consistent with your brake the entire time, it will really cost you in the long run. As we currently have someone in the rating room, but I'm going to be looking at this fight at the moment, because backmarker is going to try and overtake this our Porsche LMP1 car. Can't see that due to the camera, unfortunately, but he's going to be behind him for a bit. As I'm going to be dragging in the number 88 Bravo car Sapphire Sims for Jacob Money.
Of course, Josh was in that car earlier, 4 hours. Hello, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob of the 88 Simsport. Sapphire Simsport currently in P2. How's your race been so far?
Hi, I'm not actually driving tonight. I'm not driving in this race, unfortunately. I had other commitments in other race series at the moment.
Sorry
Or as
to
we see
interrupt you
you
real
and
quick.
going in.
As
Yes.
your teammate of Even Bishop has gone off there, braking a bit too late, and I think a second car also following him. That's the Fuga BMW. But yeah, your teammate, what was his name? Sorry, I've just Josh beat the car for the first, what is it, 5 hours? What was it, 5 hours or something? Amazing race by him. But how's the race of your teammates? Because I think you've been following it a bit. How's their race been so far?
Looking at it, they're doing all right at the moment. I've been a bit busy in another race today, so I haven't really been able to check in that much. But when I've spoken to them, they were starting, I think it was P6 or 7, and now they're up into P2, so they're clearly doing something right. Wishing them all the best for the rest of the race, to be honest.
Yeah, them starting in P... let me just look real quick. I'm starting in P3 actually. Great qualifying from them. So they've gained 1 position, and they have been showing great pace so far. And they've also been closing into that other Criver car, but that car has just been showing amazing pace this race so far. So, anything else you wanna give a little shout out to someone, or you wanna add anything else to this?
No, I was just wondering if you needed any help with comms, to be honest. I'd probably give a shout out to Daniel Handover, host of the Absolute Dan or Absolute Sim Racing series. So he's just done he's just hosted a 4-hour endurance race at Spa with the GT1 and Porsche Cup, and that was good fun.
Hopefully you got a good result on that, and hopefully you can reflect on a good result in this race as well for your car. And I'm gonna wish you the best of luck during the night time, and I'm gonna wish the best of luck to your 88 car. And hopefully you can pass that on to your teammates.
Yeah, I will do.
That being Jacob Money, currently not driving in the 88 car. Due to commitments in another series that he's driving in, but this 88 currently Eamon Bishop in it, really showing some pace, trying to get back to that amazing pace that the Criver Motorsports has been showing this entire race. But yeah, Sapphire Simsport Bravo definitely being a big competitor this race so far.
Yeah, as multiple teams are changing drivers right now. Some LMP2 teams have changed their drivers. For example, Lightham Lee for the Verve Racing Team Black. Silas Aaronland Nucleation was already in the car for a little bit for Transfer Racing. As well as Ryan Smith new in the car. Jochen Bank Lorison, I'm not sure if he's new, but I haven't seen him before yet, so I welcome him as he just comes into the pit, so he would have at least done 1 stint. Timothy van der Broek in the Stage 1 green car as well. For the Dutch viewers, I hope he's not really a brookie. So to bring in some good lap times for that Stage 1 racing green car and maybe gain some positions.
As the Team DRC orange car also has just now pitted, allowing Team Fuga, the Fuga GTE car, to go back up to that P1. Them now being behind the Lithium Motorsports car with 10 seconds, 13 seconds even. And the Lithium Motorsports car being 21 seconds behind that Fuga Motorsports car.
Yeah, sorry, as I had some difficulties finding the DRC orange car. It was way more difficult than I thought it would be, but here it is. Dan van der Ven in the DRC Orange Car, sorry. DRC, of course, I think Dutch-based team. Lots of Dutch drivers, of course, some I think international drivers as well, but a common team around this field as well, just like Quiver, and they always seem to put in a good race.
Yeah, Team DRC, just being a Dutch team, also start just as the RNE team, starting out from a F1 league. Most of the drivers not coming from that F1 league, but the DRC, some of the DRC drivers down from the fan being a admin and owner of the racing league that has just quitted due to the commitments that the Team DRC is making towards iRacing, which is really paying off. Starting last year with just 6 drivers last year, Daytona starting and not having the best of results, to now having won every single race this season so far. Then the iRacing season, official season, and possibly snatching 2 championship and the ISRC championship.
Yeah, of course, there are, I think, already the DRC Blue, or what is it, the DRC Red car being champions already in the LMP2 field?
Yeah, definitely. Team DRC Red being the champions in the LMP2 field, winning last time out at Motegi and getting that 38 gap point, the lead over P2, which in this race you can only get 38 points, but they currently have a 42 point lead over P2, and after some difficulties during the race itself, they've opted to retire their car and enjoy their championship with a little stroll and a enjoyment of a free evening and drinking some beers with each other.
Yeah, as we just saw Martin Pearson overtaking Radek Sakura, Dark 3 Racing Team, and Sapphire Martin, of course, Sapphire Sinford Alpha. Martin working his way up the LMP2 field, in the LMP1, of course, after having some bad luck in the beginning, but
Can I correct you? That's Martin back in the car. I thought it's about. Oh no, wait, it's back marker. It's currently Sebastian in the car. Yeah, Sapphire going into the. I believe that was Sapphire, or that was someone else going into wall hard, but they've gone. Sapphire didn't have the best of starts in the race, but finding the way back up to the field, almost clearing the entire LMP2 field, and hoping they can sooner or later be back on the end of that LMP1 field, and hoping for a good result, maybe the top 5 in the end.
yes, of course, easy to make mistakes, and the same can happen for any other team, and the further in the race they go, the worse that can get. If you get that incident, if you have that 1 in a million little off track, little twitch, little something that breaks your car, tows you to the pits, and causes you to stay there for over 10 minutes, that's something that can happen. And then Martin Pearson and Sapphire Simsport are back in the race, like they are in the LMP2 field as well. They're losing a bit of time, of course, to Jesse Kramer at Ewan. It's gone up from 42 seconds to a minute now, but hope's not lost, maybe he's saving.
SP2 Lithium Motorsports in the GTE champion in the GTE class, now also in the pit lane for their pit stop, which it will allow Team DRC Orange to get back to the P2. As we got some more cars pitting here, with some LMP2 also pitting. Yeah, great racing so far from both the GTE DRC cars, both being P2 and P3. That Team DRC blue car needs to speed up a bit if they want to be ahead of that Lithium Motorsports, which is currently P2 or P3 there with pit stops.
Yes, there's a very close gap in the LMP2 field. Lydon Lee of the first team being close to Silas Ehrenlund and Nicolaisen and Tronso. They're about half a second behind and looking to overtake them. Too brightly colored as Linden goes off and goes wide turn 1 and needs to cut turn 2, and that's going to give him a slowdown penalty, and he'll be wanting to get back in that slipstream, of course, so he needs to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, of course, turn 1 being also just as Indianapolis, a corner where you're braking, and also turning being very hard. You need to use a bit of dragging your brake and then going hard on your brakes. It being a very hard corner, but during this entire 5 hours and 40 minutes, we've not seen that many people go off there. So most of the drivers know how to take, and most of the drivers are experienced and know how to take that corner correctly. They've been doing that for the last 104 laps. So also there has been no incidents since the last quiver about an hour ago. So let's hope this continues and the stewards can take their lovely day off that they're enjoying right now.
Yeah, they're taking a little stroll. Drivers are not making many incidents right now, as we ask them to do, while of course Louis is eating and we cannot replay anything. Yeah, that's good. Drivers are behaving, that's always nice to see, and especially if they're being a bit fighty, but keep it safe, that's what we love to see. We love to see a little on-track action.
Definitely, as we're now board with the 52 car.
That
with
LMP1 just... Oh.
Within the LMP1 trying to overtake this LMP2 car, but the speed difference not being there completely, as the LMP2 needs to really lock up to not hit that Ferrari in the back. And then
flashing his lights, yes, he's not happy with that. Sebastian may have been pushing it a little too much there, diving up the inside of the LMP2. That's... Oh. Luckily no contact made there. That's a good job by all drivers to keep that avoiding.
Definitely. We've got some experienced drivers in here. Most of the drivers know what they're doing. Note that there's still 18 hours to go. Trying to survive and keep the car completely clean. We're still on board here with Sebastian, showing the speed and the turn capabilities that this Audi R18 has, with his lovely V6 engine in the back.
Yeah, as we're joining the Orion race team here, with Travis Swenke, also a new driver in that team. I don't know when they last stopped, almost 10 laps ago. But Swenke seems to be doing a good job. He's almost at the pace of the leader, Fuga Simsport GT. He's definitely making up places and looks to be aiming for that Lithium Motorsports team. Of course, he needs to pick this soon. So, it'll be interesting to see what the GTE Pro and GTE AM field will do, as that hasn't been finished yet. All drivers are close, just like the LP2 field. It's still a hassle, still not sure what's gonna happen. It'll be interesting to see what will happen, of course.
Now the lights have slowly come down. Most of the drivers had already got their headlights on, but now the headlights gone on even harder. As we're currently watching the 288 cars following that Team DRC, the Criva Motorsport GT not having the same result as their on a P1 team has been doing so far. The on a P1 car, of course, being in P1 currently.
Yeah,
and a P2 car, that's what I mean. But the GT car, GTAM car, currently being in P6 in their class, and hoping they can have a better result soon.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the weather real quick to see what that's doing. And an hour or one or two ago, the track was 26 degrees. Track's always already been kind of declining, 24 degrees right now, and we're looking to see what that will do in the night. Interesting to see what the tires will do. Of course, I think, if I'm not mistaken, tires last longer in cold track.
definitely.
Yeah, so definitely interesting to see. Sorry?
We're also going to be seeing some quicker lap times when there is these cold tires, so I won't be surprised if the quickest lap times are going to be beaten. And we'll probably be seeing some drivers putting in their best lap times that they've done so far.
As Jonas Backham, the equivalent Motorsport GT, just had a little lockup there, and has made it safe through the corner, but yeah, he almost off there. Luckily kept it on the track. There's a close battle here going on for P4 in the GT AM class. And, oh, they nearly touched there. And Cesar Adrian Lopez Padilla of the XRL Esports had to lock his brakes to avoid Matthias Kupa from German Sim Racing friends ISRC. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these two can do in a straight. And Cesar opting to not call a split from just yet. There he is, right in the tail of him. Let's see what he can do. Of course, you want to stay behind the car in the first sun chicane to get a good run out of it for the second straight. For the second also, as he does dive in the inside and what. And
as we got an LMP2, I believe that is, or no, that's a GTE. Ferrari also. Making a big mistake there, probably going straight on. We can't unfortunately show that right now due to Lewis going for eating.
That was for position as well. They just lost 2 positions to the XL Esports and German Sim Racing France team. So that's a big off, and we'll be looking to gain back those places, of course. But a nice overtake there by Cesar on Matthias while that incident was happening, and he's way in front already, having a 1.85 gap already.
I'm currently looking back at Vincent. On the braking, he just lost it, went straight into the wall there on the left side. Got a bit of damage, so it'll probably be a bit more slow on the straight now. Not something you want to have during this 24-hour race.
Yes, this will on board now with the Fuga Simport GT, leader of the GT Pro field. Josh Edwards has been in the car for quite a long while already. I think he's been in there for like couple of hours already, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not.
So interesting to see when he will exit that car. Of course, he has pitted in lap 75s and 90 right now, so I'll be looking to see when he enters the pits next, and maybe he'll get a driver change. But he's done a great job of keeping that car in the lead, of course, fighting with the USC Orange car. And yeah, great job there. He's a 44-second lead already.
But don't forget that Fuga car still needs to pit. And I think they're going to be changing drivers and tires pretty soon, which is going to cost them a lot of time. Probably their P1.
Yes, of course, and then DRC Orange, as we see here with Dan van der Ven in it, will retake the P1, and then we'll see a nice little pit stop battle there as Dan has last pitted on lap 83, pardon me there. So it'll be interesting to see these two. They are on completely different strategies right now, and it'll be interesting to see what they'll do as we see flashing highlights there in the background as Tosh actually enters the pits right now. Yes.
So we're gonna have to see, does he take the tires? Is there gonna be a new driver in there? Does DRC Orange make the position overtake? They will probably go there, but how far will they get ahead of that Fuga Motorsports car? Forget not, they were about 25 seconds ahead of them last pit stop out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, of course, normal pit stop being about 30 seconds, but if he's entering longer than that, 34, 35, if he's entering longer than that, definitely taking tires and
Currently, it seems like Edwards is going to go another stint.
I'm back.
Welcome back, as currently Team DRC takes the lead there, and they're not taking tires. So Fuga going another time out on the exact same tires that they currently have. But in the same driver, just going for a little splash and dash, taking some new amount of fuel, and going out.
yeah, it's amazing to see some drivers like pulling long stints like this. It's awesome. Yeah, I have huge respect for them as well, of course. I mean, driving for a couple of hours at once around this circuit, especially if you're alone, you have to have someone in a voice channel with you. If you're alone, you can't survive that. It's gonna be insane for anyone that does do it. And we already have seen several drivers doing it, of course, and yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be leaving you guys just for a second now. I'm gonna be taking a little break, and I might be back with you in half an hour or maybe 45 minutes.
Alright, man, take it easy, yeah. As Louis is back as well, if I'm correct, he might be on the phone. No?
I am indeed.
Oh, he's not on the phone.
Oh, it's nice to see the Sapphire Sinsport Alpha LMP1 recovering nicely. Just got the sister car of the Bravo to overtake, and then the Aquiva Motorsport Hood car to overtake, and then he is officially unlapped himself from other classes, so that's quite nice.
Yeah.
Hope everyone is having a good evening.
Sorry. It'd be interesting to see what those teams will do, as we had through the SimSport little battle there, Alex Moore and the GTE. Alex Moore, of course, in the LMP2, and the GTE Taj Edwards having a little scrap and actually colliding with each other before. So it'll be interesting to see if Sapphire SimSport can avoid that feat, because that would be nice for them. As we're my Mark Tractor Coyote competition, Apollo chasing Silas Aaron with Nikolai Tronsa Racing for P10 in class, and seems to be interesting. Mark Trent lost a little bit of time last lap compared to Silas, but he seems to be closing in.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really nice. We've got plenty of cars managed to make it as we come up on the 6-hour mark. I think we'll probably, if you want, do a rundown of the positions in a few minutes, rundown of where everyone is. But yeah, it's really nice. It's slowly getting dark. See, sun's almost pretty much set now. So yeah, I think everyone's just going to be sitting back, relaxing, driving the cars, and just keeping it on the tarmac. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be difficult, of course, as Max said before as well, to keep it on track at night. There's some brake markers that you can only see with light, and it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the P1, I don't think it's too much of a problem. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a bit of a struggle, I think.
Are you ready for some replays now, by the way? We've been pressing some. I have two of them. Tom Balabas has crashed / off-track somewhere, and it'll be interesting to see what he did. Here he is, of course, on the Mulsanne straight, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Coming up to the Mulsanne chicane, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen here.
Oh, he just loses the rear end on entry. That's
carrying a bit
quite easy to do.
Yeah. Keeping off track, yeah, avoiding other cars. Nice rejoin there. As I have another one, Caesar and Adrian Lopez Padilla from the XRL Esports car. He is P3 in class right now, so it doesn't seem to lose that much time, but still he had a little moment of himself, so flashing his lights right there in the Porsche curbs. Let's see what happens there. Oh,
what happens there?
as my camera
Looks like he
is
just.
not chosen the right one, so we'll replay that once more, because that's a bit odd. I think he just lost it in the Forge games.
Yeah, he kind of locks up the front left.
Yeah, he just carried a bit too
I
much
think-
speed in there, and he like broke himself. He like avoided, I think, spinning and hitting the wall. So it's a good job there, avoiding that wall, because that's a tricky place. That wall's right there, and if you spin,
Yeah.
you're in it. As I do have another one for you right now. Ryan Smith of the Polar car has the Polar car, of course. P9 right now, into top 10. Interesting to see what's happening here. It's gonna be busy going with that GT. Oh,
He
steering in too
mounted the
early there.
curb.
Yes. Oh,
That's
That's-
unfortunate.
hitting the GT as well, and
He's
that's
gonna have some serious floor damage. He's gonna be slow on the straights now.
Yes, we'll be interested to see what the top speed, of course, will do now for him. As we have another one, Timothy from the Brook, GTE of, LMP, Stage 1 Racing Green, has had an incident as well. You came back and people are starting to make incidents, they're really listening to me. Is that happening here? Oh.
Lost it.
Oh,
He got on
no.
power 2. Just got on the power 2 quick.
Oh, okay, yeah, he stopped on time there for the GT. That's being careful, at least. That's a good thing. No one hitting other cars, of course. As he's feeling the steering there to see if they have a lot of damage, which hopefully they don't, of course. So we'll go back to the live view. Martin Pearson in the pit lane, as we're on board with FT.
This should be his last pit stop. No.
Inside man has knowledge, so we'll listen to you.
Just trying to work it out what they do in 35 minutes to a stint. No. 2 more. This stint, he'll box now. He'll then come in one more time and then swap drivers. Don't even know if the other driver's online. Nope, not yet.
As Ryan Smith, the Polar Racing car we just saw mounting the curb, is continuing. He's only needed about 3 more laps till his pit stop, so he'll just be awaiting that probably, and then taking the damage. Now maybe lose some 2 spots, because behind him Tronso and Kairos are battling about 20 seconds, 25 up the field, down the field, sorry, and it'll be interesting to see what happens there if it's more than 20. Yeah, as we saw earlier as well, Mark Trenter losing a bit of time on the Tronso on Silas, but he's gained it all back. He's right on his tail now. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. He's going.
I don't think he will.
He seems to be catching up slowly, but too slowly. I'll keep behind there. Great little shot here on the side of the car, of course. Be interesting to see if he can get that exit. It seems like he had the slower exit. Maybe the Tronso Racing team has decided to run a lower aero pack and setup, and that causes them to be a bit quicker on the straights. Maybe they can't catch up to them, but Marcus trying everything, weaving, but he can't find a way past. we have another off track from Tom Balabas again. We'll just have a quick look at that while these two are still battling it out. Interesting to what happened here. He might have just gone wide a bit or something. Yeah. This is a weird place to off track. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Spray.
Oh, and good job there by the LMPs and the GTE to avoid the incident. Of course, a new smoke and particle system from iRacing, making it probably very hard to see that car. But they avoided him braking. That's a good job by them. Would have been a real shame if they. Oh, what's happening here? Would have been a real shame if they collided with him there. But him on his own, Tom will already have enough damage on that car to send him to the pit lane, as he is right now in the pit lane, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
During that replay, Mark has actually managed to overtake Silas, so I'm sorry for that, we missed it, but great job by Mark there, and the Kairos team will be happy they're in the top 10, getting more points than one. Of course, anything can change in this race. It's still about 18 hours left, as we just hit the 6 hour mark, so would have been fun if it's minutes. But Silas keeping close, keeping an honest till there through those final curves, and that's going through the two GTEs there. That's managing traffic. That's of course one of the many things of the endurance races as they go side by side into T1 right now, and Mark has the lead. Oh, they just touched. I think they just touched a bit. Silas hit the rear of Mark, and that's not what you want. Of course, that can cause serious damage for both of them, as they're heading up more and more traffic as well.
Oh, this is not a good place.
This is not a good place. They're both so... That's insane. It'll be interesting to see what they can pull now. Silas choosing the outside and getting cut off there by Mark, actually. Oh, what amazing. They're going through the traffic here. That's insane. It's a lot of traffic and a lot of cars. But it's going alright. Everyone is managing it. I think the Sapphire Simsport Bravo team is in there as well. A lap ahead of him, but still in there, and that's incredible. Yeah. This is an insane fight going into the second chicane, and Silas still behind us. Josh is actually back in the car for Sapphire Simsport. So the intel we got from Max, from the other drivers from that team is actually correct, and he's back in there. He's going on. He drove 4 hours before. He's driving, I think, another half an hour now, maybe 2. As we're still.
I think he's doing about an hour and a half. 3 stints he's doing.
Yeah,
so.
I heard he's doing a kart race tomorrow as well, so wish him the best of luck with that, and hope he doesn't get too tired today. As I have word of ISREC coming in the booth very soon, so we'll have some nice entertainment from him then. As we have had another crash, Simon Zirka had an off, and a long off actually, so we'll just have a quick look what happened there. As Louis is adjusting his microphone. Yeah, seems to be in those curbs as well, I think. Yeah, just losing it there, going a bit too fast in there. Good job keeping it out of the wall there. Of course, there's a big runoff area luckily there, but yeah, those final 2 turns are that tricky to get. If you just little too much speed, you drift like that, but you can easily just take them too slow, and then you'll just be losing time.
Yeah, exactly. Very fine balance between having it perfect and having it overcooking it or under. So yeah, they've got to work to very fine margins, but it's these fine margins that make them the racers that they are.
Yes. As Lyndon Lee also for the Fur Racing Team Black comes out of the pit start just behind these guys, still on board with Silas here, who's just lost a bit of time to Mark as Josh Falcus, the Sapphire Simpsport Bravo car, is in the way of him. He is blocking him, sort of, which is an interesting feat. Sorry there. Losing time to a car you're a lap by, and that's an interesting story there. But it'll be interesting to see what can do.
I imagine Josh has probably got fresh tyres on. They're going to be cold. He would have used the first lap just to get those tyres bedded in and up to temperature. And I'd like to think that Josh will now just drive off into the wind slowly but surely.
Yeah, of course he came around the pits about 2 laps ago, so you would be absolutely right there. Yeah, as I'll get the gaps up again. And, some people very far behind. But internal, yeah, that's this gap again. More traffic for these 2 guys. The Kairos competition and Tronso Racing, sorry, Kairos competition and Polo. So these 2 not done fighting yet, and definitely not done with the traffic yet. Although they might be fed up with it.
Probably.
As I just saw that the Stewards had finally had a job again, and they're being touching their fingers saying, hey, you're not here just to watch this race anymore, and they actually have a job now, and that's punishing the Polder Racing team for the little incident we saw with the curb, mounting that curb and spinning into another car. You got a drive-through penalty for that, and causing collision. That's only fair, I think. As, yeah, he did, of course, cause some damage and time loss for that team. Well, these guys are still adding, of course, and keeping close with the Sapphire Simpsport Bravo still in between them. Be interesting to see what Josh can do, overtaking them again, because they're doing about the same lap times, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and I imagine my mind's gone blank. It's because it's an LMP overtaking.
It's an LP1, yes. As Brian Smith of the Polder team is into the pits, and I think that's for his scheduled pit stop, and then I do not know, does iRacing count doing a pit stop as taking a drive-through or not? Does he need to go again next time around?
I'm not actually sure, because I'm not sure in iRacing, because I learned something in ACC when I did a 12 hours of Bathurst the other weekend. Not 12 hours of Bathurst, it was 6 hours of Walton Park. And we had a stint timer in ACC of 70 minutes. And you can actually drive through the pits in ACC and it resets that timer. You don't actually have to box for like any fuel or tyres. In iRacing, I don't know. I might have to Google that.
Or we'll see it very soon, of course, from Polder Racing themselves, as they might just come out of the pits and enter it again next round. round again. Next time about. That'll save you one Google search. So we're still on board with Silas. Of course, losing a bit of touch to that Sapphire Simsport and Kairos competition car. But hopefully, crucially, trying to get back there, getting in that slipstream, as he's just lost that a bit. But yeah, I think, yes, your prediction is right, as Josh Falkus has finally overtaken Mark Tranter as well. He's probably on his way to barge again towards Jesse Kramer, who's the current guy in the leading car, the Quiver Motorsports Hutu Kaput.
Yeah.
Yes. So, it'll be interesting to see what lap times he can put in, and maybe try and battle it, and getting closer to that car again, because they're because it's about 50 seconds between them right now. As we have in the booth right now, as said earlier, Isaac. Hi, Isaac. How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. Doing very well. Yourselves?
Getting a bit toast here, but doing good. Doing good.
All right, it's good to hear. I'm here to bring you some entertainment over the next hour or so. Yeah, it's just go and have a laugh for the just over 6 hours into the race. A very long way to go, 17 hours and 45 minutes. The stream will be taken over by 2 Ravens TV in about just under 3 hours time, and then they'll be taking you to the end of the race. And I thought, for the final 3 hours or so of ISRC TV, I'll join and see if I can have a bit of a laugh with you guys and maybe give you some interesting stuff to talk about, some interesting thoughts or whatever.
Good question. You might know the answer to this.
Yes.
Does iRacing count a drive-through as a pit stop?
Like when you're taking a pit stop, does it like remove your drive-through?
Oh no.
Yes. So if you have a drive-through and you enter, if you've got a drive-through penalty, and you decide, I'm going to take the drive-through and say add some fuel, it will give you a 26-second stop and hold. Well, I believe it's 26 seconds. I'll give you a 26-second stop and hold. So at some tracks, it might actually be advantageous to do it in a pit stop instead of actually doing it by itself. Don't quote me on that, guys. Don't do it. Take your drive-through. But I think that's how it works. It might be 26, might be more or less, but it adds on the drive-through. But otherwise, if you're just serving a drive-through, it won't count as a pit stop per se. It'll just count as you driving through the pits.
Yeah, because we had a Porter Racing team was penalized for hitting another car after a mountain curb, and they've been in the pits for about a minute 19 seconds. So I imagine they have taken the penalty in there.
Yeah, so they'll have taken the penalty and also changed over. I'd done it with their pit stop. It might have coincided. I think you'll lose about the same amount of time, no matter which one you do. So maybe it might be slightly more on the pit stop. But yeah, so you still lose time, but not as much.
Really clever, let's call it that, for iRacing there.
It's much smarter than anything I could come up with, I can tell you.
We're currently on board with Theo Schroeder at Quiver Motorsports AA Realization something. I'm sorry, Marcus. Driving right behind Radek Sikora on the R3T Racing team, about half a second between them. And, this will be an interesting fight to see what happens here.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, all these cars look like they've got very good headlights at the moment on the stream. And try and make out the battles best that we can that are going on at the moment. But yeah, so from the start to finish, I said earlier when I was in the commentary box, it's just been battles non-stop, which has been really fun to watch. And it's the same now. We've got this battle, which is for 6th place in LMP2 between a Quiver and R3T. It looks like last time by it was both a Quiver and R3T's outlap, as we see. They're sort of trying it up the inside and managing to make the car stick, going up into Indianapolis, then sticking it through the left-hander there. So that's a very clean pass, very clinical. making his way past it. Nicely done. He'll be trying to move his way forward now as he was up in third earlier. Yeah, so it's a nice move by him.
You know how I was having internet problems earlier?
Yes.
I may or may not have already booked 4 people to come out and have a look if I can get like fibre to premises.
You see, there we are, guys. So if you're listening, it means we can get some decent internet coming soon. Maybe see some streams stop lagging about the place, and Louis will be able to sort internet out. So this is what we do for ISRC TV, and we do it all for a good cause. Good cause.
I'm tempted to go back to my parents just to get the internet.
Move back home. Oh yeah.
I notice Martin is now not hot on the tails, but he's very much catching up with the Equivocar, the last LMP2 he needs to pass to be back with the bulk of the LMP1s. So I imagine it's going well for him.
Yeah, he's been after some incidents early at the start. His teammate Loic Marchand having some issues early at the start, coming out of this second chicane, having a couple of crashes, meant that they fell off the back of the LMP1 field. They've lost 10 laps in that happening. And since then, they've just been on a recovery drive, and Martin's been in the car for the past 2 hours now, and he'll be going for another 2 hours until his teammate Harry Harvey gets in. But he's just recovering. He's about to clear his way from the LMP2s. And then after that, it's just a game of keeping it clean, and hopefully they'll be hoping to make their laps back and try to get forward to the next car, which is Valhalla SimSport Royal, and they are 7 laps up the road at the moment. 22 minutes of time. It's a long reach, but it's not impossible, and it'll be very interesting to see what he'll be able to do.
My game seems to be having a bit of a crunch. I don't know what's happening here. Let's see what's going on. This is not good.
Sort.
Okay, that still works. Okay, that still works too. Seems like the replays just ended for me. It's saying live while we're paused. I don't know if you guys can see this. I don't know if Louis is still live.
Mine says we're on a replay.
Yeah,
Don't know.
okay.
It says we're live.
That's a bit odd.
Yeah, I've had this issue a couple of times with iRacing, and I had to restart my game in order for it to work. It's something which I've had 3 or 4 times now since iRacing has done its most recent update. I'm not sure why it does it. It's not happened while driving. It's only whilst watching externally that this issue seems to occur. So it might be a case of restarting your iRacing, Louis.
It's my,
and or Vincent, sorry.
Again, butchering my name.
No.
So that's interesting. I don't really have a be right back screen. So I'll be restarting my game, and I guess, and maybe we can get some stream from Louis going on if we have a bit of good help from OBS.
But
do you want me to
as we could do a little bit of filler here while we're waiting for these technical issues to start out. If anybody is currently listening to the chat and fancies getting involved, and come and join us in the commentary box, you tell us how your races are going, or if you want to contact us via the Discord or the YouTube, then we would love to hear your stories of Le Mans, how yours is going. If you've got any other interesting stories of Le Mans, how your last official race went, how your 24 went before, if you've ever been in real life. I've never gone to Le Mans, unfortunately. I've not been lucky enough to go. Planning on going in the near future in 2023. Or it's coming together of Le Mans, is what it seems.
Isaac, could you quickly share your screen with me, then I can fix the stream, sort of. There we go. We have some indication of what's going on right now, and I'll be restarting my game. So you guys have to sort of talk while you can.
Thank you, Vincent, for reminding me.
Isaac's good at talking. Don't worry.
Yeah, I could talk about all manner of things if anything that you would like. You start off here with
Why you forced me to stay awake till 3 o'clock in the morning? Because I'm not tired.
That's just a good point. Last night, I don't know if anybody who's watching has ever had any interest in any Dungeons and Dragons. Me being an absolute nerd, thought, yeah, why not give it a shot? So myself and Louis and a couple of our teammates decided to try out Dungeons and Dragons last night, and it's pretty good fun. I enjoyed it. We had a session 0 where you sort out everything that you're going to be doing, get to know the people you're playing with, and your characters that you're playing. And as somebody who's massively not creative, I really quite enjoyed it, and I think it was good fun. I'd recommend anybody who suffers from a lack of creativity like myself that you give it a shot. It can be a good laugh, I think. Although I'm, like you said, a bit knackered now. It was good fun. It was good fun. I enjoyed it.
It was good fun, I have to admit. And now I just get to do it in 2 weeks' time.
Exactly, yeah. It was so you got 5 of us play the game, and there's 4 out of the 5 have all got parent issues, which isn't a good thing, obviously. So it's led to a fairly interesting group of people. Got a couple of thieves, a couple of paladins, like soldiers, officers, and it's good. I'd recommend anybody who hasn't played, give it a shot. Go, you can download a handbook online if you wanted to, and you can just go type in Dungeons and Dragons Discord. You can go and find a Discord server, and it's full of people from all around the world playing it. You can play it. All you need is a Discord call, or not even that. You can do it by any media, and you can play and have a great time doing so. And I'd recommend, like I said, that you try it if you get the chance to.
Don't forget to invite me next time, please.
Yeah, no, maybe we'll start that. We'll have an ISRC Dungeons and Dragons Club. There we go. That'll be our next venture, along with big old season 2. Oh.
As everyone in stream probably knows, iRacing being iRacing, it takes a little while to load. So we're at 85% right now. For anyone who wants to know that.
I think I might move my iRacing. I think it's on my hard disk at the minute, because it takes 5 minutes to load into a Le Mans session.
Oh, it's on my SSD and it's still slow, so...
iRacing.
I used to have it on a hard drive, and I transferred it over to an SSD recently, and it makes a whole world of difference. You go from sitting for 20 minutes to load into a Le Mans session to doing it in just 2 or 3, which is good. I couldn't go back. It'd be horrible.
Yeah, of course, in the case of HDDs and SCDs and that kind of stuff, nowadays SCDs are quite cheap, so lots of drivers will be running them. We're running iRacing on that anyway.
Yep.
As I'm almost back in the game, and then back in the race.
I think I have like 10 gig left on my SSD, so I can't.
There we go.
Here we are, as Vincent joins back in, and joins us with the Back Market Racing LMP1. We've had a bit of an eventful race.
And I should be able to do everything. Yes, perfect.
There we go. Back to normality.
What a wizard am I.
So joining back on the stream now. Back into iRacing. Sorry about that little errors they're having at the moment.
It's still
now looking
online.
At Roger Schmucky. This is a... Yes, sir?
When does Martin get out the car?
In just under 2 hours' time.
He's saying
Oh, is he going? Wait, he's going to midnight?
He's going near enough midnight, yes. until his other teammate Harry Harvey gets in the car.
He said he should be able to be out of the car
Okay.
at 11 p.m. my time.
I thought he said,
Half an hour.
yeah, I thought he said 10, like our time.
I
Okay.
think he's ready to keep on going as long as needs be, is the plan.
I think that's where the quotation marks are. Should be.
Our schedule is so broken. Because I won't be starting for another 6 hours? Maybe 5 then?
What
And
time
you're
am I
tired
coming-
now, so you're going to be in about 2 weeks at the Nordschleife.
That's right.
So, of course, Louis will be jumping into the Audi R18 LMP1. LMP1, we're no longer seeing the days of LMP1 as of last year. It ended with the only competitors being the Rebellion and the Toyota TS050. Now, Real Racing are bringing in the hypercar class, which will be starting this year. Very exciting. We've got Toyota running Glickenhaus, and there's another competitor, Alpine, as well, will be the other team entering for Le Mans and the full season. So it should be exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing some different shapes and out on track, and just a different new category of racing, and hopefully it will go to iRacing soon enough.
You really got your hopes up for that?
You never know. You never know. We could see the TS050 coming out soon, because obviously all of the LMP1s in iRacing are from 2015, and the TS050 was also founded in 2015, and they ran the same car through till 2020. So in my head, it would make sense then to bring out the 2015 Toyota, which isn't impossible. We could see that coming at some point in the future. They've the only car that iRacing have announced that they're bringing out is the Formula V that'll be coming out at the end of this season, and Nicky Teams also announced or leaked that the Aston Martin GTE is in development. So hopefully we'll see that soon. Hopefully in time for, if I was going to say official Le Mans, but it looks like there might not be official Le Mans thanks to the ACO. Love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
This is the,
I do wonder what's going to happen.
This is like
Right.
a 24-hour race, 24-hour and 1 minute race, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. 24 hours and 1 minute of the French countryside in some cars. I'm sure that there'll be some organisations that host up a 24-hour race for the weekend that Le Mans was supposed to be held. I'm guessing that we'll see the official or the virtual 24 again this year on that date, and we might see another 24-hour race. Other organisations or leagues might look into hosting a 24 hours of Le Mans on the weekend it was supposed to be held.
Yeah, of course. Gonna be interesting to see if they're going back to R Factor again, which I think they will. I think they had a deal with R Factor, but would be nice to see them do iRacing. But
Didn't the servers crash twice though?
Yeah, they did. I think they crashed at least once, but yeah. That's speculation. Let's just call it that. We don't know. We hope. We can only hope and dream right now. But some let's say boomers like Martin and some other boomers in the sim racing world might be thinking, oh, R Factor is good. R Factor.
I think R Factor is good. I enjoy R Factor, and I don't think I'm only 20.
It's good, but if I could choose which one I'd do, the official one on it.
If the servers don't crash of of iRacing, then it's good. But the same goes for R Factor, of course, and R Factor has a lot of those little things that you need to know about before you start a session. So I think that's one of the things they can improve upon, and then maybe R Factor is the perfect choice for.
As well, what will be kind of interesting is their Assetto Corsa is coming out soon as well. Can't forget about that. Assetto Corsa 2. That won't be a follow-on of the Assetto Corsa Competizione. That'll be a follow-on of the original game, which will, I imagine, have a selection of road cars and race cars. And if it's held on the if it's held on the same engine with the same physics as ACC, that could be a real contender if we can get multi-class racing on that, because I don't know if anybody's ever tried ACC, but you can get some really good endurance racing on that. If we can get the same but in Group C cars, you can have my money. Take my money away from me. I'll happily race for Group C's around the Nords in the rain for 24 hours.
You'd happily race around the North anyway, so...
Give me a car and the Nordschleife, I'm set. You could entertain me for days.
Guys, we're gonna run a PayPal GoFundMe for ISREC to do a lap around the Nordschleife, I think.
Every time.
In a van, yeah.
In a van. That's it. GoFundMe for me to actually go and do a lap. I'll crash at the first corner, but it'll be fun.
The main thing about ACC endurance is the fact that you can chuck a car into a corner and it'll do the same thing that it did the lap before. In iRacing, you do the same thing as the lap before. Can be an entirely different outcome.
I can get that. I think that I have the same issue, but I think partially it's because I'm suffer from a lack of talent. But no, I'm incredibly inconsistent. But I get what you mean. The cars in AC feel a bit more planted, and it feels like the tire model is a bit more malleable, and you can throw it into a corner and it will stick a lot more. Whereas iRacing, because you throw it into a corner one lap, and then because they're not even half, because they're like 0.2, 0.1 of a degree hotter or slightly more warm, the next lap you do the same thing, it will just loop out on you, which some people could argue is realistic, but it's, in my opinion, when you've got these GT cars, they're doing the same thing. They're pushing it 100% for 24 hours. It doesn't. I struggle as a inept sim racer to do the same thing. To do that for long periods of time.
And that's why they're the pros and you're the amateur.
Wouldn't even go that far. I'm not even an amateur at this point.
And you're the steward and they're driving, so yeah. No, that's
yeah.
I just want to thank you, by the way, for doing a great job on the stewarding booth. We appreciate it, and it keeps it racing, hopefully fair. We give him the second thought, of course.
Yeah, it's interesting being in the stewarding booth at the moment. We've thankfully got our other two head stewards, Artie Boschart and Ed, who are kindly doing some stewarding from now until around midnight, and then I'll be taking back over throughout the rest of the night, possibly to the end of the race stewarding. But it's really fun. I really enjoy it. The only thing that kind of sucks is when you're stewarding, you're obviously watching the race, which you've put a lot of time and effort into, but all you're looking at it is the crashes. And so you're there, and you come out of a race, all you've watched is crashes for the last hour or something like that, and you feel a bit down. Then it was like, oh, that's a really good race. And you're like, how? I've just watched crashes for the last hour. But once you get over that, it's genuinely really good fun to watch, and it's you do get to connect with people a fair bit when people join the steward's office. It's really enjoyable, really is. I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, of course, being quite not busy at all in the steward's office, so I imagine maybe in the night as well, if it's gonna be easy going, you might just enjoy the stream a bit, and then you can see some real fighting.
Yeah, or I can just witness some great multi-class racing like we've seen here with Benson and Ethy. I think that's just the beauty of like endurance racing, especially at Le Mans when you've got the LMP1s, P2s and GTs, is because there's such a pace difference between them all. It's just you can sit on board with one LMP1 for hours and it's just mesmerizing. See them work their way through the traffic lap by lap. No lap's the same. Every lap they're taking a different line into every single corner because they're making their way around other cars. And I think that's just like a real beauty of it. And then when you do get these battles out on track, it's like a little treat for you that you didn't know you were going to get before.
Yeah, that's also it's just every lap's different because there's so many cars on track, so many things that can happen, so many traffic, and that's I think beautiful. Seeing some very close cases of traffic is as I think one of the most exciting things, of course, overtakes being beautiful and all that, for track positioning, they're over so quickly, while having 3 different classes on one piece of track will make it that much more difficult for you to navigate for all of it.
I agree. I think it does make a heck of a lot of difference. And so actually somebody what they said in chat, the LMP1 leader at the moment is Marius Danhauser in the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car. He's currently leading by just 1.4 seconds to second place. Hugo Valentin in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black car. That's the gap on there between first and second now. So this is after 6 hours and 36 minutes of racing and 119 laps. This is the gap that we're seeing here, just 1 second.
Yeah, that's
The
insane.
P1 is due to pit in the next lap or 3.
So is that Marius becoming in the Fuga car?
He pitted on lap 10 and we're currently on lap 10? Lap 110 and we're currently on 120, so 1 or 2, maybe 3 laps, he should be pitting. Well, it'll be 1 or 2.
Yes, if you're fuel saver, you can go for 12 laps. I know that the Sapphire Simsport car has got damage, so they're slower, so they are able to get 12 laps, but you can get 12 laps in the Audi by fuel saving, otherwise you'll be doing 11 laps. So by that, it would mean that we're going to see Marius coming in at the end of this lap, very possibly. And I don't know if that's going to be for a driver change. How long has he been in the car for? I'm just going to look now. He's been in for 3 stints, so he's coming to the end of his 3rd stint now.
Possibly.
So he might be staying in again for a 4th or handing over to one of his other compatriots in the car. So we ride on board at the moment with Hugo Valentin in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black car.
Let's see that nose cam through the motion chicane here. Very fast but slow corners. Very technical. Very beautiful.
It's amazing now. iRacing has, back in September, updated these cars so that they increase the downforce but reduce the drag, meaning that lap times around Le Mans have dropped by nearly 6 seconds. So before, when you would have done Le Mans last year at the official race, you'd been using 2nd gear through these chicanes, whereas now these LMP1s will be using 3rd gear and won't drop to 1st at all anywhere across a lap, because they've just got that much downforce compared to before. And yeah, you can go at breakneck speeds. The fastest lap at the moment, I think, is a 3:06, which is just like breathtakingly quick. I'm a bit chuffed to never get like around the 3:10s, but people to go full 4 seconds faster than that is really astounding.
Yeah, it's iRacing. In the when you're not the top, there's always going to be someone that's faster than you, and especially in these kind of tracks where it's such a long track compared to normal, you can gain so much on some pieces, and setup work, custom setup work, all that takes into account, of course, and that's probably why.
Yeah, Sapphire Simsport Alpha car is currently in the pit.
Is that for a scheduled pit stop?
Probably.
I think it will be. I've not seen them in the pits for the past 40 minutes or so.
22 seconds, so yeah.
Yeah, just standard pit stop there.
I think he pitted
But now,
at 9:08, so yeah.
yeah, he would have. But now, if we go back to that Fuga car, we might be seeing him coming in the pits any second now. So this might be the change for the lead here, as we see him going around the outside there of Polo car. Polo car, even sorry. We're going to see Fuga pull off into the pit lane. No, we're not. So he's going for 12 laps this stint. That's pretty impressive. So he's managed to save fuel to go that extra lap. And now the gap coming across the line is just under 1 second as we ride on board with Hugo Valentin. Look at that. Marius trying to get all the slipstream he can by pulling in behind the RSR GT3 there. That RSR Esports... Yeah, it is. I was going to say that RSR Esports AM car is running the Vector livery. RSR Esports having two teams, their pro team being RSR and their amateur team being Vector. That is the amateur team with the Vector colours, the yellow and black, whereas the pro cars will have the black and red or white, whether they're running an alternate livery for different races. A couple of esports teams that we have got in the mix today, Fuga Simsport being another one of those, competing in championships such as the it's not the Porsche Esports Super Cup, it's the, I think it's just the Porsche Esports Cup. They've got a couple of drivers in that, as well as the cars just behind them are Bruzy Esports. They've got several cars entered into different esports championships across iRacing. This is their other car, Benson Meathy. He's running a Porsche, the other is running an Audi. That's Hugo Valentin in the esports black cars running the Audi, which is appropriately black, and then the silver car in the Porsche, again appropriately silver.
Yeah, one of the teams that is sticking to their color schemes by their team name, of course. We have some teams that are naming themselves black, like Furf Racing Black, while they're having all sorts of colors around it. And that's also fun, of course. As I said earlier in the stream where you were not there, I love seeing those little liveries with like different colors. It's different from normal cars where they're mostly monotone and all that. It just gives you a big bright mood while you're looking at them.
Yeah. We're choosing a brilliant time to talk about liveries whilst it is midnight and whilst it is 10 o'clock in game time, so we can see none of the livery, but it's there in spirit.
Yeah,
Talk about it in spirit. Give you something to look forward to in the morning where the sun rises. See some beautiful cars, hopefully the same amount that we've got on track at the moment. 44 cars on track currently.
Yeah, one of those other beautiful cars is the Kairos Competition Apollo. Beautiful colors on there, as you can see right there, very black.
Yeah, I quite like, I don't know if any of you have ever seen GB Broadbent when he's doing Le Mans. So count the headlights together, guys. At Le Mans, there's one pair of headlights. If we get any more, two headlights.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to check on mine.
So no worries.
So yeah,
Mark,
I think... Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh, carry on there.
I just wanted to say, so you made the decision to do the stewarding this whole race instead of racing, and I think that's a very, very gentleman opinion, very gentleman decision to do that. I want to give you huge thanks for setting this up as well. It's a big league. It's been a huge success the last couple of months.
Well, thank you very much. I guess we'll see how this race goes for the success. We've got season 2 around the corner, which we're going to be spending the next month pouring a lot of effort into. We need to rewrite nearly the whole rule book. It's difficult, like constantly adapting the rules, but that's it. That's the beauty of it. We set up a rule, and then competitors go and they find a loophole in it, and we're going to have to go and rewrite the whole thing. And that you're constantly adapting, and I think it's really fun. And like you were saying, I don't race in the series. I personally don't believe if you're a organizer of an event, you should, or if you're the owner of an event, I should say, sorry, you should compete in it. I would feel quite bad if I took out another competitor. To be honest with you, Martin's an organizer. I'm a founder. I don't think as a founder it'd be good running it, because if I take out another car, I would feel so bad for myself. I'd feel so bad that I've ended somebody else's race that I'll just sit here and steward. So yeah, I enjoy it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a great league setup, as you just said. So yeah, and we'll welcome everyone. As you just said, is indeed the next season coming up. You can check it out in the Discord, and we're happy to see you on track next season, starting, I believe, on the 9th of May. The 8 hours of Road America.
You're correct. Yeah, we're going to Road America for the first round. We had that in season 1, which was a massive success. All the competitors liked it. I don't think there's anybody that disliked it, and they spent I think we had 16 incident reports over the course of a 6-hour race, which isn't too bad, and you think about it in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, no, it was awesome fun, and I'm really looking forward to going back there again. You get to see some awesome battling. The pass for the lead at Road America was made on the final lap of the race, which was, jaw was on the floor when I saw her. It was the FTR car going slow. They're currently sat in third place at the moment in this race. They went slow to get passed by Escape. I believe it was Chicane Online Racing. You aren't competing after unfortunately retiring earlier on in the race. But yeah, give some awesome racing, and I reckon you, if you're considering it, come and join. Just try out one race, see whether you guys like it or not. We specialise in LMP1s, LMP2s, and GTs, and we like to pride ourselves in taking care in our rule book and constantly adapting. We understand that there's rules that people don't quite like, or things that people don't quite enjoy or disagree with, and so we like to listen to those, and we like to hear where we can improve. And if we can make it the best racing environment for you that we can, then we're going to do that, or do our damn best to try. So yeah, if anybody's interested, don't hesitate to come and join and see what it's all about.
Yeah, as well as the Porsche Cup, of course. Every other Thursday night, we drive around in little Porsche Cups cars on several tracks. Coming up, I think this Thursday is Donington Park.
Yeah, Donington Park's a Porsche Cup Series you run, which honestly I didn't realise how exciting racing can be until I watched the Porsche Cup race. My jaw's on the floor. It's insane. I love it. We had race one. We had I think we had the tops. So the top 8 were pretty much bump drafting down every straight at Silverstone, and it's just been like that every single race since then. You can't go 2 corners without there being 4 overtakes, and it's awesome, good fun. If you like sprint racing, it's worth a shot.
As we just saw Lyndon Lee from Swerve Racing Team Black overtake Radek Sakura from the R3T team, and they're very close going here into the Mulsanne chicane. Very nice little overtake on the straight there. And Live Weichel from the Quiver Motorsports AA Realization T, yes, is close behind them, as Radek and Linden are still fighting there. They're almost side to side, and little touch there. Linden getting a massive gain there, and Radek almost overtaken by Life already, and that's gonna be a nightmare for Radek, because he's being overtaken by Life right now, and Life is almost ahead as well. Life will have the inside for the next corner as well on the end of the Mulsanne straight. That's gonna be awesome. What do we do? Yeah, Radek backs out, and right thing to do there. Maybe you can grab him on the straight here. And in the meantime, Linden is enjoying this great time. He's driving away. He's already a second up the road from Life, and Radek will be hoping to get back at Life here on the straight towards Indianapolis, but it seems he's just too far.
Right, I'm back.
Hello. Yeah, as we see him gaining massively down that straight there just due to the slipstream, and we've got this little battle on track of these 3 cars, which is awesome to watch as we see Vital trying it round the outside of Lyndon Lee in the Verve Racing car. He's going to have the inside for Arnage. Is he going to be able to make it stick? Yes, he is. He's going to run out wide. No, he's not, and it looks like they're 1 lap. Live Vital in the Quiver Motorsports AA car is able to make 2 overtakes, unless Lyndon Lee is going to be able to make a move on the run up towards Porsche curves. If he can do something here, I'll be very impressed. Running almost 4 wheels off the track to try and get alongside for the inside into the Porsche curves. Is Vital going to give it up? Not that easily. No, he's not. And it looks like Lyndon Lee's going to have to settle for being behind the Quiver Motorsports cars. They make their way through the Porsche curves for the 110th time.
That's beautiful fighting there, especially from the Quiver Motorsport car. That's insane. 2 overtakes and beautiful done there. Yeah, you see how much you can profit from little mistakes from Radek and from Linden. Yeah, insane. Vital going for that gap as well in Indianapolis. He went there and dived and went all okay, and it was beautiful. Nice overtake.
So Martin is going to just keep driving till Harry gets there. Harry hasn't even left work yet. Martin meant to say as soon as Harry gets there, he's going to hand the car over, and then he'll join you in commentary till midnight. that's what he meant. But yeah, Harry's not even left work yet, so who knows?
Sounds exciting. Yeah. Sometimes real life gets in the way, which not much can be done about. He's got to deal with it as it comes. Now, as we look forward from that battle that we were looking at just before, Life Whiteshall, with the equivalent car that we saw earlier on, this is just 6 seconds up the road. This is Mads Gravson in the Fugerson Sport LMP2, and just up the road is the Tronso Racing. That P2 right in front there, that's for position. That is for 6th in LMP2.
Yeah,
So-
actually, as the Tronso Racing just overtook the Fuga Simsport, but Mads Gravensen in the Fuga Simsport LMP2 might be able to fight back now, though he's not even in the slipstream. Oh, he is, never mind. Not on LMP2.
That it looks like the 95 LMP2, which that's Tronso just ahead. The 95 behind is 98, which is the
NSR Bronze.
NSR Bronze. Yes, correct. He is a lap back from these guys. The next car up the road from NSR Bronze is Podler Racing, the number 55 car. That is just under half a lap to the next car, so they'll be finishing. The other car's just about to come out onto the start-finish line where he is at the moment, so still possible to get up to those. Just a bit of luck and traffic management, you should be able to close that gap up fairly easily. But we're looking at this battle right here. That's 1 second from the Tronso Racing car just there. If you look 2 cars back, that is the Fuga Simsport LMP2. This is our battle on track for 6th place in class, and then there's another 10 seconds up the road from where we are now. We've got Kairos Competition Apollo, which is P5. So this little gaggle here, within 20 seconds, we've got 6 cars battling for position.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Rasmus from the NSR Bronze team can do in the middle of that. Will he be holding up Matt Graveson up too much, or will he be able to let him pass? It looks like the GTE is kind of holding up Matt's already. The Fuga Simsport LMP2, so that'll be interesting to see what he can do now. Or she, I'm not even sure.
I believe we don't have any females competing today. Yes, Lou.
What time are you going back to Steward?
Around about midnight. I'll be heading back into the steward's office until the end of the race.
Right. I'm gonna go take a power nap if that's alright with you.
That's totally fine by me, yeah, if you sleep and prepare for the race. No worries.
Right, I'll leave my screen share, but I'll probably be back for 11, just after.
Okay, yeah, get a little power nap in. I'll give you a bell if anything else changes.
Yeah, no worries. In a bit.
See you later. So that's Louis Sanderson just leaving the commentary box now to go and take a quick power nap before he gets in the car later on for Sapphire Simsport Alpha. You guys didn't see there, but Kairos Competition Apollo pitted in, meaning that he's dropped down the order. But now this here's Mads Gravson in the Fuga Simsport LMP2, and just in front of him is 5th place, Tronso Racing. They're coming through the Forest S's now, very close up the exhaust pipes. It looks like the Tronso car's got a bit higher downforce. They're able to pull away through these tighter sections, so through that last sector and half of this first sector here. Now coming onto the straight, this is where Fuga Simsport are really going to benefit, being in that slipstream. We're going to see Tronso pulling in front of the BMW to try and cut off the slipstream. Yes, we are, and that's the hashtag racing BMW we just went by. Gravson pulls back into the slipstream. He's not going to be close enough now, but he's got another 2 straights before he makes his way down to the Mulsanne corner. He gets up right close to the back end of the Tronso Racing Delara P217.
Yeah,
And he makes his way out of the second chicane, trying to get good traction down.
Mats is really good on that brakes, and T1 as well. He was right up the gearbox of Solas from the Tronso Racing team, and will be trying to get back right on this till in the second chicane here, but just too far away. You can't really do anything from this range, and just need to hope on a good exit on this last chicane, and then on the straight, and maybe with the BMW here, if I'm not mistaken, you can make that overtake stick on the inside, outside anyway, around.
I was looking in chat there, and somebody's saying that Cars Competition Poseidon retired after a nasty curb hit, which ruined their top speed. That's really, really unfortunate to hear. iRacing has been, I don't want to say bugged, but for a while you seem to just look at a curb funny. It seems to give you random floor damage, and we're incredibly sorry to hear that Poseidon has retired from the race due to iRacing's floor damage, and we hope that yeah, we'll see you guys back soon in the future, and it's a shame to see you guys out the race so early. It's been a pleasure to have you guys out on track.
We're going into Indianapolis here and still very close. Just not close enough. Matt is trying everything he can. Just not doing it. And Silas is defending good enough, good in the straights, good in the corners, as you said. They seem to have a good setup for the corners, but in the straights, they're not losing that much time anyway, so it'll be interesting to see what's going on there. And if Mads can get past.
Last time by was actually an outlap for Mads Gravson, so that's not going to be a competitive lap, but we'll be able to see this time by. Just looking in chat again, Andre Zella asking how many cars are in LMP2. We've got 15 entries still running at the moment out of 18 who started. Unfortunately, we've had 3 retirements from the race due to different incidents, but we've still got 15 cars running. And this is for 6th place in P2. These 2 cars that we're seeing at the moment. Max Gravson in the Fugger Simsport black and white car behind as he pulls past the Corvette there in the background of shot. Couldn't catch what Corvette it was that he went by as he makes his way through the first chicane. He's ever closing up on the back end of Tronso Racing, so he's going to want to try and get a good run out onto these straights, because this is where he's going to be able to make the pass done down these long straights where slipstream really matters. And be how he will be able to make this overtake. We saw Fugger earlier on up in 2nd place, unfortunately dropping back down through the order just through the naturally through traffic management and other issues through the race, and now they're on the charge again trying to make their way forwards. And all this time, we were mentioning earlier the battle of cars behind. The entire time whilst Nick Olshan and Gravson have been battling here, as we see the Fugger Simsport car trying to make his way up the inside in the chicane. He's got the inside line and he's passed, so that is Fugger Simsport LMP2 up into 5th place, unless Tronso Racing sees Nick Olshan's going to be able to get a run out of this chicane. Fugger Simsport trying to break the slipstream, moving over. Can he break the slipstream? It doesn't look like he can't. So now we've got Tronso Racing trying it up the inside, almost banging doors, going side by side there. And just in the back of shot there, that's the car behind them for position, Life Auction in a Quiver Motorsports AA car. So there we are, that's Sealand and Colshan back again after 2 corners. And now we've got the same thing again that Le Mans offers. We've got Fugger Simsport. We're going to have the slipstream, but they've dropped back through the chicane to half a second back now. It doesn't look like they're going to be close enough as our Valhalla Simsport Royal car makes his way through the traffic there. And it looks like this lap, for at least Fugger Simsport LMP2 aren't going to be able to make their way by. Tronso Race was down again. Look how much he gains on the track in the braking sense. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, he's so good on the brakes there, and every corner he gains that much in the brakes, but then again he loses it on the straight, I think, and on the corner. So it's really interesting to see that, as I said earlier with the setup. He's gaining now though on this long straight towards Indianapolis. Is he able to put it next side? No, he's not. He's just that little bit off, but he gains once more on the braking, trying to get that position. Oh, and a little scrub there, and Mats is ahead. Silas had a little too much power on, and he slipped a little. Good catch by him, but he lost the position again. Interesting to see what he can do into Porsche chicanes now as they're managing some traffic.
Have to excuse me for a minute. I just got to step away to the stewards booth to help with the guys over there, so I'll be back shortly. See you guys in just a minute.
And you'll be in my hands during that time. We'll just stay on board with Silas. We're still trailing that that biggest SIMS card after he made that little mistake there, and yeah, that's too, yeah, you're not happy if you're him making that kind of mistakes, and he pulls into the pit lane as it is due for his pit stop. Yes, 10 laps he's done on that fuel tank, and that's about as far as you can get on an LMP2. As we see in GTE there on the background, that is that's not that person. We saw GTE going off there. That's Cesar Adrian Lopez, actually. Yeah, went off track there a bit, went a bit wide, I guess. As I have some replays for you guys during that ISREC is gone doing his stewarding business. I've got Chris Neeson, and he's had an interesting crash. Take a look at it right now. Let's get it on the screen. And of course, there's not much to see here. We'll just have to take something away from the lights into a motion chicane, as it seems like the second one. He just overcooks it once, a bit wide, and then over the curb. And yeah, there's no grip there for him. Chris Neeson in the LMP1 from Black Marker Racing Blue. That's too bad. Good job on avoiding other cars there, though. He's lucky to not be hit, but yeah, that's too bad. And he's going again. The tires will not like that at all. As have we won from Mark Mestres P, sorry for the pronunciation, or a very professional team here. Aero Pigs Racing Team, GTAM, definitely not where they want to be. P10 in class, GTAM, as I told you in the portion. He just seems to have overcooked it as well. I'll have a quick look again at that replay, and maybe we can just get an onboard cam for that and see what happens there. Let's see what happens here. We're on board with him. We're coming up to Motion Chicane 2. Just like the car before earlier, and he just gets too much speed in and he just spins. Yeah, that happens. That's too much speed, and every driver will have made that mistake once or twice in their life. At least that's how you learn the track, by driving and making mistakes, and learn from them. Yeah, very good recovery from Mark, not to hit any walls there. As we have had some more crashes, actually. Mark Mestres P again. We'll have to see what's happening there. We're also having some flashing lights from nice drivers there. Let's see, Mark Mestres P. What has he done now? Is it again not his fault? Coming up to Indianapolis, he might have still had some overcooked tires here, and well, that looked already kind of scrappy there, kind of sliding, and yeah, just hit a little bump there, and too early in the power, and that happens. Good job of avoiding that other LMP2. LMP2 also a good job for not hitting him, but yeah, beautiful save, not hitting any barriers, but yeah, that's an awful place to get a bit caught up. Also, Cesar Adrian Lopez Padilla crashed. That's a driver for XRL Esports, and it seems like to be a motion chicane as well. It definitely seems like some drivers are losing track of where they are on the track, and yeah, and he just went straight on. He knew he couldn't stop in time, and he gave in on that. So that's a good job by him, as well, with the LMP2 behind him not going straight on. We'll go back to the live view now. We'll go on board with Martin Pearson for a second. We'll enjoy a lap or two. We'll go to a different camera real quick. This camera, it's advised by ISREC as he overtakes your quarter car. Thanks for flashing our lights, Martin. Martin, of course, having a bit of a little bit of a bad race. I don't know what the battle box was doing there. In the beginning, some crashes definitely didn't help. but he's battling his way up back to the front of the grid to his own class. Now he's a couple laps behind on his own class, but he's in his group. He's not got any more person back there. He's 10 laps behind the leader and 6 behind the 6th place, which is what he's trailing right now. So he got a job cut out for him, but he will not be stopping him very soon, as said before. His replacement still needs to come out of work, but anything can happen in these races. If he keeps going, at some point he might just get a podium. Who knows what's happening? Anything can happen in these races. Excuse me. As I am going to quickly get some water, so I'll be leaving you guys alone for just 2 seconds. I'll be right back. And enjoy this onboard view of Martin. As I'm back again, and we're still on board with Martin. I'll have a quick look through the field as I see ISRC Orange being close to the future Transport GTE. Jasper Rijken in this ISRC Orange on board, and Mike Wisseker, probably German name, I'm presuming. I'm sorry if it's not. In the car in front of us is the Fuga. And yeah, Jasper is looking to get a position here. Hopefully he can make something great of it again. If we get a podium, which is right now where he stands, of course, but with a bit of luck, ISRC Orange gets to P2, and I think that's actually for a win in this class. If he gets that, he can get the standings pretty quick. The GTE standings in the, let's see, ISRC Orange, yes. If they get a podium here and hashtag racing, which is in P8 and now doesn't finish in front of them, they've won the championship. So they'll probably be looking to not move the car right now and keep it on track whenever they can. As I'm quickly checking everything, I'm going to go on board with Nats, Graveson, and Life Glacial from Fuga and Equiver again, because they're close. They're having a scrap. Again, there's a scrap, and it has these two. As Life and Mads are both in some insane fights already, and now they're back at it again. Let's see how close and how fast Life can get up to Mads here. He's gaining, but not enough. He won't. Is he gonna get there? GT might block him. He might have to. Oh, he goes for it. He dives down the inside, and yeah, Mads is not saying nope. I'm not fighting that. And great job there by Life for seeing the gap and taking it. Now let's see what Matt's can do to get that position back. Is Matt's gonna go and say we're gonna win this, or well, win 5th place? Battle for 5th place is his. And let's see these two. Yeah, let's see the lap times from the last couple of laps for these two. Weichel has definitely been gaining on Mats for the last couple of laps, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Weichel running away from Mats now. And, that might be chopped on already because it's almost 80 tenths, sorry, 80 hundredths gap, but it's still possible, of course. With the slipstream, anything is possible, and who knows what Mats can do. Down the order, I see some very close gaps. There's Kevin Simon in P12 of GTAM. Some of these guys, of course, down in the order in GTAM. They're not getting their deserved stream time, of course. So we'll give these guys a little attention while Simon here is closing up on Noah in the NSS Racing Red team. He's so close until they're being overtaken by so many classes. It's an insane show here, and let's see what he can do here. Let's see if he can get that. If he can get that slipstream on the straight, maybe get him into the chicanes, into the Porsche curbs. It would be amazing if he could do that. There goes another LMP2 Stage 1 Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Faster. GT, of course, some GTs being faster, and others just AM drivers not being the pro quality that some pro drivers have, of course, so they're going to be a bit slower, but still cool to see that they're having this fight. It's not just real amateurs, it's actually people fighting. It's insane and really interesting to see what they can do here on the way to the final couple of turns of this lap, and then they'll turn to their 105th lap already. Just 2 more corners, and then sorry, 105th, I don't know if I said that correctly. As the leader is already on lap 131. The leader, of course, being Hugo Valentin, the RLR Brute Esports Black, which has overtaken Fuga Simsport, but not by much. And again, right now he's pitted, like last lap he's pitted, so he's just gone an out lap, and well, he's okay. He blinked there for a second, but yeah, Marius Donhausen and the Fuga Sims were 2 seconds behind. It would be good to see what he can do. He's about a second quicker last lap. More interesting to see what he does, but Marius does have to pit next lap, presumably, in 2 laps. So at this point, the RLR Brute Esports Black team does have the upper hand, and it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do and racing strategy, because that's going to be the only part that they can really deal with. Sorry now. Just a little yawn, of course. We no longer we're carrying on just like the drivers. Just like ISREC, as he told before, he's doing pro radio all night, and really interesting to see him tomorrow. I'm gonna go check on his mental state, because doing an all-nighter is not that good. And I'll be gone soon as well from the commentary box. I need to someone else to step in there. as said before as well, we will have Spencer Fick streaming the remainder part of the race somewhere in about a couple of hours, so that should be good too. I'm gonna be really enjoying that one. He's gonna be doing an amazing job for us. Let's see if I can find it again. Oh, no, I cannot find the time at the moment, but yeah, mutually appreciate you guys there. 2 Ravens helping us out. Really looking forward to it. As right now, the first Racing Team Black is in a pit lane. He was kind of blinking there. I'm not sure where he was, but Marcus Solholm seems to be in the car for Quiver Motorsports. Sorry, Marcus. He's already been in there for a stint because he just came in, and really cool to see him back in the car. Of course, he put that car on pole, if I'm not mistaken, and he also kept it there and then gave it off to I think Jasper. I don't remember real quickly. I'm gonna go get spotter's guide. I'm sorry for that. That took me a little while. I'm gonna get that real quick. Gonna get that Quiver Motorsports team. Here it is, number 86. Yes, it was Jesse Prama, of course, in the Quiver car. And he's giving it back to Marcus, I think, on that team. Daniel J. Thomas is driven as well. So they're a 3-man team, or 3 driven already. In contrast to some cars like this car, the Sapphire Sport Bravo team has only had 2 drivers. The driver right now, Just Focus, driven from the start of the race, and he drove qualifying as well till 4 hours into the race, and now he's already in the car for another hour or something like that. Really, really interesting to see what he's gonna do. It'll be interesting to see what he's gonna do this night, because he's gonna get one really good sleep. If I were him, I would do that at least. And then Thomas Johnson will come in the car, I presume, later on, and finish the race with even, because after this, Josh will not be in the car anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see how it is going. We have still Life pulling away from Mads, and we saw the overtake earlier there. But yeah, Mads not giving up and keeping up a bit, losing about a second a lap at most, which is really quite impressive around a 3-minute long track. That's, yeah. As Kevin Simon too, that's a driver in, I think, GTE AM, yeah, had a crash, so we'll just have a quick look at that and see what happened there.
Hello, I am back.
As ISREC joins us back from the race control to the commentary booth. Little matters that need to be attended, of course. As an organizer, that's always important and to be expected. As we see Kevin Simon just lining up the tires a bit and going on that power a little too early and just spinning it. Good of him to keep it out of the barrier there, and good of him to avoid any other traffic. You don't want them to hit you course, massive penalties, massive consequences for that penalty, almost certain.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen him do that recently, but he's able to get underway safely again, which is good to see. So he's still going strong, which is nice. Have I missed much while I was gone?
No, not much. It's been quite calming. Life has made a wonderful little pool and already overtook Matt's as well. So they were close, and now Life White showing a purple car. Obviously, it's taking the best out of it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But yeah, Kevin being an AM driver, of course, those mistakes are to be expected. It's sad to see them, but it's an AM class for a reason, and hopefully he'll learn from this and maybe get a pro license in the future.
Yeah, it's the beauty of having a multi-class race, league racing in particular, in my opinion, is that you get both pro and AM categories, so you give the chance for those 5k rated drivers also, such as the I'll say 3.5k in the case of the DRC orange car just behind, with Jesper Rijken at the wheel there. Yeah, you can have these 3k rated drivers on track with people who are of a slightly lower I rating. Say down in say we've got Noah Porter in the NSS racing car, who's got just over 1500 I rating. So you can have races of your own, like in your own little classes, or still whilst on track with 6k rated drivers and whatnot of the sorts, which is enjoyable, and it gives you a chance to learn when you're on track with these faster, more competitive cars.
Yeah, these two, Noah Porter and Kevin Simon, have been fighting before. I think we're gone. So yeah, there's definitely fights going on in class as well, no matter what your I rating is.
Exactly, there'll always be someone for you to fight, and well, with these longer 24-hour races, fights appear out of nowhere. You can be, battling out, just doing lap times as you normally would, and then all of a sudden you're on the tail of someone out of nowhere as they've made a mistake or had a longer pit stop or such and the like, and you get these battles springing out of nowhere almost, just like this one got here, the Equivalent Motorsports GT Porsche, and just behind him the German Sim Racing Friends car. German Sim Racing Friends being the second place AM car that will be scoring points in the championship. This however is for fourth in AM category, fourth in AM category, sorry, I was correct there. Equivalent Motorsports GT in fourth, and Andre Geiger in the German Sim Racing Friends car just behind in fifth. So it's good to see this battle out on track at the moment, and Andre's just eating into that Porsche. Here we go. Is he going to be able to make a move even before the next corner? He pulls out towards the inside for the second chicane. He comes braking down, and yeah, that's it. Jonas Beckman in the Equivalent Motorsports GT lets Geiger get away with that, and see if Geiger's going to pull away now, as he's already opened that gap up to 4/10 after one corner. I wonder if Geiger's on fresher tyres.
Geiger is...
It's his outlap.
Yes, Geiger is on fresher tires, because he's been in the pits for over a minute on his last pit stop, which is indeed this lap. Or last lap, one of the two. So
yeah,
he does, yes, have better tires.
Oh, and actually Jonas Beckman's on two stint old tyres. Last time he pitted in was on lap 98, so he'll be coming to the end of his fuel stint, and even then he was only stationary for 33 seconds, so he'd have only taken fuel and no tyres in that pit stop. But yeah, he will still be carrying on forwards. He'll be coming into the pit soon, and the tables will turn, and all of a sudden he'll have the faster tyres over Andre Geiger and the other cars around him.
And that again proves the point of like being able to fight in your own classes. And again, in AM it's for P4 in class, and still having great battles there and great strategic battles as well. It's an important game. Plays out and really enjoy it.
We saw these cars battling earlier in the race. Tronso Racing, they've made a driver change now. Gabriel Salmon's in the car from that at the moment, and just behind Daniel Schimos Sushmon is in the R3T racing car, R3T racing team car, and just behind this is for P8 in LMP2. We've got the Norwegian of Gabriel Salom ahead, and then the Czech Republican just behind him chasing. Last time by, R3T might have had an off, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it their in-lap? Sorry, it was their last. They've just come out of the pit lane. Sorry.
Yeah, and Solomon actually overtook Daniel on, I think, the pit exit, so that's an important little detail to tell here. So it'll be interesting to see if Daniel can fight that car back up to where Gabriel is to gain a position for P8, of course. But as it looks right now, he's losing time pretty fast. Already 4 seconds the gap. What was 2 only like a minute ago.
It's definitely something to keep our eye on over the course of the race. See, it's a bit of a lonely point in the track at the moment. He hasn't got much ahead of him. He's got the P2 just ahead of Gabriel Salmon, and then behind he's got nothing else out there, just the darkness of the French countryside behind him, which should be good for him. He just doesn't want to have any LMP1s coming up behind him soon that will cause any traffic problems, because you do lose time when you're being lapped by traffic, and when lapping traffic goes well. As he's catching a Ferrari up ahead, that looks white and orange, and it is. That's a Ryan Racing team. Travis Schweck's at the wheel of that 7.6k rated driver, might be the highest I rating driver on the grid today. They're currently running in 5th overall. Last time by, they were faster than P3, but unfortunately not able to match the pace of the cars ahead of them. Highest rated Ferrari though, so that's always something to brag about.
Yeah, as we only have 4 running Ferraris on a track, a lot of Beamers, a lot of Porsches and some Corvettes, not much Corvettes, but leading car in both classes is actually a Corvette. As I say that, the leading Corvette in GTA AM, the Anthony Pisano pits and gets overtaken by Andre Karasek, JD Sim Racing. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there, because the JD Sim Racing car only pitted a lap ago or 2. So maybe not leading as a Corvette, but yeah, interesting to see the different cars working out on different parts of the track, of course.
Yeah, and as you're saying, JD Sim Racing in the Porsche are the leading. Porsche have got 4 Porsche entries: JD Sim Racing, Equivalent Motorsports GT, Mounds Racing, and Aero Pigs Racing Team are all of the Porsches entered into the championship. We can look up the road. Actually, we've got the Aero Pigs car just up there, but doing a good job so far, leading the Porsche cars, leading all the Porsches. Moment as we look now down to Noah Porter in the NSS Racing red car. Currently sat 20th overall in P2. Sorry, in GT, I'm afraid. Second to last of the cars still running on track. The other car behind him is Kevin Simon for Team PSC Racing. Simon is on the hunt, and we've seen him been trying to get those lap times in as quickly as he can.
Yeah,
Fortunately, having a spin a couple laps ago.
Yeah, he had another spin after the replay I showed the guys, so he's not having that much control of the car, so it'll be interesting to see if he can fight the car and master it. That would be good to see. That would be lovely if they can get that done.
Yeah, and just looking in chat there, Ryan Harding saying thank you to the track workers that are replacing the cones. Every single lap you come by, they seem to magically have put the cones straight back out on the edge of the track. Whichever marshal is doing that is very brave and stupid, I'd say. Maybe he's tossing it from across the barrier, but yeah, every time you go by, somebody's replacing that cone on the entry into the Mulsanne corner.
I must say, if he's throwing them, he's one good thrower of them, because they're perfect every time.
Yeah.
But he's got some big balls if you're doing it here. As we have had a crash and an off-track spin, something. Travis Swenke, as I'll pull up the replay right now.
Well, so we're just talking about him.
Yeah, the Orion race team and LMP behind him, and it's getting a bit rough there. Missed his braking spot, I think. That's that LMP pushing behind him, getting out of the way for that LMP, and then getting back on our way. All the marbles on the track there. That's gonna be an interesting one. Gonna be slippery surface. We need another one of those brave marshals to come clean that up. No safety car, just clean it up right now, please.
Yeah, get the apprentice, hand them a broom, and tell them to go clean it up while the cars are still out on track live. But yeah, unfortunately, to see him getting running a bit deep there into the gravel trap. It pulls you in the gravel trap on the exit on Arge, but he's able to keep going, get back out on track, which is good.
Yeah, and good avoidance for the wall there. That's if you go there, you most likely will hit the wall. So good of him to stop that car before it did, because gravel traps are basically ice, and you'll skid right over them.
So the timing game is 10:50 in game time, depending on where you are around the world. Most of our competitors are European. Depending on where you are, and if you're in the UK, it's currently 20 to 11. In continental Europe, it is 20 to 12. And yep, so it's tiredness starting to set in. So as you might have a relatively normal sleep schedule. And this is where the endurance really starts when you get into these later hours of the night and through until I'd say about 5 o'clock in the morning, where all you want to be doing is just focusing on the next lap. Just pull through and lap after lap after lap until you make it around to the end of your stint, which is always nice feeling when you get out of the car for one of the night laps.
And look who came home from work finally. It's Harry Harvey in the Sapphire Simpler Alpha car, trying to get that car back in track for a top 6 finish. Let's say that. Martin, you're here now. How was it the car after getting it from work?
The car isn't too bad. Hi guys, how are we doing? The car is alright. There's a very, very slight offset to the left of the steering wheel. But beyond that, it's got 4 wheels. It's now got 4 wheels that point in a roughly straight line. Well, the same straight line. It's got some aero back, which is nice, and an engine which seems to pull okay. I don't think we have quite the ultimate pace that we started with at the beginning of the race. Part of that's because Loic was really quick, but I think part of that's also the repair job, unfortunately. But it's got back to having fun again, which is really, really nice. It's been good. I think I did 5.5, maybe 6 stints there. So yeah, my back's starting to ache a little bit.
Yeah, well, you've done a good job. You've pulled your car away from the back of the LMP2 field to the front of it, and you're back in sort of your own blocks, 4 laps behind, if I'm not correct, or 6 actually. But yeah, good job.
Yeah, thanks. Loic got us in front of all the GTEs, and I got us in front of all the LMP2s. So hopefully Harry will get us in front of all the LMP1s.
How it'll work, right, will it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's how it works. Right, I've had a quick message to put in the steward's office, so I'll be back in a few seconds.
Okay. So that was Martin Pearson, series co-organizer and driver for Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. He's just gone out of the car after about 3.5 hours at the wheel. To pull the car up from stone dead last at one point of the running cars up in ahead of all of the GTs and LMP2s into 7th overall and 7th in class. The next car on the leaderboards for them is a further 7 laps up the road, but I can tell you now they will be pushing all hell to try and gain that position back, and yeah, you won't see them stop until they make it.
Yeah, of course, the car in front of me. Valhalla Simsport Royal with Michael Sagiski in there. Sagiski, sorry. There's also 1 lap down on the SRA and IES. sorry, on the back marker Racing Blue. I'm sorry. As we have another crash, Kevin de Winter has had a spin crash or off track, and we'll have a quick look at him. He's not sure where he is right now on the grid. Seems to be an LMP driver here.
Oh, that's fourth place. That's fourth place in LMP2. Hopefully it's nothing too major for him. See if he has an instant hit. Oh no, it's just run after catch drives out, and that's all that's happened. He's spun around. He hasn't hit anything. Is he able to get underway again safely? Yes, he is. Very lucky not to lose much time there. Just one little spin, and he was able to carry on going. Incredibly lucky.
Yeah, relatively unscathed there. Just the tires screaming right now. Don't kill me, but other than that, good save, good. Yeah, tough spot that. You see a lot of people going off there. It's especially I think in the dark, it's not a nice place you want to be.
No, it's Arnage is a difficult corner no matter what the conditions, and when it gets dark, it just becomes even more difficult and annoying to master. It's so slow speed and that curb's so inviting, but if you touch it wrong, it can just cause a whole world of problems. Running aboard now with Benson Amethi, Tiara Lara Bruzzi Esports Silver Car, currently sat in third position overall. As we jump forward into our second place car, Fuga Simsport LMP1. It really encapsulates this onboard camera here, just how dark nighttime really is at Le Mans. iRacing has recently updated their nighttime to make it even darker, and you can see that it's just black wherever you look. There's no lights at all, and as he's coming up to the back of the DRC BMW, he goes around the outside through the Porsche curves. You can almost feel quite alone out there at night with just the dominating darkness that iRacing brings until you get this little shine of light of a GT and LMP2 further up the road.
Yeah, I actually
Yeah, but you've always got your flash button as well, haven't you, Isaac? Sorry, Vincent.
Flash button is...
Yeah, simple mind, simple button. You know, keeps you entertained, right?
The flash button is my one true friend. Wherever I go, I can always rely on my flash button, and it keeps me entertained for hours at a time. And I'm sure that it annoys many drivers that I compete against as well.
Yes, actually, Martin. Thank you for flashing at the cameras while spectating you. It's nice.
Yeah, I thought you were on me for like a whole lap because I changed. I've got a third screen which is powered by my laptop, and on that I had the full track map, and I kept on looking across at it for whatever the stars aligned, and I kept looking at it, and I was like, oh, it looks like they're looking at me, so I'll give the old flash button, and then like halfway around the. Another halfway around the lap. Oh, still on me. I'll give it another flash. Why not? I'm sure it'll look good.
Well, it did look good, so good job there.
Thanks. Looks like the overlay I'm seeing has replay on it, but I'm probably sure that's not correct.
That's
probably needs a.
Interesting one, yes. Thank you.
Probably
for
needs a
pointing
reload.
that out.
That's all right.
There we are.
Pretty good.
Oh, we're actually in replay. Oops.
No worry, it's entertaining nonetheless.
Still on replay. Anyway.
That's
Oh, no.
just your fault.
It's
No,
all you,
whatever.
not us.
Louis is streaming.
Oh yeah, of course. The whatever Louis is streaming is showing replay whenever I went into a replay and went back to live because some weird things happening there. So
Okay, no worries. I'll ignore it. I'll get my OBS up and then I can maybe see the real Wii. What's going on?
In Bayard, Kara's competition Apollo, their sister car retired about an hour ago. The Kairos competition Poseidon car, after unfortunately suffering floor damage over one of iRacing's lethal curbs, meaning that they had to take an early retirement from the race. Better now though than 20 minutes from the end of the race.
Yes and no. I hope all of their drivers got a drive. I think is what I want to say on that.
I can be the bearer of bad or good news here, I can tell you. Give me a second. That's the wrong Apollo car.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things, of course, happening in a race. If your team is out before you've gotten the chance to drive your car, you practice all the time, you put in the time, and then due to a fault of your teammate or someone else, you just don't get the opportunity to drive, and you'll probably feel bummed.
Yeah, no, it's not a nice feeling. We had, or even if you bin it on your outlap and then you have to retire as a result of that, that's happened to me before. Yeah, it's not a good feeling, but it is endurance racing, and yeah,
There's always next
do
time.
have to keep it safe. Yes, fortunately, being a sim racing group that we are, we can just schedule another race, I guess, and organise another one and go again. And you're always trying to learn. Like,
Dane Beard gets a bit off track. They're a bit wide coming out of the right-hander there towards the Porsche curbs, and he's still chasing Gabriel Solomon there, the Transfer Racing car, looking for a good place to finish. Currently P16.
Yeah, I can bring good news. All of the Kairos competition Poseidon drivers got to drive in the race.
oh, fantastic!
There we are.
Cool,
Everyone
I'd like to
got a
know.
couple of laps.
Sweet, thank you very much, Isaac.
No worries. That's what I'm here for.
We had any? Sorry, I've been a bit out of the loop for the last few hours. Probably is actually 3 hours. I was in the car. So, what big events have we had recently?
Big events that have gone on. We've had a lot of on-track battles. At the lead of all of our fields, there hasn't been much changing. The Fuga, as you're saying that the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car and our Lara Abruzzi Esports have been having a bit of a ding-dong battle within the pit stops. The gap's currently just under 10 seconds between those two at the absolute front of the field. Further back down the field, obviously your car, Sapphire Simsport Alpha, were able to make their way up back through all of the GTE and LMP2 standings to get themselves onto the back of the LMP1 field. I say on the back of, you've got another 8 laps to go, but you can do it, I believe. It's got 24-hour race. And then when we're looking down at the LMP2 standings, not much has changed at the front there. Marcus Solheim still leads that race with Josh Falkus. He seems to have not gotten out of the car. He managed to get out for a couple of hours, but he's turned on most of the driving so far for Sapphire Simsport Bravo in second place. We've had some very intense battles, including the cars that we're seeing on track at the moment, Kairos competition, and just ahead of him, the Tronso Racing LMP2. There's been a really good group of cars, about 6 of them having a battle for the past couple of hours before that settled down. And then looking down at GTE, well, where do you start? It's GT racing. There's always something going on all of the time. We've had...
I had a brief contact with the Fuga Simsport GT car of my stint.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was an interesting one. With the Fuga LMP2, I believe.
Yes, that's right. I followed it through karting, and then the GT car decided to give me a little love tap on the side of my car, which I thought was very cute until the GT car spun off.
What actually happened there was the LMP2 Fuga Simsports pushed off the GT, which made him go a bit on the grass, which caused him to spin and hit you a little bit.
Okay, right.
But that's why what's happened there.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense then.
So teammate on teammate, so they'll be having a little discussion in that team afterwards.
Yeah.
As we have had a crash resulting in a tow to pits from P6 in the LMP1 field. Sebastian Busher Williams, back marker racing blue, I'm not mistaking. Well, let's go watch replay. We are here watching him on the...
is he run out of fuel? In slow motion.
I think we're on slow motion.
I thought you ran out of fuel for a second there. I got a bit worried. Oh, what's happening here? Is this going down to Mulsanne Corner? It is, isn't it?
It's the first chicane.
Wonder if he's run into this outside barrier. It is easy to do here. No, he's not. Is it? Oh no!
No. Is that the?
It's the NSS.
Yes, it's the NSS. what is it, 224?
Yes,
Corvette?
NSS.
The blue one with the orange hexagons on it.
That's the 211 NSS Racing Red.
Right. Oh, that's
No.
terrible. I wouldn't
unfortunate.
genuinely. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That to be caught up in someone else's incident. That's awful. Yeah, I mean, on the timing screen, we were 22 minutes behind Oliver Kemp in the Valhalla Sim Sport Royale Porsche, but wow. That's obviously going to reduce now that they've passed Porsche Williams in the back market racing blue car. So.
Yeah, and they're already in the pits for 3.5 minutes now, and it is going to be interesting how long they will be keep going in there, because that's a hefty damage. That I don't know. But how do you know? I'm sorry. Do you guys know how much time that's going to cost about?
I could take a wild guess, but I'll probably be wrong, to be honest. It looked like a heavy hit. We had, after our incident, at the first chicane, we had 12 minutes, and it was a 5-minute tow from that position. So they're probably looking at a 3.5 minute, 4-minute tow from there, as well as some damage. So I think it's going to be at least 2 laps it's going to cost them, I'd say, potentially 3. Unfortunately.
I'm just hearing now that might be the end of their race, actually, that incident.
Oh dear.
That's a real shame. It's too bad. Of course, they couldn't pick that and neither do anything on that, but it just happens. That's endurance racing, and if they do have to retire, I'll say grab their next chance and better luck next time. That's endurance racing.
Yeah, it is. I'll just try and get my points up again. LMP1 standings. They're pretty safe in second place in the LMP1 standings, so they were one of the few cars. I think they've done pretty much every round. Ferguson Sport joined a little bit late to the championship, but managed to overhaul Backmarker and Twisted, who were in from the beginning. But no, they've done a fantastic job to hold on to second place, and that'd be a real shame to see them finish the championship in that manner. So Solholm's back in the car again. How many laps do you reckon he's going to do over this race? Because he must have done a fair few already.
I can tell you now. So he got in the car and he drove up until lap 30. So he'd have done the first. Near enough 2.5 hours in the car alone. And this is, we've just seen him get back in the car. He's halfway through his second stint. Actually, we've seen him come in the next 2 or 3 laps time. So this is about his 50th lap, give or take. It looks like they're just cycling through Marcus Solholm, Daniel J. Thomas, and Jesse Kramer. They're just cycling through that. Cycling drivers, it looks like, maybe seeing that till the end of the race.
Very good. He's 6K driver. You want to keep him in as long as possible, I guess. Do we have any on-track battles at the moment? We got anything close?
Not really much close. We got the Kairos competition Apollo though, and 1.5 second of the Tronso racing with Dane Broad in the Kairos and Gabriel Solomon on the Tronso. So, it'll be interesting to see what they can do.
Certainly will. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort something out in the background. That's cool. Right, jolly good. I don't know, I was thinking to myself earlier how just fantastic the sight So I was looking after my teammate Loic Marchand in the Sapphire Sensible Alpha car for the start of the race, and I had the stream on another screen, and it just looks absolutely fantastic to see all of these cars racing around Le Mans, such a historic place, and yeah, just iconic and fantastic. That, well, Isaac's idea, unfortunately, that we are here today for a 24-hour to finish off the season.
Yeah, it's a great sight, and I love to see it. It's a bit better as a caster to have daylight to see what you're viewing, but yeah, for the drivers, of course, this nighttime is I think a specialty and adds that real immersion, and it's great to see all the headlights as well.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit harder for commentating, but it's currently 9:10 in the evening of the simulation, and I'm expecting sunrise to be about 7:20 in the morning. So we've got another 8 hours, 10 minutes of darkness to deal with, and then we'll start. Well, before then we'll start seeing a bit of dawn and a bit more light, which will be a welcome sight to many sore eyes up and down pit lane.
Yes, as we'll have a quick look at the track temperature right now. Track temperature only 23 degrees. It's not dropped that much yet, as it was 26 before during the day. So it'll be interesting to see how far it drops this night. But as it seems now, it's not going to be that much dropping.
Yeah, I don't think it'll drop too much further. I mean, it's in a pretty sweet spot at the moment. There's a lot of rubber down, which is really nice, and especially when so practicing this morning in the warm-up session, there was not a lot of rubber down, and it was quite warm. But then, as I got in the car 3 hours ago, or maybe 4 now. The temperature had gone from 38 degrees or 40 odd degrees all the way down to I think it was mid to high 20s, and that just absolutely, the track temperature went down, the grip level came up exponentially, it felt, and then I had to find another rhythm as I pushed myself a little bit further to make sure I could maximize all of the available grip, or as much as I can in my low amount of talent. Excuse me. So yeah, no, it was fantastic to drive, and very good fun in these LMP1 cars, which are, I mean, I imagine all of the other drivers up and down the field felt exactly the same. Hated the high temperatures, and then their cars must have really come alive by now. And then I saw the car into the night, into the full darkness, and that's really nice transition period. So you know all of your, you got all of your muscle memory, and all of your, you got all your marker points. You know a bit more about the cars that are out on track, and you can really start to push and relax. And then as it goes into the darkness, the effectiveness of your flashing of headlights becomes greater, which is actually a good thing. People tend to see you a little bit more because you're a little bit more visible, which is slightly ironic being dark, but the brightness of the headlights these days in sports car racing is just so big that it's almost easier to drive in the dark than it is in the light.
Yeah, is it hard to spot your braking points on this track with no lights around you, so only your headlights, for example?
It's not so bad because there are a lot of reflective surfaces that you can use, and as I say, the lights do light up quite a wide beam. If someone knocks off one of the cones, though, you have to go, hang on a minute, there's a cone there last lap. Oh, okay, it's fine. I know roughly where I'm going to brake anyway. You just get into a bit of a rhythm, really.
It's that it's the muscle memory, as you mentioned before, and of course the iRacing marshals helping you put back those by putting back those bullards during people just driving around in circles. Let's just call it that. And, one of the bravest persons, I think, on this track as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They've done a cracking job of 8 hours in, and they'll continue to do a really good job for the remaining 16. Yeah, we couldn't do it without them, as they always say. But in genuine, we couldn't do it without anybody who turns up. To be honest, we wouldn't have a league without them. And yeah, the ISRC crew for putting a race on. No, it's fantastic. I think this is I'm in a really good spot mentally at the moment about feeling how good it's going, and yeah, had a few incidents, but I think for the most part everybody's happy, and it's good to see so many new names out on track as well.
Yeah, you have every right to be happy. You drove the car fantastically. I don't recall having really any incidents with you. I haven't had a big red bulb with Martin Person crashed in my SDK, so you're done pretty good.
Thanks, yeah, I think I counted 5 slowdowns, and I think 3 of them were when somebody came into the chat to have a quick discussion, and I just got distracted a little bit, whereas for the most part I was by myself, and I think I drive better then, so yeah, no, that was a little bit frustrating, but I'll get there. I'm still learning how to drive and reduce my distraction level or ability to be distracted, which is but yeah, I'll get there someday, hopefully. I did have a big moment at Tete Rouge, actually, quite early on. It was broad daylight. What happened? I'd overtaken, I think, an LMP2 and a GT, and I'd pulled back across them perfectly cleanly. I'd left plenty of room, obviously. But then I got the left rear wheel on the grass as I turned into Tete Rouge. There was a lot of oversteer, and that was one of my slowdowns as I managed to control the car through the off-track area, and yeah, and back onto the track safely, unfortunately, without it hitting anything. Good thing about tracks these days is that the runoff is quite large, and in most places, and often quite tarmacy, so that does certainly help.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, hi Andrew, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? Nice stint earlier, Martin. I saw quite a lot of it.
Ah, very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. No, it was good fun. Just saying, had a couple of hairy moments. I think in one lap I managed to. Well, I had that incident where the Fuga car hit the grass and tapped me on the side, and then later on, the start of the next lap, I managed to go through the middle of 2 GTE cars, which were, I think one of them was recovering underneath the Dunlop Bridge over that crest. So that was quite interesting, and I was like, that's a bit cheeky. Isaac was in call with me at the time, and he's like, yeah, you need to just calm down a bit. I was like, okay, yeah, understand. Don't want to take people off, especially 6 laps off the, sorry, 4 laps. Yeah, we were 6 laps off the next car at that point, so
are you back at the same lap now as the other cars?
No, we're still 4 laps down, I'm afraid. So Sebastian Washer-Williams, who's on screen at the moment, they've had an incident recently. I saw that they took 10 minutes of repairs, unfortunately. So they were sitting in 5th place overall, but they're now in 6th. They've dropped 2 laps behind the Valhalla SimSport Royale car. Yeah. So, sorry, my driver's just coming into the pit, so I'm just going to go say hello to him for 2 seconds.
Ah, good idea.
As
anyway,
Sebastian Isaac said he might not at all race anymore, while he is back on track and is lapping GTs again, so it seems like everything's okay. From our side, of course, the car might still have some damage.
Yeah, the car's potentially got some, maybe it's probably down some Ks on the straight, probably losing just a little bit down to downforce, obviously been lost in the car. We see Matthias Verster for PPR Esports, or is it PFR? They're driving, they're driving that Ferrari really well today. Surprisingly, not getting too many Haiti incidents to their name, as they are a one-off team.
Yeah, and that's good to see. Of course, the one-off teams also following the rules good, and yeah, the one-off teams are doing great today, and with a bit of luck, they'll sign up for the next season, and we'll have a great battle for the championship.
Definitely, that's the hope. That's the hope anyway. I mean, for these events, it's important that we have the one-off teams for the bigger ones to at least give not only just numbers, but to also have an open audience to every single person, to what ISRC is about, I think, as well as, you know, Matthias Verster is probably one of the faster drivers in the PPR esports car today. He's definitely showing that he has the overall raw pace as well.
Yeah, his last one was quicker than the couple cars ahead of him, including one GT Pro of Mounts Racing, which is
just up ahead. You can actually see that Porsche just running down the distinct kind of shape of car. You can just make it out under the dawn of night here round Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Coming to the edge of the straight. We're actually showing replay up on the top left. I don't know
if that's Louis' stream that says it's replay. It's not replay.
Okay, that's quite strange. But as far as I'm aware, everything should be good in the stream. I've got it up in the background and watching as everything goes well. I hope everything goes well for you guys tonight. It's going to be a late one for myself. I'll be on the air with everybody here at the ISRC TV group until about 3 AM, to where we should be having a couple more guys jumping in and helping us out through the early morning, and have us running into the bright sunshine of the French countryside.
Yeah, and then of course it'll be interesting to see what the track times will do, or maybe it'll rise a bit, and then as Martin said earlier, just now that period of change was really nice for him, but at some point I think when going back to light and heating up the track again, it will not be as nice as he described it, because of the clear the rising temperatures making it slippery, slide, everything.
Yeah, I mean you get used to the car, don't you, as well? So the quicker you can get your driver out of the car when the track starts to heat up is probably the better option, so that you've got a driver that's not adverse naturally to the colder temperatures of the night and can just literally get in the car and then relearn it again. I think that's probably the best way, because as I think I heard Martin say before I had to disappear quickly, he was talking about muscle memory and how that the car starts to just almost become one during the middle of the night. So it's one of these things, bit of a flash of the headlights. I think he knows he's been watched. Yeah. Ryan Smith.
His teammate is in there as well, just quickly spectating him. I think his teammates told him he's on stream. Let's flash the lights real quick and.
Polder Racing again. As far as I'm aware, they are a one-off entry actually in the league in the LMP2 category, the number 55 car. Actually. Are they not? Are they actually part of the league? I didn't see them take part in the last competition, so that's to me.
They skipped out on the last race, but they drove in. What was it again? I quickly got that up. They drove in Interlagos, where they didn't score any points.
Okay. Yeah, well, as it's currently standing at the moment, they're not in a current position to really be pushing for points either, unfortunately. But they are pushing, as it does look the simperformance.com NSR Bronze team is coming out of the pit exit as well. They're ready to go and get back out on track after having a bit of repairs. Obviously, both Stage 1 Racing Green and Senior a lap down on each now. At minimum.
He goes on the grass there a bit, and Luke Reimer for the NSR Bronze team. Yeah, having a bit.
Yeah, you can see he's definitely trying to warm those tires up as much as possible down the straight. I would be doing exactly the same thing. I think that's a driver change as well, if I'm right. Luke Reimer getting into the NSR Bronze car, so that's going to be their change for the first little while. He probably will be in the car for a good while I'm on the air, so we can definitely keep on checking back and see how his progress goes.
He's right now on track. There aren't really any battles except for this here. Two GTs going side by side here. Matthias Wursterndet and Sasha Ibeleman.
Yeah, these guys are really going at it. I think car behind in the RSR losing out a little bit there, but the car behind, I do believe that is an R18. I think that was the Sapphire Simsport car getting by. Just behind, fantastic R18 car of theirs. Moving out, non-biased obviously.
Yeah, great overtake by Matthias, of course, here on the pro team as an AM team. That's one of those things that's of course happening in pro teams, is that you might still have an AM driver, or you might just have an unlucky stint and then you still be on the same pace or maybe even slower in some AM cars, and that's happening right here. And that's really cool.
Actually, talking about that, the Mons Racing car right now are really struggling for pace, as they are really far down the order in comparison. They're kind of sandwiched in with all the amateur teams now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in the middle of the pack of them, and their fastest lap places them right square where they are right now in this place. But it'll be an interesting one to see Sasha get back up to place.
Just to let you know, mate, we've actually had an incident come in from 7 hour 46 from Backmarker Racing Blue and the NSS Racing Red team. It's just come in that the NSS Racing Red car, the 211, is being given a drive-through penalty for a competitor incident causing a collision. And another one as well, the Valhalla Simsport car is getting a no further action from the Quiver Motorsports Hotokopat team that have basically filed the report against them. I'm assuming it was just a blocking move because it was LMP2 versus LMP1 there.
Yeah, not much that can go wrong with them. Although, of course, as an LMP2, you can still be irritating an LMP2, and LMP2s being LMP2s, they probably will report you for that. So that's probably the explanation of that.
In talking about that, a lot of the drivers are reporting things that they believe are incidents, but you know, certain things like just a small block, if you can't get by, you can't get by. And that's some of this, you know, the incidents I'm assuming that are being reported. I haven't seen any of them. Obviously, I'm not a steward myself, but knowing that you know, some of these guys are getting so frustrated that it is just as small as that, just a small blocking maneuver, because, you know, they maybe got a little bit of understeer into a corner and the other guy thinks he's blocking. Which, in all fairness, I think that's where we also need to be a little bit, you know, careful about what we're reporting. And please remember that the stewards as well, they are really busy tonight, and they're going to be really busy for the rest of the day. Obviously, well, for the rest of the tomorrow as well, trying to sort out issues. So please just, you know, only report the incidents that you feel are necessary, like a crash, or, you know, and like you think is an intentional block. It's important that they come into the stewards, but just please be wary that, you know, most things that are going to be like a block are probably going to be nothing of it. So
yeah, as we're on board with Just Focus for a minute, he's been in this car for a total of, I believe, I'm gonna say radically 7 hours almost. Okay, that's 6 hours already. He's been in his car for qualifying until 4 hours into the race, and then like 1.5 hours after he came back in the car, but he just got a stop and hold for causing collision.
Sapphire Simsport Bravo, yeah. Stop and hold for causing a collision on the Stage 1 Racing senior team. But in all fairness, you know, he did cause the collision, and the stewards would have looked at both cars' positions, with Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo being reasonably high up the field and Stage 1 Racing Senior, the number 83 car, being a little bit farther down, and reviewed it with you know, with open arms in the fact that he did cause that incident.
Yeah, of course, being a leading team, he probably did, as he comes in right now, he probably did feel the urgency of getting to overtake it, but at the same time, he is the leading car. He should be having respect for his fellow teams.
But in saying that though, yeah, we're talking about Jost Falkis. It's been in that Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo. It might be interesting to have a quick read of the rules to see where if he's maybe broken conduct there by, you know, I've been, every time I've looked at the stream, he's been in the car. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. But Ryan Chevalier is out in the FTR Esports car at the moment.
There is a rule saying there need to be at least 3 drivers in the car, like throughout the race, and then there's not much of it, just except for the fair share drive rule from iRacing, which basically limits drivers from driving the entire race almost alone and then giving the car away for 2 laps per other person. So
basically that's what they could have been doing. So they could be just, you know, using that as a, you know, a getaway from potentially, Josh has obviously said, look, I'll do all of today, and then you guys can share tomorrow, pretty much. That's what he's done. As long as you guys get in the car to do a few laps, then we're fine, and then you guys just fire it through tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see where that ends up. But Kevin De Winter here for Stage 1 Racing Junior, number 72 cars, you know, reasonably okay today. Not too many incidents. I mean, the other 2 cars been involved in some few incidents and controversies today, but other than that, it's been okay for them. This car managing to, you know, hold its pace, not necessarily too high up the field. It's 4th at the moment, so you can imagine they are under a lot of pressure right now. But obviously, the Equiver Motorsports Halto Kopat team is leading at the moment. They've pretty much been leading the race all day, with Marcus Soholm at the wheel. The Equiver Motorsports Realizonte team currently running at 5th. They're pushing to try and get that Stage 1 car that Kevin De Winter is in. So we'll see where that ends up. We don't see them on stream on the stream at the moment because they are just a little bit too far out of reach. They could even be about a few they can be anywhere from about 30 seconds to a whole minute down on this track, and you wouldn't need to, it wouldn't make any difference. It's Josh Falkis is getting a little bit tangled up there as he comes back out.
Yeah, and I have some replays right now. First of all, from Andre Geiger, he has I have 2 replays of him. First of all, this little crash/spin. What's interesting to see is on Millsend Straight coming to Millsend Corner 2. Just
carried a little too much speed and hits the curb, I'm assuming here. Yeah, heavy speed. Yeah. Oh, that was a big hit. And he bounces right out with no headlights. So that could be viewed by the stewards as being dangerous on the track, especially right now at the middle of the night. If you have no lights, you are a hazard. The rear lights are still on at this moment, but again, that could be, we can't even see him on stream right now. It's so dark.
Yeah, let's see what's happening here.
And he's so slow as well. He's got serious damage. He might be told he has to tow the car back to the pits rather than drive it.
The car here on the side and he's towing it. So that's what happened. So massive crash there for him, and that's insane. Here he is in pit lane. As we have another crash we can go to now. It is
Alfonso.
Yeah, and I think Anthony Pisano is tangled up with it as well. Not certain of that. They have the same time. I see.
Oh, he's got a bit of damage to the front as well. He's been really struggling. Yeah, in all fairness, I think he kicked the gas and another car almost getting tangled up too, but avoiding the incident. Joe Alfonso, again, we've seen him in the Core Motorsports car for a good while now. But
Yeah,
Anthony
so-
Pistano there in the back in the RSR.
He just got on the gas a little too quickly there, I think, or hit the curb in the wrong way, and this
Yeah.
is Anthony Pisano reacting to that, blocking his wheel, luckily not
Good.
making contact. But those tires
Good
are not
reaction
gonna be
time from
happy.
him there. Very much a shame from the Core Motorsports car and him, because he's pretty much just lost out in a position because of that. But João Alfonso back out running in the car. Obviously, the more he has spins and stuff like that, you know, the more he's going to be running his tires into the ground. So, you know, we're trying to see where everything goes.
Yes, his onboard fighting is not much going on about it. Not many people are close together, but gaps like 6 seconds, like Joe Alfonso and Flavio Saturnino right behind him, are the gaps you should be looking at right now, because those gaps could be vanishing in a matter of hours, which is sounds like a lot, but is not much in this race, as we already have passed his 8-hour mark.
Joe Alfonso now, he is still pushing it. He does have a bit of cosmetic damage to the front. I don't know if it's physical damage to the car. It does feel like the car is handling okay. It does look like, which, you know, we're going okay. Just got a quick, couple of things to promote. Obviously, since I'm back in the chat again, I know a couple of the guys were doing interviews. Again, if you would like an interview, feel free to jump into the contact commentators tab in the Discord, and we can speak there, and we'll throw you into our commentary box and you can tell us your story. Perfect. We're going to need all the company we can get tonight to get us through until the early hours of the morning here at ISRC TV, 24-hour of Le Mans for the ISREC Season 1, Round 8. Joe Alfonso, yeah, he's definitely... I do feel he is carrying a bit of physical damage to the car, and he's just nursing the car into the zone, which...
Yeah, his last lap time was a bit off of normal, but of course that's probably a lap time that had that little break just before the start finish line in there, so he just lost a couple of seconds there.
Be interesting to see where he's going to finish this lap on time wise, because that'll just decide if he has got damage or not. But racing, stage 1 racing senior number 83 car being overtaken there. These cars are just built to go fast, and you know, it's just awesome. Hans Blankquaret in the car.
Yeah, very interesting name this in the senior car of stage 1 racing. A very beautiful name, I think myself, but
Blankquaret.
yes.
Yeah, I would say that's a very beautiful name. But yeah, some really good drivers in this lineup today. It's been a really good race to watch. Even when I have been off stream, taking a little break, having a power nap and all that stuff, I had the stream running in the background on PC, so I could just every time something happened, I could just look up and see how it's going.
I have some inside info actually on the Polar car that we saw earlier flashing his lights. That was not on purpose. It was an incident actually, as there was a little delay on the stream, and one of the teammates said he did not know that it was happening. But he found it quite funny still nonetheless, so that's a good one. And yes, Ryan, most of these cars are gonna need some work after this race. It's an endurance race, you know, the cars will not be clean. If you join in tomorrow morning with I think the 2 Ravens guys, the cars will not be, if they were white, they're not gonna be white again anymore.
No, they're going to be covered in track and tires. Unfortunately, all the bits of rubber will be getting flicked up off the rear end if you're following. And that's the way it is. But Anthony Pisano for RSR.
Yeah, trailing Andrei Kurasek here, JD Sim Racing for P1 and AM. So this is a little fight for the win here.
It's definitely not the place to be doing it in the middle of the night, but you know, position is everything for these guys.
Yeah, I would prefer, as Anthony, I would prefer, I think, sticking behind the JD Sim Racing car to suck up that slipstream and just save fuel. And that you can save so much time. That would be my guess of ideal, but they're getting very close here on the straight, and they're gonna block some other people. Oh, okay. The JD Sim Racing car pulls out in front. As the JD Sim Racing pulls a bit wide there, but still makes a point. It's very nice there. Good racing from these two. Still an AM, but still good racing. So
they are, you know, very respectful racing as well. Look at the lights on the inside of the car, you know, it's just absolutely beautiful. You know, these things are on board spaceships, you know. You just feel like you are driving a spaceship at night round here. The blue light in the cars, just to keep the drivers a little bit more attentive, as you know, blue light stimulates the eyes. That's why they tell you before you go to bed to put your tablet and that down half an hour before you go to bed, so that you don't go to bed and struggle to sleep.
Yet here we are at night, back on a PC watching blue lights all the time as Vincent just backs down a bit there. He didn't want to go there, and that's a good choice. Is he running out of fuel actually?
I think he's decided he's going to jump in the pits anyway. I think, yeah, he is running low on fuel, but he is going into the pits. I can't read his dials very well, but
working.
So I'm just assuming he is running a little bit low on fuel, so he's going in to get a bit of a top up. But there's Karesek in the JD Sim Racing RSR.
Still leading, and he just pitted as well, so he'll have the overall lead, and they won't actually be fighting at all. The ISRC eSport AM car will need a miracle, which happens quite a lot at this track, not gonna lie, to get back in P1. So yeah, anything can happen in these races, as you know. So it's possible for them to just win by 10 laps. I know it's gonna be weird, but anything's possible. Let's just keep it that way.
Yeah, let's just keep it that way. As everything's just going down, and we're all enjoying everything that's going on at the moment. But big light of cars going down the old Mulsanne there.
As Josh Focus is trying to overtake Kevin the Winter in Stage 1 Junior Racing. Stage 1
Good
racing
move.
junior.
Oh, and we've got a bit of an incident.
Oh.
Was he tagged there? That could have been down to just a bit of a loss of, like, maybe oversteer, but I think Coleman might have tapped. I'm not too sure. Could we maybe get a replay on that?
Yes, I'm gonna pull up the replay right now. I don't know if that happened. Let's see what happened there. Oh, already LMPs.
So the LMP2 moves up onto the inside, doesn't tap. He loses it himself. He drops it under braking there.
Yeah, and then
Fido. Yeah, Fido comes. He's, you know, a little bit of an unsafe rejoin in front of the SimSport Alpha car.
Yeah, there's no way to go there anyway. But yeah.
Yeah. So.
But interesting little accident there. The LMP losing it on himself, and that's a tricky corner. And luckily, he didn't go in the direction of the track. He went the other way, but still difficult, of course. Especially good from Fedo to avoid that as well. And he ran a bit wide, scared, of course. Makes sense.
So we've actually got an incident right now. Number 220, the German Sim Racing Friends car, hashtag ISRC. And the number 71 Team DRC Red cars under review, and I know that one of the head stewards is just typing out the stuff that they've been talking about, and that was from 8 hours 12 minutes in the race. I remember seeing Isaac in the chat actually saying what happened to the German Sim Racing Friends, so I'm assuming something seriously did here we go.
Oh.
That's serious. That's Team DRC Red being given a team disqualification. Incident will be reviewed post-race. So I'm assuming tomorrow we'll actually have something to talk about, don't you think, Vincent?
That's an interesting. Yes, that's very interesting.
It might be interesting to get a little bit more about that from either Isaac or Martin if they are listening to the chat. If they are willing to jump in or give us a bit more insight into why they were disqualified, that would be awesome. Because they were, I mean, they've been kind of on and off the pace all day, haven't they, Vincent?
Yeah, the German sim racing guys are they're not the best right now, but the DRC Red team is actually already out of the race, so that's some very interesting.
Yeah, I do believe that was already there. And here's Martin. He's come back. I wonder if Martin can give us a bit more information on the past incident. Could you maybe shed some light on why the Team DRC Red car has actually been disqualified from the race?
I can shed a bit of light on it. So the Team DRC Red car left the server after an incident earlier. Or known to us that they retired, and everybody else that we all thought they'd retired. They then came back onto the server and proceeded to spin off, unsafe rejoin, causing contact with another car. That car that they then had contact with spun off a few corners later and had more damage. So it's not unreasonable to think that those two those two incidents might be related. At the same time, that car was never going to reach the 90% requirement to score championship points for the round. And they are provisionally, I guess, they on the points tally, they'd secured the overall the LMP2 championship. I'm not sure what's going to happen post-race investigation on that, but
yeah, I mean,
a pretty serious thing. They were 80 odd laps down off the lead, and we're expecting in LMP1, I think maybe like 450 laps maximum. So an LMP2 car would do less, and therefore there was no way that they'd reach the 90%. We need to get to the bottom of what's really going on there, I think.
So that's the car that Max is in, isn't it? Max Hack, he was part of the Team DRC Red.
If you say so, I can't exactly remember off the top of my head.
I'll need to get the everything up for that, but I do believe that he was actually part of that team. So it'd be interesting if he comes back into the chat at some point to find out what that is from his point of view, because whether that was intentional to come in and make a mess of things, I'm not sure. Not. But hopefully we can get a little bit more of a light shed in it tomorrow after the race, and we can hopefully get a decision on what's going to happen to them, because that could be serious and detrimental for all the work they've put in over the past 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a great shame to... I don't know. I don't want to comment any more on it at the moment. There's a lot of information that we don't have that we've yet to get, so it'll be what it'll be. We're all a bit tired already, and we don't want to get making any poor decisions right now. That's fair enough. That was the team that Max Hack is a part of, so hopefully he can tell us a little bit about what that was maybe later on. And it's very much a shame to see them out of the race anyway, but carrying on with the race, we're on board with Josh Falkis, who is the sister car for Sapphire Sim Sport, and they're the only LMP2 car for Sapphire Sim Sport today.
He's in a fight with Kevin and Winter from Stage 1 in Racing Junior. He's looking to overtake him after he had that stop and hold. And he's looking to get back to his original position, which was P2, of course, but...
Jerry Dolazell in the YouTube chat saying, JD Sim Racing, good luck. Go, go, go. ISRC, very good live stream. Thank you very much, sir. And I hope you guys do stick around for a good while with us tonight and enjoy a little bit more of our live commentary on the ISREC 24 Hour of Le Mans. Especially Josh Falk, as he's still really putting quite a lot of pressure on that red car. Going to be a good fight, I think, and it's going to go on. Oh, and we're going to see Josh Falk, he's going to dive into the pits for the start of his pit strategy, it would seem.
No, that's an unscheduled pit stop, I believe. He pitted like
He wasn't. Yeah, you're thinking
laps
right.
before, so that's interesting. He might have picked up some damage somewhere. Or not.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I think he's had a bit of damage before he then had the penalty. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen. It'll be interesting to see how long this pit stop is.
As I said, obviously, Martin, are you going to be back in the car anytime soon?
Not soon. No, I'm done for the rest of the evening. But I will get back in probably 5:30, 6 o'clock UK time in the morning. So yeah, I'll be done for a bit now.
Yeah, that's
he
fine.
just stopped for fuel only, 23 seconds, splash and go basically. So that's interesting. Maybe he didn't fuel fully in his last stop or something.
What he will have done was when he took his pit lane penalty, he won't have done any extra work on the car, because iRacing gives you an extra penalty on top of that for doing that. So therefore, yeah, he will have just disabled all of the work to be done previously, and yeah, we'll just carry on now. So
We're actually just going to get an interview from Hugo Valentin in the number 18 RLR LMP1 car. He's going to jump in and have a quick interview before he heads to bed. So we'll just have a quick interview with him. Hugo, how's your race going so far, buddy? And I hope you're doing okay.
We're doing alright, yeah. I mean, sticking to the plan, you know. Trying to keep the nose out of trouble and taking our time. It's been a bit of an attrition, I think, in the first few hours, at least in the P1 field. Looks like quite a lot of people had issues or penalties, so you know, trying to get or to keep the car out of trouble so we can keep going, and yeah, that's about it really.
Yeah, so I mean, your car is currently running first at the moment, so you know, all going well. Do you think that you can take the win for RLR?
Well, I mean, we're obviously hoping to. The plan is like that. We have like three really quick drivers. Sadly, Zeb, that was supposed to drive with us today, had a bit of an issue, I guess you could say. He's feeling quite sick, so he can't drive with us, sadly. So we're hoping to win it for him, and we're giving it all.
That's excellent, and the fact that you guys obviously are, you know, if he's ill, you know, you're definitely pushing for him, and that's fantastic. Have you had any issues with back markers on the track?
I've had my fair share of moments where I've been a bit scared, but you know, it comes with the territory, I guess. You just try and live with it, and yeah, I've had scary moments, but nothing bad. The car is pretty much mint. We've had a little bit of contact at the start of the race with the Fuga car, but I think, you know, it was just down to a racing incident, and we just continued on, and yeah, now we're trying to push as much as we can while we seem to have a bit of an advantage over the Fuga car pace-wise.
Definitely, and I think, you know, you've definitely got a good chance here. It's all going well through the night. We'll definitely be keeping everybody posted, and if anything does happen. So I'm gonna say have a good sleep, and we'll catch you in the morning. And good luck if we don't see you again.
Thank you very much. Well, good luck for the broadcast tonight, guys.
Thank you
Cheers,
very
thank you
much,
very much.
buddy.
Right, and on that note, we are now going to part 3 of our coverage today, or this evening as it might be for you now. If you would like to join us on that pinned message, follow that link, and we shall see you there. We'll be ending the stream of part 2 now.
And I'll be wishing you guys good night for your